Chapter 301, Orientation Week 18. The academy grounds had become far livelier than they had been just an hour earlier. Groups of first-year girls hurried through the broad stone hallways, crossed the open courtyards, and searched every corner of the academy grounds. Some ran through the gardens while others split into smaller groups, determined to cover as much ground as possible. Their voices echoed one after another throughout the first-year district. Sir Ezra! Sir Ezra! Where did he go? Every shout carried farther than the last, drawing the attention of countless students who hadn't been involved moments ago. Many boys stopped whatever they were doing to watch the unusual scene unfold before them. One boy leaned against a stone pillar and sighed. What a lucky fellow. His friend folded his arms with a helpless smile. That's Ezra Ashenlocke. He shrugged. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Another boy clicked his tongue. I don't like it at all. He's only a low-line noble. He isn't any different from the rest of us. The student beside him laughed bitterly. Sure, all you have to do is create groundbreaking inventions, be born handsome, and belong to a duke's family. He spread both hands dramatically. Simple, right? This is so unfair. The boys could only watch the endless stream of girls continue their search. Although, not every first-year girl joined the chase. Some simply watched from a distance with amused expressions. The daughters of several influential noble families showed little interest in running through the academy looking for someone. Their pride alone was enough to stop them from participating. Others simply weren't interested in Ezra. Some cared little about his current position within House Ashenlocke, while others had no intention of involving themselves in the excitement surrounding him. Even so, the number of girls actively searching for Ezra remained astonishingly large, far larger than most students had expected. Hidden far away from the growing commotion, Ezra quietly observed everything. He stood atop the thick branch of a tall tree overlooking one of the academy gardens. His figure blended naturally with the surrounding leaves, making him difficult to notice from below. From his position, his calm black eyes silently watched groups of girls split into different directions. Some searched the nearby buildings. Others moved toward the courtyards. Several organized themselves into teams before discussing where Ezra was most likely to hide. He watched all of it happen. I can't believe I had to use my cognites for something like this. Ezra quietly shook his head. For the first time in quite a while, he felt genuinely disappointed in himself. He had always used his cognites to improve his blood flow, and only during combat. Never had he imagined using it simply to conceal his presence from enthusiastic girls. His gaze slowly drifted toward the academy paths below. This round, Vera had won completely. Not only had she won, she had managed to accomplish something very few people could. She had genuinely annoyed Ezra. That alone was already an achievement. The troublesome part wasn't even today's chaos. It was what could come afterward. Ezra understood Vera well enough. Today's announcement was only the beginning. If he rejected her again, there was little doubt she already had another plan waiting, and another after that. He quietly let out a breath. On the bright side, he leaned lightly against the trunk supporting the branch beneath his feet. Accepting Vera as my dance partner isn't really a problem. He thought about it carefully. Knowing Vera, once she publicly claimed someone, she became surprisingly territorial. She rarely admitted it directly. Instead, she dealt with the problem herself. If she became his dance partner, the constant invitations from other girls would probably disappear on their own. Considering everything that had happened today, that sounded far more peaceful. Still, Ezra couldn't help sighing again. His eyes followed another group of girls running beneath the trees. All of this, just because I wanted enough money and a reputation that would help me accomplish my goals. His expression remained unchanged, yet inwardly, he couldn't help feeling a little conflicted. He had expected attention after unveiling his inventions. Recognition was necessary. Connections were necessary. Influence was necessary. Without those things, many of his future plans would never succeed. However, no one had warned him that fame also came with this much headache. Although it wasn't anywhere near the level of the famous young lords and young ladies within Britannia, it was already troublesome enough. His thoughts naturally drifted toward memories from his previous life. He remembered celebrities surrounded by endless fans. Actors, musicians, athletes. People who could barely walk through public places without security escorting them. Back then, he had simply watched those scenes through a screen. Now, he finally understood how they felt. So this is what it feels like. A faint sigh escaped him. After remaining there for another moment, Ezra straightened his posture. He gently stepped forward before jumping down from the branch. His body descended smoothly through the air. Not even the surrounding leaves rustled much as he landed silently upon the soft grass below. Without wasting time, he brushed a stray leaf from his shoulder before calmly looking ahead. Not far away, a beautifully maintained flower garden stretched across another section of the academy. Rows of colorful flowers bloomed beneath the afternoon sunlight. Stone pathways wound peacefully through the gardens, leading toward elegant glass pavilions built with brightly colored stained glass panels that reflected patches of blue, red, and gold across the ground. Compared to the noisy academy center, this place was much quieter. Many students from influential noble families preferred relaxing here. It offered privacy away from the crowds. Tea gatherings, private discussions, family meetings. Even small social events were often held inside the elegant pavilions. Ezra quietly walked along one of the stone paths. The gentle fragrance of fresh flowers drifted through the air, while cool shade from nearby trees covered parts of the garden. His footsteps remained unhurried. For the first time since Vera's announcement, everything finally felt peaceful again. Then, Ezra. A familiar voice suddenly called out. What a coincidence! Ezra stopped walking. He slowly turned toward the direction of the voice. A few minutes earlier, a young girl with short brown hair and light brown eyes slowly paced along one of the quiet stone pathways within the flower garden. In one hand, she held her phone 14, while a holographic screen floated above it, projecting the image of the person she was talking to. Her brows were tightly knitted together. Clearly, she wasn't happy. What do you mean, fine? Fatima Drakes asked in a whining voice. She stopped walking altogether before glaring at the holographic screen. I just told you that I'm about to dance with someone who isn't you. She pointed at the screen with her other hand. And you're this relaxed? What's wrong with you? On the holographic screen, Bale scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Fatima. His voice was gentle, almost cautious. You're getting the wrong idea. Bale. Fatima immediately cut him off before he could continue. She puffed out her cheeks in frustration. How can you call yourself my lover and stay this calm after hearing that your lover is going to hold hands with another boy? Her tone carried both annoyance and disbelief. She simply couldn't understand how someone could react so calmly. Bale looked even more awkward. He hesitated for a moment before carefully choosing his words. Isn't it Big Brother Stark who's dancing with you? His voice became slower and quieter near the end. He had already learned from experience. Whenever Fatima became upset, the safest option was to speak carefully. Otherwise, things usually became much more troublesome. Fatima stared at him in complete disbelief. So, she slowly opened her mouth. Because it's my brother, that's why you aren't worried? She sounded genuinely shocked. I can't believe this. She sighed dramatically before shaking her head. I actually called you because I thought you'd be worried. What a waste of my time. Her voice became noticeably more sarcastic near the end. Without warning, another face suddenly appeared beside Bale's. Don't mind my friend. Keith casually rested his head on Bale's shoulder while looking directly at Fatima through the holographic screen. He's just a coward hiding what he really feels. Bale's eyes widened. What the hell are you saying? He immediately leaned away. And why are you even here? The sudden movement caused Keith to lose his balance. Whoa! He fell backward onto the bed behind them. Rather than trying to stop himself, Keith simply allowed himself to flop onto the mattress. I thought you said you were going to sleep. Bale looked at him with an annoyed expression. Keith let out a lazy laugh. Rolling onto his side, he rested his head against his right palm while comfortably supporting himself with his elbow. A mischievous grin slowly spread across his face as he looked toward Fatima. Sister-in-law. He spoke as though he were about to reveal a great secret. This idiot was actually worried. He lazily pointed a thumb toward Bale. He practically begged Sir Stark. Keith deliberately exaggerated his expression. He looked like he was about to cry while asking him to dance with you. The more he spoke, the happier he became. Keith. Bale reacted instantly. Without thinking, he lunged forward. He wrapped an arm around Keith's neck while quickly covering his mouth with his hand. Shut your lazy mouth. Bale hurriedly whispered. MMPH. And never. Keith struggled beneath Bale's grip. He twisted from side to side, trying to pull himself free. He really was worried? Fatima's expression softened almost immediately. The annoyance disappeared from her face as her bright eyes sparkled with happiness. Her voice also became much gentler. Seeing her smile, Bale froze. His face gradually turned red. He suddenly found it impossible to meet her eyes. I wasn't. The words refused to come out properly. His cheeks continued growing warmer until they were completely flushed. Keith immediately noticed Bale's grip becoming weaker. With one quick movement, he slipped free. Taking advantage of his freedom, he sat upright before speaking again. Of course he was. Keith's playful smile disappeared. For once, he wore an unusually serious expression. He even raised one hand as though preparing to deliver an important speech. Bale has always believed he isn't worthy of you. His tone remained calm. He thinks about you all the time. His eyes drifted toward Bale. Even during the trial of steel, when we were fighting for our lives, when death was practically breathing down our necks, he still talked about you every single day. Keith slowly folded his arms. He even wrote a letter he wanted someone to send to you, just in case he died. The room fell quiet. Bale couldn't bring himself to look toward the holographic screen anymore. His face remained bright red with embarrassment. Across the screen, Fatima's cheeks gradually became just as red. She quietly stared at Bale without saying anything. At that moment, all she wanted was to hug him tightly. Unfortunately, they were far apart. Bale remained in Metallica, while she was still in Eldenford. The distance between them only made the longing in their hearts grow stronger. And even if they were together, their relationship was one built on secrecy that no one knew about. Keith quietly looked back and forth between the two. Then, he puffed out his cheeks dramatically. I'm so jealous. He lazily rolled onto his back again. The girl I call my own won't even answer my calls. All because of one stupid argument. He sighed as though life had completely abandoned him. Fatima couldn't help smiling. Don't worry, Keith. Her voice became warm again. I'll talk to my sister for you. I'll do my best to help. Keith immediately lifted his upper body from the bed. Oh, really? Keith immediately lifted the upper half of his body after hearing her answer. For the first time in a while, genuine excitement appeared on his usually lazy face. A bright smile spread across his lips. Thank you, sister-in-law. The gratitude in his voice sounded completely sincere. The moment he finished speaking, the little burst of energy disappeared. Keith lazily let his body fall backward onto the bed once again. His smile vanished so naturally that it almost looked as though it had never appeared in the first place. Bale could only look at him with a helpless smile. This guy really changes moods fast. Just then, something at the edge of his vision caught his attention. A familiar figure calmly walked out from one of the stone paths leading through the flower garden. Bale blinked. Ezra. He narrowed his eyes. Not completely certain of what he had seen, he quietly circulated a small amount of cognizance through his eyes, enhancing his vision. A moment later, his eyes lit up. It's actually Ezra. He immediately leaned closer to the holographic screen. Then, without caring whether anyone nearby looked at him strangely, he happily waved. Ezra, what a coincidence. Ezra stopped walking. He turned his head toward the familiar voice. Bale. His calm gaze rested on Bale's holographic projection before shifting toward the girl holding this phone 14. Fatima quietly returned his gaze. Ezra's blank black eyes naturally moved across her academy uniform. His attention briefly settled on the family crest embroidered neatly over her chest. The moment he recognized it, he immediately understood how surprising Bale's interaction with the Drakes was. Even so, nothing changed on Ezra's face. His expression remained as plain as ever. Oh, Keith suddenly sat upright. He folded his legs comfortably beneath him before lazily raising one hand toward Ezra, our family's inventor. He greeted Ezra with his usual relaxed smile. Fatima blinked before turning toward Bale. Then she looked back at Ezra. So, this is Ezra Ashenlocke. She quietly studied him. The creator of the Phantom Rolls, and the person who played such a major role in developing the firearms your family introduced not long ago? There was obvious curiosity in her eyes. Bale immediately nodded. Yeah. A bright smile spread across his face. That's exactly the Ezra I was telling you about. Ezra quietly observed the three of them through the holographic screen. His gaze briefly moved from Bale to Keith, then finally toward Fatima. Long time, Bale. His eyes shifted toward Keith. Keith. He gave the two boys a simple wave. Nothing more. Nothing less. Then he calmly turned around. I'll leave you two to your business. Seeing that Ezra was genuinely about to leave, Bale's eyes widened. Wait, wait, wait. He hurriedly called out before Ezra could take another step. Ezra paused. He slowly turned back toward Bale. Bale looked at him with an expression full of disbelief. You're not even going to ask why I'm talking to someone from the Drake's family. He honestly couldn't understand Ezra's reaction. If their positions were reversed, he would have already asked several questions. Ezra simply looked back at him. His expression remained completely plain. Before he could answer, Keith spoke first. You're worrying over nothing, Bale. He shrugged lazily. Ezra isn't the type to concern himself with things that have nothing to do with him. His tone remained casual, almost as though he had known Ezra for years. The amusing part was that he had guessed Ezra's personality almost perfectly. Ezra rarely wasted time involving himself in matters unrelated to his own goals. Keith lazily spread both hands. Honestly, even I would leave the moment I saw something that looked troublesome. He smiled carefreely. There wasn't a trace of embarrassment on his face. Fatima, however, gently shook her head. No. She interrupted before Keith could continue speaking. Her voice remained calm but firm. I think it's better to clear up any misunderstandings now. She looked directly at Ezra through the space between the holographic screen and Bale. After all, their relationship was something they needed to hide. And she also felt that Ezra seeing a member of the Drake's family casually talking to someone from House Ashenlocke might leave the wrong impression without an explanation. So, rather than allowing unnecessary assumptions to form, she decided it would be better to explain everything herself, especially since Ezra was someone Bale respected a lot like a brother. Chapter 302, Orientation Week 19. Ezra quietly looked at Fatima. His calm gaze then shifted toward the holographic screen, where Bale and Keith were projected. Seeing the three of them together, talking so naturally, looking comfortable around one another, most people would immediately begin making all sorts of assumptions. Whether those assumptions were true or false wouldn't matter. Rumors rarely waited for facts. Because of that, Ezra understood why Fatima wanted to explain their relationship before any misunderstanding could take root. Even so, she also had to place a great deal of trust in the person standing before her. After all, this wasn't the kind of information someone casually revealed to another person. Oh. Ezra let out a quiet sigh. His expression remained as blank as ever. Vera has already dragged me into enough troublesome matters today. I guess listening to one more probably won't make much of a difference. The thought crossed his mind with quiet resignation. Ironically, although he had just thought something that sounded almost humorous, nothing on his face suggested he found the situation funny, with how his expression remained completely calm. So, he slowly walked a few steps closer until he stood within comfortable speaking distance. His eyes moved toward the holographic projection. What's the relationship between you? He pointed toward Bale and Keith. And those two? The question was simple and direct. Before Fatima could answer, let me explain. Keith suddenly raised his hand with unusual enthusiasm. His lazy expression disappeared for a brief second, making him look strangely energetic. Unfortunately, The opportunity lasted less than a heartbeat. Bale immediately lunged toward him. "You keep your mouth shut." Without hesitation, he clamped one hand firmly over Keith's mouth. MMPH. Keith struggled beneath Bale's grip, glaring at him in protest. Fatima watched the two boys for a moment. Then, she slowly shook her head. "You boys are hopeless." There wasn't any real anger in her voice. Only helpless amusement. Turning back toward Ezra, she didn't hesitate any longer. "Me and Bale." She spoke calmly. "Are lovers." The words left her mouth so naturally that she didn't even pause to soften the impact. She simply told the truth. Directly. Silence immediately settled over the garden. Even the light breeze brushing through the nearby flower beds suddenly felt more noticeable. Bale froze. Keith froze. For a brief moment. Neither of them moved. Ezra quietly stared at the holographic screen. Then, "Seriously?" The word slipped out before he could stop himself. It wasn't loud. Nor did it carry much emotion. It simply reflected his genuine surprise. "F. Fatima." Bale cried out. His face instantly turned bright red. Without thinking, he grabbed the nearby blanket lying on the bed. In one swift motion, he wrapped it tightly around himself until only part of his face remained visible. He completely avoided looking toward Ezra. "Damn." Keith lazily smiled. Straight to the punchline. Fatima looked at him without changing her expression. "Isn't he someone Bale trusts?" She answered matter-of-factly. "I don't think there's any reason to drag the explanation out." Keith slowly pointed toward the tightly wrapped blanket. "Well, he clearly thinks otherwise." From beneath the blanket, a tiny, embarrassed voice quietly escaped. Why?" Bale sounded as though he wanted the earth to swallow him whole. Ezra calmly watched the scene unfold. His gaze shifted back toward Fatima. "What about Keith?" he asked. His expression remained exactly the same. Even after hearing something that would have shocked or excited most people, his face barely changed. Fatima blinked. "Era." She looked at Ezra with mild surprise. "No reaction?" Keith also raised an eyebrow. "I'm surprised too." He comfortably rolled onto his side again before resting his head on his palm. Ezra quietly shook his head. "No, I'm actually surprised." He answered honestly. "I thought the three of you might simply be close friends." His eyes briefly shifted toward Bale. "But lovers?" He paused naturally. "That's on another level. Besides, doesn't this mean Bale already has a lover before Veda? And Ver?" The moment Vera's name appeared in his thoughts, he remembered everything she had done to him earlier. The academy-wide announcement. The crowd of girls. The endless chase. The memory alone made him feel slightly annoyed all over again. Even so, none of those thoughts appeared on his face. His calm expression never changed. It was as though nothing could disturb the still surface of the lake called Ezra Ashenlocke. "Ezra." Keith suddenly spoke. He lazily stretched his arms. "Yawn." He covered his mouth before finishing the yawn. After rubbing one sleepy eye, he continued speaking as though nothing had happened. "As for me." A proud smile slowly appeared across his face. "I'm dating her younger sister." Keith pointed toward Fatima with his index finger. The smile on his face became even wider. Hearing that, Ezra blinked. For perhaps the first time since arriving, genuine surprise finally appeared in his eyes. He quietly looked at Keith, then toward Fatima, then back at Bale. "Both boys from Ash." He slowly muttered to himself. "Both close friends, and both are secretly dating the daughters of Duke Drakes." He thoughtfully rested the side of his closed fist against his lips. His eyes drifted toward the winding stone pathway nearby while he organized everything inside his mind. Not just members of the main line, not a high line, not even a low line. He slowly looked back at the three of them. His words carried no disbelief, only quiet analysis. After a brief silence, Ezra finally asked the question occupying his thoughts. "And why the secrecy?" He asked the question as plainly as ever. Fatima remained silent for several seconds. The gentle breeze drifting through the flower garden lightly swayed her short brown hair as she lowered her eyes in thought. Should I tell him? She looked toward the holographic screen, where Keith was comfortably lying on the bed while Bale remained hidden beneath the blanket he had wrapped around himself moments ago. Bale stayed quiet for a moment. Then, with a small sigh, he slowly lowered the blanket until only the lower half of his body remained covered, revealing his still flushed face. Well, we've already come this far. He scratched the side of his cheek awkwardly before looking toward Ezra through the holographic screen. Besides, Ezra is good at keeping secrets. His voice carried complete confidence. It wasn't blind trust. It was a trust built from spending time together and quiet observation. Fatima hesitated. Her fingers tightened slightly around this phone 14. But this is a pretty big secret. A trace of worry appeared on her face. She wasn't afraid of Ezra. She was simply aware of how much trouble this information could cause if it ever reached the wrong people. Before anyone else could respond, Ezra calmly spoke. That must mean the Ashenlocke family and the Drake's family aren't on good terms. His voice remained as flat as always, which also means. He shifted his gaze toward Fatima. Your Duke family is the one secretly supporting Count House Evergrey in its attempt to rival House Ashenlocke. Silence. Complete silence. Fatima's eyes widened. Bale blinked in astonishment. Even Keith, who usually looked half asleep, raised his eyebrows in genuine surprise. How did you? Fatima stopped halfway through her sentence. She stared at Ezra as though she were looking at someone completely unfamiliar. Her thoughts became a mess. How? I only told him that Bale and I are together, and that was only a moment ago. How did he reach that conclusion already? You only found out about our relationship just now. Her voice was filled with disbelief. Ezra nodded slightly. I don't see any reason why a mainline member of one Duke family would need to hide a romantic relationship with someone from another Duke family. His tone remained calm and steady. There have been many cases in the past where children from Duke families ended up together. Sometimes, the families even arranged those relationships themselves. His gaze drifted toward the stone pathway for a brief moment as he organized his thoughts. So, if your relationship has to remain hidden, there must be a reason. He looked back at Fatima. The first thing that came to mind was the quiet conflict House Ashenlocke is currently having with another Duke family. He paused briefly. Then another thought connected itself almost immediately. And now that I think about it, his eyes settled on the Drake's family crest embroidered neatly on Fatima's uniform. The Drake's family was the one that benefited the most after a portion of the mining rights were taken away from House Ashenlocke. He calmly pointed toward her. So, the answer naturally becomes clear. Fatima remained speechless. That's... Her lips parted slightly. Exactly right. She slowly nodded. There wasn't even the slightest mistake in Ezra's deduction. Not one. Bale and Keith exchanged glances before quietly laughing. Neither of them laughed because the situation was funny. They were simply amused by Fatima's stunned expression. Seeing someone leave her completely speechless wasn't something that happened very often. Ezra gave a small nod before asking another question. So, does your sister know about this? This time, he looked directly at Bale. The smile on Bale's face gradually became awkward. She figured it out. He rubbed the back of his head with an embarrassed smile. On the very same day we officially started dating. Keith lazily raised one hand from the bed. Lady Vera found out about mine later. He shrugged. But it wasn't long after I entered the relationship. A helpless sigh escaped him. It didn't stay secret for very long. Bale nodded before speaking again. For now, Big Brother Veda doesn't know anything about my relationship with Fatima. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head again. Fatima continued where he left off. From my side, she looked toward Ezra. Only my stepbrother, Stark, knows about my relationship and my little sisters as well. Her voice remained calm throughout. She wasn't trying to hide anything anymore. After deciding to explain, she intended to explain everything honestly. I see. Ezra quietly nodded. Thank you for trusting me with something so personal. His voice remained polite. There wasn't the slightest hint of mockery or curiosity. He simply accepted the information. With Vera already knowing about all of this, I don't have to worry too much about those girls trying to use Bale or Keith to get to the family. Ezra quietly reached that conclusion. One less troublesome possibility. That alone was enough. He turned around. I'll be taking my leave now. His eyes briefly moved toward the holographic screen. Take care of yourselves, Bale. Keith. He lazily raised one hand in farewell before calmly walking away along the winding stone path. The afternoon breeze gently stirred the flowers around him as his figure gradually became more distant. Bye, Ezra. Bale smiled and waved back. See you next time. Keith also lifted one hand. His wave was as lazy as ever. The holographic call gradually became quiet again. Fatima continued watching Ezra's retreating figure until he disappeared beyond the rows of flowering bushes. Is he really that emotionless? She asked softly. Bale followed her gaze. A thoughtful expression slowly appeared on his face. I honestly don't know. He sighed quietly. Sometimes, I wonder if it's because of everything he went through during the trial of steel, changed him into the person he is now. There was genuine concern in his voice. He smiled helplessly. I also wonder what kind of person Ezra was before any of that happened. Fatima remained silent. She slowly turned her head toward Bale, thoughtfully considering his words. I'm saying this because... Fatima continued after a brief pause. She folded her other arm loosely while looking toward the direction Ezra had disappeared. Ezra has the kind of face that a lot of girls in this academy are going to fall for. Her voice was calm, but there was honesty behind every word. And I'm certain he will be approached by many of them. She let out a small sigh. But after seeing the kind of personality he has, a helpless smile appeared on her face. He's going to break a lot of hearts. For some reason, knowing that kind of annoys me. She wasn't angry at Ezra. If anything, she simply felt sorry for the girls who would gather the courage to confess to someone who probably wouldn't even realize their feelings. Ha! Bale chuckled softly. The laughter wasn't loud. It was the kind that naturally escaped after imagining the future Fatima had described. I think Ezra is simply too focused on things other than love. He smiled faintly while resting comfortably against the headboard. He's always looked like someone chasing a goal that's far ahead of everyone else. Almost as though nothing else matters until he reaches it. Keith lazily waved one hand in the air. You two worry too much about things that don't concern either of you. His voice remained as relaxed as always. Did you forget? He casually snapped his fingers while staring aimlessly at the ceiling of Bale's room. Lady Vera and Ezra are already close. His words made Bale pause. That's true. Bale looked toward Keith with genuine surprise. For once, the lazy boy had actually said something surprisingly reasonable. He blinked twice before speaking. You feeling all right, Keith? His tone was completely serious. Keith slowly turned his head and looked at Bale from the corner of one eye. A look that clearly said he couldn't be bothered. Without replying immediately, he simply closed his eyes. Fatima smiled helplessly. Vera. She quietly shook her head. She's an entirely different kind of person. There was no need for further explanation. Anyone who knew Vera understood exactly what she meant. Fatima then turned around and began walking away from the quiet flower garden. The evening breeze gently lifted the ends of her short brown hair as she left. Bale looked at her face with a warm smile. Yeah, I also hope my older brother and sisters find the right people for themselves while they're here at the academy. His smile became slightly brighter. I can't wait until next year, when I finally enroll myself. There was obvious excitement in his voice. For someone who had spent so much time hearing stories about the Royal Academy, he had long begun looking forward to becoming a student himself. By the time Fatima disappeared beyond the winding stone path, Ezra had already left the flower garden. The sounds of students talking echoed softly around the academy as the evening sun slowly descended toward the horizon. Long shadows stretched across the stone walkways while groups of students gradually made their way back toward the dormitories. As he walked, Ezra removed his Starlix 11 from his space bag. The screen immediately lit up. Several unread notifications appeared one after another. Most of them came from Lucy. Judging from the number of messages, she had clearly been worried after hearing what happened earlier. However, Another name immediately caught Ezra's attention. Cyrus. His finger tapped the notification. The chat window opened. Hey, it's Cyrus. Flame_00. Another message appeared directly beneath it. Your maid gave me your contact, if you don't mind. Flame_00. Ezra quietly stared at the conversation for a moment. Then his eyes naturally drifted lower, landing on another familiar name. Jewel_of_Ash. Tisk. He clicked his tongue quietly. The memory of Vera's announcement returned once again, along with hundreds of girls chasing him around the academy. After thinking for several seconds, he finally accepted reality. His fingers began moving across the screen. I give up. I will be your dance partner. Ezra Ashenlocke. Ezra looked at the message after finishing it. He read it once, then a second time. Only after making sure there was nothing else to add did he finally press send. Not even 5 seconds passed. 3 small dots immediately appeared on the screen. Vera was already typing. The reply arrived almost instantly. Yeah. Jewel_of_Ash. Ezra looked at the single word. A moment later, another message appeared before he even had time to put the device away. Do you need me to help you learn how to dance? Jewel_of_Ash. His eyes quietly moved across the sentence. Without much hesitation, he typed his answer. I'll take care of that myself. Ezra Ashenlocke. The reply was sent almost immediately. Once again, Vera answered without making him wait. I can always count on you, inventor. Jewel_of_Ash. Ezra silently read the message. A faint breath escaped his nose. He switched off the Starlix 11, slipped it back into his space bag, and continued walking through the academy grounds. The sky had already begun changing colors. The warm orange glow of the setting sun painted the academy buildings in soft light while students steadily left the courtyards and gardens. The academy was gradually becoming quieter, although there were still several girls wandering around, hoping to catch one last glimpse of Ezra before the day ended. Fortunately for him, their numbers had already decreased considerably. Closing time for the academy grounds was approaching. One after another, the remaining girls reluctantly gave up their search and began making their way back to their residence. Chapter 303, Orientation Week XX. Ezra finally returned to the place where Lucy had been waiting for him. The young maid stood patiently beside the noble steam carriage with both hands folded neatly in front of her apron. Behind her, the elegant carriage remained parked quietly beneath the evening sky, its polished metal reflecting the fading orange light of the setting sun. Wisps of steam occasionally escaped from the engine vents, showing that the driver had kept the engine warm while waiting for his master's return. The academy grounds had already begun to empty. Groups of students steadily made their way toward their residence, while others boarded their family carriages one after another. Compared to the noisy atmosphere from earlier that afternoon, the academy had become much calmer. The endless search for Ezra had finally begun to die down. The moment Lucy saw him approaching, she gave a polite bow. Welcome back, Master. Her voice remained as calm and respectful as always. However, Ezra immediately noticed the slight twitch at the corners of her lips. She was trying very hard not to laugh, although her expression barely changed. Her eyes had already betrayed her. Ezra quietly looked at her. Lucy quickly lowered her head a little more, pretending to remain completely professional. Even so, the tiny movement of her shoulders made it clear she was still suppressing her laughter. She was close to losing that battle. Ezra simply sighed inwardly. He didn't feel like bringing up the topic again. The academy had already embarrassed him enough for one day. Without saying anything else, he calmly stepped into the noble steam carriage. The soft leather seat welcomed him as he settled inside. Maybe I should buy those head plugs Cyrus uses. The thought suddenly crossed his mind. If he had owned a pair today, perhaps he wouldn't have heard Vera's announcement so clearly. Or maybe he could have pretended not to hear it at all. Unfortunately, that opportunity had long passed. Ezra quietly rested his elbow against the carriage window before supporting the side of his head with his knuckles. Outside, the last rays of sunlight stretched across the academy roads. Lucy entered the carriage a moment later and sat opposite him. After confirming that both passengers were seated comfortably, the driver lightly pulled one of the control levers. A low mechanical hum echoed beneath the carriage. Steam hissed from the exhaust vents. The engine gradually came to life. Not long afterward, the noble steam carriage rolled forward smoothly. Its wheels quietly crossed the stone roads of the Royal Academy as it headed toward the East Wing, where Ezra's residence was located. The scenery outside slowly drifted past the window. Towering academy buildings, flower gardens, elegant fountains, students chatting as they walked home. Everything gradually slipped behind them as the carriage continued its journey through the peaceful evening. Far away from the East Wing, within the North Wing of the Royal Academy, inside the private residence belonging to Selina Galehart, the atmosphere was completely different. Warm golden lights illuminated the spacious bedroom, giving the room a peaceful glow despite the cool weather outside. Elegant polished wooden furniture stood neatly around the room, while expensive paintings decorated the walls. A faint floral fragrance lingered in the air, mixing naturally with the fresh scent drifting in from the slightly opened windows. Selina sat gracefully before a large dressing mirror. The chair beneath her was crafted from soft foam, a luxurious material favored by many noble families for its comfort. Her reflection quietly stared back at her. She had already changed into a loose lime-colored nightdress that draped elegantly around her slender figure. The soft fabric rested naturally against her body, giving her a gentle and refined appearance. Standing behind her, her personal maid carefully attended to her evening routine. With delicate movements, the maid began removing the flower petals woven neatly into Selina's emerald hair. Each petal was handled with great care, because they weren't ordinary decorations. Among the noble ladies of Britannia, these specially crafted floral accessories had become one of the most fashionable ornaments in recent years. Known as Infinity Hair Scent, they were produced and distributed exclusively by Count House Casper. Every minute, the petals naturally released a gentle floral fragrance into the air. The scent was neither overwhelming nor artificial. Instead, it spread softly around the wearer, leaving behind a refreshing and elegant aroma wherever they walked. Because Selina Galehart served as the main promotional model for the Infinity Hair Scent collection, she owned numerous varieties of the product. Different colors, different floral scents, different seasonal editions. Each one had been carefully prepared for different occasions. The maid gently placed each flower petal into a beautifully crafted metal storage case resting on the dressing table. The moment the lid opened, a stream of cold air quietly flowed from inside. The specially designed container constantly maintained a cool internal temperature. Doing so preserved the freshness of the scent petals for much longer than ordinary storage methods. Once every petal had been carefully stored, the lid was quietly closed again, freed from its accessories. Selina's long emerald hair naturally flowed down her back. Nearby, an alchemy-powered wind device quietly stirred the air. In Ezra's previous life's world, it would simply have been called an electric fan. However, within Britannia, it was known simply as a fan. Unlike ordinary household tools, this version had been created through wind alchemy and powered with electricity generated from the steam engine core of Selina's residence. Its blades rotated silently. A cool breeze gently passed through Selina's hair, causing the emerald strands to sway beautifully behind her. Despite Britannia's naturally cold climate, Selina still enjoyed using it. Like most Britannians, she possessed exceptional resistance to cold. The harsh weather that troubled ordinary people rarely affected members of noble families, whose bodies had been strengthened through proper nutrition, training, and generations of healthy living. Only those who lacked proper nourishment, or the rare individuals born with unusually poor resistance, found Britannia's cold difficult to endure. One obvious example is Ezra. The maid slowly combed through Selina's silky hair with practiced care. "My lady," she spoke gently. Selina continued looking at her reflection. "Yes, Becky." Her reply was soft. As always, her emerald eyes remained fixed upon the mirror before her. Every small detail of her appearance received her attention, not because she was vain, but because she believed elegance was something that required constant care. Her posture remained perfectly straight. Her breathing, calm. Even the smallest movement carried quiet grace. You still haven't chosen a dance partner. Becky spoke softly as she continued combing Selena's emerald hair. Although her voice remained respectful, the concern in her eyes was difficult to hide. I know. Selena's answer was gentle. Her gaze never left the mirror before her as she quietly watched her own reflection, while the breeze from the Alchemy steam core-powered fan gently lifted several loose strands of her hair, causing them to sway elegantly behind her. Becky let out a small sigh. You say you know, but you're the one who rejected every invitation. She carefully guided the comb through another section of Selena's hair before placing it neatly behind her shoulder. You even turned down the fifth prince. She looked at her mistress' reflection through the mirror, with the concern on her face deepening. Among the noble ladies of Britannia, receiving countless invitations to the welcome ball wasn't unusual, but rejecting every single one of them, especially one from a royal prince, was another matter entirely. Selena naturally noticed Becky's worried expression. A faint smile appeared on her lips. You know that we, the flowers of Britannia, have to be careful about the people we associate with. Her voice remained calm and refined. One careless decision, one unnecessary rumor, one scandal. She slowly folded her hands on her lap. That is enough to damage the reputation we've spent years building. Her tone never became heavy. She simply stated a truth every noble lady had learned while growing up. If we're seen beside the wrong person, people won't wait to learn the truth. They'll create their own. Becky quietly listened. She understood every word. After all, she had served Selena long enough to know how strict noble society could be. I understand that, my lady. She gently placed the gold-coated comb, decorated with several small green gemstones, onto the dressing table. The polished surface reflected the warm light filling the room. But she reached for a small crystal container filled with scented hair cream. Scooping out a small amount with the tip of her index finger, she rubbed it gently between both palms before carefully applying it to Selena's long emerald hair. Waiting until now isn't like you. Her hands moved skillfully through Selena's hair. You usually make these decisions much earlier. Selena quietly watched herself through the mirror. It really isn't like me. Her reply carried complete honesty. She slowly lowered her eyes before lifting them again. Her emerald pupils met her own reflection. For a brief moment, the room fell silent except for the quiet hum of the fan and the gentle sound of Becky running her fingers through her hair. But, this time, it was necessary. Her soft voice carried an unexpected firmness. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation in her soft voice. Selena Galehart, one of the celebrated flowers of Britannia, the pride of House Galehart, and widely acknowledged as the family's most elegant daughter. Ever since she was little, she had been raised under the careful guidance of her mother, an elegant and highly respected noblewoman whose every action reflected the dignity expected of a duchess. From her, Selena learned that elegance wasn't something a noble lady wore like jewelry. It became part of her daily life. The way she walked, the way she spoke, the way she smiled, the way she greeted others. Even the smallest habits reflected the upbringing of a true noble lady. As she grew older, those teachings gradually became part of who she was, combined with her natural talent for the piano, her graceful manners, and the heritage of House Galehart, a duke family that followed the path of wind alchemy. Everything steadily shaped Selena into the refined young noblewoman she was today. However, as the years passed, she realized something important. Improving herself alone wasn't enough. One day, she would have to choose the person who would stand beside her for the rest of her life. The man who would become her future fiancé, or perhaps her future husband. Selena found herself thinking carefully about the kind of person she truly wanted. That was when she discovered something about herself. She had a weakness for elegant boys. Not elegance alone. She wanted someone calm, someone composed, someone who rarely lost control of himself, someone whose quiet confidence naturally drew people's attention without needing to demand it. Of course, appearance also mattered. She wanted someone handsome enough to attract attention wherever he went. Someone other girls would admire. Someone they would secretly envy whenever they saw him standing beside her. In the same way, she wanted the boys watching them together to feel jealous that such an elegant young lady had chosen him. The feeling had to go both ways. She wanted both of them to shine equally beside one another. Even then, those qualities alone weren't enough. There was one condition she valued above everything else. He had to possess extraordinary talent in the world of alchemy. And he had to be ambitious. Someone who refused to remain ordinary. Someone with a future bright enough to stand at the very top of Britannia. Those were the qualities Selena desired most. Because of those standards, she never chased after the popular young nobles the way many other noble girls did. She simply observed them from afar. Only those who matched her ideals ever managed to catch her attention. The first was Ravener. His calm personality, his remarkable talent, and the fact that he had already been treated as the future young lord of House Bunwick at only 11 years old, made him the first young noble who truly fit the image Selena had imagined for the person she wanted to spend her future with. The next person who caught Selena's attention and fit the image of her ideal noble gentleman was Davini Burgwyn. The young man was widely recognized as the greatest talent House Burgwyn had produced in many years. Among his generation, he stood on top of the outstanding individuals such as Ezra Ashenlocke, the elder stepsister of Vera and Veda, and other outstanding individuals from other high-status noble families. His reputation alone was enough to attract countless noble ladies. However, Davini was several years older than Selena. More importantly, rumors had long spread through noble society that he had already been betrothed to the first princess. Whether those rumors were completely true or not no longer mattered. Selena quietly gave up on him. There was no reason to pursue someone whose future had already been decided. After that, another young noble entered her sight, Gareth Ashenlocke. In many ways, he also matched several of the qualities she admired. He possessed a calm temperament, respectable talent, and came from one of Britannia's greatest duke families. Unfortunately, there was one thing Selena could never overlook. Gareth lacked ambition. From her perspective, he devoted far too much of his attention to following behind Felix. Watching him willingly remain in that position was something Selena simply couldn't understand. To her, someone without the drive to walk their own path could never become the person she sought. Eventually, she quietly crossed Gareth's name from her heart as well. The last young noble who managed to catch her attention was Desmond Derlys. At first, she believed he possessed remarkable potential. His status, his talent, his confidence. Everything suggested a promising future. Sadly, that impression didn't last long. His carefree attitude toward women, along with the countless small scandals that constantly followed him, quickly became enough for Selena to lose interest. By the time she had carefully considered every young noble within her social circle, only one remained: Ravener. Even now, members of House Galehart and House Benwick had already begun casually discussing the possibility of arranging an engagement between the two families. Neither family openly pressured them. For now, it remained nothing more than quiet conversation among the elders. Selena herself didn't dislike the idea. She was perfectly willing to accept such an arrangement if the future led in that direction. As for Ravener, he never seemed particularly concerned about it. To him, Selena was simply much easier to be around than the other flowers of Britannia. She wasn't noisy. She wasn't troublesome. She understood personal boundaries. Compared to many noble ladies who constantly sought his attention, being around Selena felt considerably more comfortable. Everything had continued peacefully until the day she met him. The day of the auction event. Selena quietly looked at her reflection while Becky finished the final touches on her hair. The evening routine continued smoothly. Her hair care had already been completed. Next would be facial care. After that, her skincare routine. Then she would retire for the night. As Becky prepared the next set of beauty products, Selena's thoughts slowly drifted elsewhere. She still remembered that strange feeling from their first meeting. It had been small, almost impossible to notice, a faint flutter deep inside her heart. At the time, she hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, she found herself remembering it more clearly than ever. Ezra Ashenlocke. His name quietly echoed through her thoughts. His face naturally appeared in her mind. The calm black eyes, the composed expression, the quiet confidence that seemed completely detached from the noise surrounding him. The more she thought about him, the more she realized something. Ezra perfectly matched every standard she had spent years unconsciously creating. His appearance alone was already exceptional. Among the sons of mainline families, among the heirs of duke houses, even among the royal princes, very few could compare with him. In Selena's eyes, Ezra could even be considered more handsome than many of them. Appearance alone, however, had never been enough to win her heart. What truly captured her attention was the person behind that face. Ezra rarely spoke unnecessarily. He remained calm, collected, and direct. His emotions were difficult to read, yet he never appeared arrogant because of it. He simply carried himself with quiet confidence. Then came the scholar bombardment. The confidence Ezra displayed while facing countless scholars, craftsmen, big company representatives. His refusal to retreat. His unwavering composure despite standing alone. That moment left a deep impression on Selena. More than anything else, it was his ambition that truly captivated her. At first, she had been disappointed when Ezra refused to sign a contract after unveiling his inventions. She believed he had wasted an incredible opportunity. Later, after seeing the reaction of the Duke, of her father, the executive members of the BNC group, and after carefully thinking about his decision, she finally understood. Ezra hadn't rejected those contracts because he lacked vision. He rejected them because his ambition reached much further than what everyone else had imagined. The realization quietly changed the way she viewed him. Before she noticed, her thoughts returned to him more and more often. Curiosity gradually became admiration. Wanting answers, she began researching everything she could about Ezra Ashenlocke. She learned about the events surrounding the Ashenlocke family's unveiling party. She learned how poorly his own family had treated him, how they had underestimated him, how they had continued pushing him aside. Yet, rather than allowing those hardships to break him, Ezra simply accepted the opportunities placed before him. Step by step, he climbed upward without ever looking back. He had also played an important role in developing the new novice rank firearm, as well as the improved binder rank firearm that had recently attracted the attention of all Britannia. Everything surrounding Ezra Ashenlocke carried an unusual feeling. It was as though everyone could sense that he was only beginning his rise. His future remained hidden beneath layers of mystery. No one truly knew how far he would go or if he would fall. Without realizing it, Selena found herself becoming more and more fascinated by the mysterious young inventor of Britannia. Even so, she remained Selena Galehart, one of the flowers of Britannia. No matter what emotions quietly bloomed within her heart, none of them appeared on her face. She continued carrying herself with the same graceful elegance she always had, especially after Vera openly declared that Ezra was off limits. Selena never allowed herself to act impulsively. That was her greatest dilemma. She had originally planned to use the welcome party as an opportunity to naturally become acquainted with Ezra. Now, that path had become far more difficult. After all, how was she supposed to approach someone who barely seemed interested in the people around him, and who now stood behind a wall that Vera herself had quietly placed before every girl in the academy? Chapter 304, Orientation Week XXI. A long, quiet sigh escaped Selena's lips. It wasn't loud, nor was it dramatic. It was the kind of sigh that came from someone who had been holding her feelings in for far too long. Becky. She gently reached out and held her maid's hand. At that moment, Becky had just finished spreading the final layer of facial cream across Selena's smooth cheeks. The cool cream gave her fair skin a soft shine beneath the warm light filling the room. "My lady." Becky stopped what she was doing and looked at Selena. Her lady's beautiful face was now completely covered with the facial cream. making her look strangely adorable despite the elegant atmosphere she usually carried. Selena continued staring at herself through the dressing mirror. The room remained quiet for a while. The soft breeze from the Alchemy-powered fan lightly swayed the curtains beside the window, while the floral scent lingering from the recently removed infinity hair scent petals still drifted gently through the air. Do you know how difficult it has been for me? Her voice remained soft, but there was obvious frustration hiding beneath it. To not even be able to speak with my ideal man. She slowly lowered her eyes. When he's right within my reach. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around Becky's hand. Becky quietly listened without interrupting. She had served Selena for years. So, she knew her lady rarely complained. Even when something truly troubled her, Selena would usually keep those emotions buried beneath her elegant smile. Seeing her openly voice her frustrations like this was surprisingly rare. Selena let out another small sigh. Why? She frowned slightly. Why does my least favorite person have to be the one standing between me and my now favorite person? For the first time that evening, a trace of annoyance appeared on her normally graceful face. How can a bit? The words reached the tip of her tongue before she immediately stopped herself. Her expression stiffened. Realizing what she had almost said, Selena quietly took a slow breath. Her mother had repeatedly taught her that elegant ladies never allowed emotions to control their speech. She quickly corrected herself. I mean, how can such an inelegant lady like Vera be this close to him? She looked back at her own reflection. I truly don't understand it at all. The frustration on her face became impossible to hide. Her lips formed a slight pout. Her brows lowered ever so slightly, although she still maintained proper posture. The disappointment in her emerald eyes revealed everything she was trying so hard to conceal. Becky could clearly see it. As already said, after spending so many years serving Selena, she had witnessed her lady's happiest moments, and she had also stood beside her during the difficult ones. No one understood Selena's heart better than Becky. Whenever something genuinely caught Selena's interest, she invested herself completely. And I'm certain, Selena continued, unable to stop herself from speaking, that Ezra Ashenlocke only did all of this to force his hand. Her voice carried quiet certainty. She cornered him. Otherwise, I refuse to believe someone like Ezra Ashenlocke would suddenly agree to become anyone's dance partner. The thought only made her feel more conflicted. She gently puffed out her cheeks before letting out another defeated sigh. The elegant lady of House Galehart now looked exactly like a young maiden troubled by her first love. Watching her, Becky couldn't help smiling. A warm, affectionate smile slowly spread across her face. My lady. She's making the face of a girl who's completely fallen in love. The thought made Becky strangely happy. She had watched Selena grow from childhood into the refined young noblewoman she was today. Seeing her finally become interested in someone, somehow, felt comforting. My lady. Becky gently loosened Selena's grip before carefully reaching for another crystal container resting on the dressing table. You shouldn't let this trouble you so much. She slowly opened the elegant crystal casing. Inside rested a smooth skin cream prepared specifically for Selena's nightly skincare routine. After all, Becky smiled confidently while scooping a small amount onto her fingertips. My lady is beautiful. She turned sharply towards Selena with a bright smile, raising one hand into a small fist as though trying to encourage her. You're confident, elegant, and everyone knows you're one of Britannia's flowers. She nodded proudly. I honestly don't believe there's a young noble who would reject you. She paused. So, let's just forget about the Lady of Ashenlocke and... The words suddenly stopped. Becky's cheerful expression froze. A small shiver ran down her spine. She slowly lowered her raised fist, and her voice became noticeably quieter. How scary she is. She cautiously glanced around the room as though Vera might somehow hear her from another residence. No. She quickly shook her head. It's better not to think about her. Then she looked back at Selena with another encouraging smile. Just go and speak with him. Selena calmly shook her head. That would appear desperate, Becky. Her answer came without hesitation, as she gently flipped a section of her emerald hair behind her shoulder. The graceful movement instantly restored much of the elegant image she had momentarily lost during her little outburst. Becky narrowed her eyes. Oh. She looked at Selena with an amused expression. Weren't you just the one worrying about him a moment ago? There was obvious sarcasm in her voice. She walked back toward Selena while scooping another small portion of skin cream from the crystal container, rubbing it gently between both palms. She began applying it carefully along Selena's left arm. Selena slowly stretched her arm forward without resistance. The oversized sleeve of her night dress naturally slid down toward her elbow, exposing her smooth skin. Becky's hands moved gently and professionally, spreading the cream evenly. Remember this, Becky. Selena spoke calmly. The frustration from moments ago had already disappeared. Once again, the elegant confidence expected of the finest daughter of House Galehart quietly returned. As an aspiring noble lady of Britannia, she watched herself through the mirror. I must always remain elegant, no matter the situation, no matter the person standing before her, no matter what emotions filled her heart. She could never abandon the dignity she had spent her entire life cultivating. That was the pride of Selena Galehart. A gentle smile appeared on her face. It was graceful and natural, as though the emotional young maiden from only moments earlier had never existed. Becky looked at her lady for a few seconds before letting out a helpless smile. As expected, she quietly murmured to herself while moving to Selena's other arm. You're still Lady Selena. Back in the East Wing. Inside Ezra's residence, the spacious living room had been completely cleared. The furniture that normally occupied the center of the room had been moved neatly toward the walls, leaving behind an open area large enough for someone to practice moving freely. Ezra sat in the middle of the room with his legs crossed. One hand rested beneath his chin. His expression remained calm as he quietly thought about tomorrow night's welcome party. Across the room, Lucy busied herself organizing both Ezra's formal attire and her own uniform. As an attendant assigned to a noble student, the Royal Academy had issued special clothing for servants working during the welcome party. She carefully inspected every fold before neatly placing everything back into its garment bag. After checking it one final time, she turned toward Ezra. So, a hint of amazement appeared in her eyes. You really agreed to dance with Lady Vera? Ezra didn't immediately answer. His gaze remained fixed ahead as though sorting through countless thoughts inside his mind. Yet despite appearing distracted, he still heard every word Lucy spoke. I should have accepted it earlier. Ezra spoke plainly. There wasn't even the slightest trace of regret in his voice. Instead, it sounded more like someone who had calmly reached a conclusion after carefully reviewing every possibility. Lucy smiled helplessly. She wanted him to deny it or perhaps complain about being forced into the situation, since he was visibly annoyed by what Vera did. Instead, he simply admitted it. But she carried the bags to a nearby chair before placing it down gently. How are you going to learn ballroom dancing now? She looked at him with genuine concern. The welcome party is tomorrow. Her eyes wandered toward the open space in the middle of the living room. The furniture they had moved away after dinner still remained neatly arranged along the walls, leaving plenty of room for practice. Since finishing their meal and cleaning the room together, Ezra had remained seated in exactly the same spot. One hand supported his chin. His gaze stayed fixed ahead. Anyone looking at him would think he was simply daydreaming. But Lucy knew better. Master has been sitting there thinking ever since we finished dinner and cleared the living room. He hasn't moved at all. She quietly observed him. Although Ezra rarely appeared flustered, she knew there had to be a reason he had remained silent for so long. An idea suddenly crossed her mind. Oh, her eyes brightened. You remember I told you about the time I learned ballroom dancing while working at the House of Melody? She took several small steps toward him, stopping just a short distance away. A confident smile slowly spread across her face. I can teach you. She lightly placed a hand against her chest. I may not be an expert on how noble ballroom dances, but I know the basics. There should still be enough time if we start practicing tonight. Lucy straightened her posture. The proud look on her face almost seemed to say she had finally found something she could help her master with. For once, she felt genuinely useful. Ezra slowly lifted his eyes toward her. His expression remained as calm and unreadable as ever. He simply stared at Lucy for a few quiet seconds. Lucy blinked. Master. Ezra didn't answer immediately, not because he had ignored her. Quite the opposite. He had heard every single word she said, like before. However, at that very moment, only a small portion of his attention remained in the living room. Most of his consciousness had already sunk deep into the book of memories. Page after page. Information regarding ballroom dancing unfolded before his eyes. His gaze remained fixed ahead, yet he wasn't looking at the room anymore. He was quietly reading the countless pieces of knowledge stored within the book, carefully reviewing each detail one after another as though he had returned to a classroom from another lifetime. Ballroom dancing, gentleman's foundation. Classification, social etiquette and coordinated movement. Primary purpose, graceful movement, partner leadership, posture development, and formal social interaction. Fundamental principle. Ballroom dancing is not merely the act of moving to music. It is the discipline of leading another person through coordinated movement while maintaining balance, rhythm, and elegance. A gentleman serves as the guide, establishing the direction, timing, and confidence of every step through posture and subtle body movement rather than physical force. Learning process. First step, master the posture. Every movement begins with proper posture. Stand upright with the back straight, shoulders relaxed, and chest naturally lifted. Keep the chin level, the eyes forward, and the weight evenly distributed between both feet. A stable posture forms the foundation of every dance. Second step, learn the frame. A gentleman's frame determines the connection between partners. The left hand supports the partner's right hand, while the right hand rests gently upon the partner's shoulder blade. The arms should remain firm enough to communicate movement, yet relaxed enough to avoid stiffness. The frame should guide, never restrain. Third step, understand rhythm. Movement follows the rhythm of the music rather than personal preference. Before learning complicated figures, one must first recognize the beat and move in harmony with it. Every step begins with listening. Fourth step, practice the basic steps. Complex routines are built upon simple patterns repeated until they become instinctive. Forward steps, backward steps, side movements, and controlled turns must be practiced until the body remembers them without conscious thought. Precision always precedes speed. Fifth step, learn to lead. A gentleman leads through intention, not strength. Small shifts in weight, direction, and posture communicate each movement before it happens, allowing the partner to respond naturally. The finest leaders appear effortless, as though both dancers had shared the same thought. Sixth step, maintain balance. Every step should end with complete control before the next begins. Rushing disrupts rhythm, while hesitation weakens confidence. Proper balance allows movement to remain smooth regardless of speed. Seventh step, refine expression. Technique alone does not complete the dance. Calm confidence, composed facial expressions, courteous manners, and respectful eye contact transform practiced movements into elegance. A refined gentleman dances not to display skill, but to ensure his partner feels comfortable and secure. Core principles. A proper ballroom dancer values posture before speed, rhythm before complexity, guidance before force, confidence before extravagance, and courtesy above all else. Practical benefits. Consistent practice improves posture, balance, coordination, spatial awareness, confidence, discipline, and social etiquette. It also strengthens the ability to remain composed while performing precise movements under observation. Book of Memory Summary. Ballroom dancing is the art of silent conversation. Every step, every turn, and every subtle shift of the body conveys intention without words. A true gentleman does not force the dance forward. He leads with confidence, allowing elegance, rhythm, and mutual trust to become one continuous movement. Ezra slowly raised his index finger toward Lucy. The simple gesture was enough. Lucy immediately understood what he meant and quietly stopped speaking. She stood patiently beside him without making another sound. Meanwhile, Ezra's attention had already sunk completely into the book of memories. Page after page. The information before him continued unfolding. His eyes moved steadily across each line as he carefully read every detail. Then, he read them again. Although the knowledge stored within the book of memories already belonged to him, Ezra still preferred reviewing important information before putting it into practice. That habit had never changed, especially when it involved something he hadn't used in many years or done before. The reason ballroom dancing existed within the Book of Memories was because of someone from his previous life's world, Claudia. A faint memory quietly surfaced in his mind. It happened on an ordinary day. Claudia had received permission to return home for several days to attend a formal gathering hosted by her family. It wasn't an ordinary banquet. It was an elite ballroom gathering attended by influential people from her social circle. Before leaving, she suddenly invited Ezra to accompany her. Or rather, she never gave him the opportunity to refuse. The moment he hesitated, she had already decided for him. Afterward, she immediately began teaching him ballroom dancing. The memory caused the corners of Ezra's lips to twitch almost imperceptibly. Back then, he had been unbelievably terrible. His movements were stiff. His posture constantly collapsed. He stepped on Claudia's feet more times than he could remember. Every practice session ended with him receiving another helpless sigh from her. In the end, Claudia finally gave up trying to teach him through demonstration alone. She personally wrote an entire guide explaining every fundamental movement in detail. Not only that, she also made him watch countless ballroom dance videos until he could distinguish proper posture from improper posture at a single glance. Whenever he made another mistake, she patiently corrected him, again and again, until his body gradually began remembering every movement. Those days were among the memories Ezra's past self treasured the most. Because of that, he deliberately kept everything related to ballroom dancing. He even continued refining his understanding whenever he had spare time, making sure he completely mastered every lesson Claudia had taught him. Even now, Ezra could feel how precious those memories were treasured deeply by his past self. He could almost picture himself standing across from her once more. The elegant ballroom. The gentle melody drifted through the hall, the polished floor reflecting the lights above. Her hand rested lightly in his. The image felt so real that for a brief moment, it almost seemed as though he could reach out and touch it. His past self had wanted that moment more than anything. To stand beside Claudia, to take her hand, to dance with her while the music carried both of them across the ballroom floor. Yet, he never found the courage. Deep inside, Ezra never believed he deserved to stand beside someone like Claudia. At that time, he was drowning in the fact he joined the army because of an ugly and selfish reason, while the others around him had different worthy reasons for risking their lives serving the country. He also had no status, no future worth speaking of, nothing that could match the world she belonged to. In his eyes, walking into that gathering beside her would only invite unnecessary attention. The people around Claudia would judge her for bringing someone like him. Even if she didn't care, he cared. His past self couldn't bear the thought of becoming the reason her reputation suffered. So, in the end, Ezra's past self chose not to go. He broke the promise he had made to her. Claudia became furious. The argument that followed remained one of the few times she had truly lost her temper with him. Even then, Ezra never explained what he had been thinking. Instead, he quietly made a promise to himself. One day, after he finally escaped the crushing weight of his regrets, after he retired from the army, after he built a life he could be proud of, he would stand before Claudia once again, not as someone who needed saving, but as a man worthy of standing beside her. Then, he would tell her everything he had never found the courage to say. Unfortunately, life never gave him that chance. The battlefield arrived before the future he had dreamed of. The promise remained unfulfilled. The words stayed buried in his heart. In the end, everything had been nothing more than wishful thinking. Chapter 305, Orientation Week XXI. It almost felt as though his present self had returned to that distant world. The world where his previous life had once stood inside an office, awkwardly learning each step from Claudia. Without realizing it, Ezra's consciousness quietly immersed itself within the memories unfolding before him. His body remained seated in the living room, yet his mind had already stepped into another place entirely. One step, then another. He slowly pictured every movement described inside the Book of Memories. The proper distance between each stride, the correct angle of his shoulders, the position of his feet before shifting his weight, how a gentleman should hold his partner without making her feel restrained, how every movement should naturally guide the next, how the rhythm of the music determined every step rather than the dancer forcing the dance forward. The philosophy written inside the book wasn't simply teaching him how to dance. It was teaching him how to communicate without words, how confidence traveled through posture, how intention traveled through movement. Every line became clearer the longer he studied it. His breathing gradually slowed. The surrounding world quietly faded from his awareness. The room. The furniture. Even Lucy standing nearby. Everything slowly disappeared from his attention. Only the dance remained. Ezra's concentration reached a state where even the smallest details no longer escaped him. Then, a familiar voice quietly echoed through the silence. Ezra. It was soft, gentle, yet filled with disappointment that words alone couldn't fully express. The peaceful image before him suddenly changed. The memory shifted. He saw Claudia standing there once again, not smiling, not teasing him as she usually did. Instead, she looked at him with quiet disappointment. It was the moment his previous self had turned away from the invitation she had been looking forward to. The ballroom. The lights. The music. Everything blurred together as the memory replayed itself. He remembered walking away. Remembered choosing not to attend. Remembered leaving her standing there after she had gone through so much effort to teach him. The disappointment in her eyes remained exactly the same as he remembered. Immediately, Ezra's eyes regained their focus. The memory disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. His vision returned to the living room. The warm lights hanging from the ceiling softly illuminated the room once again. The polished tiled floor reflected the light beneath his feet. Lucy still stood where she had been all along, patiently and quietly. She had been waiting for him to respond, believing he had simply been thinking. There wasn't the slightest sign on Ezra's face that anything had happened. His expression remained as calm and unreadable as ever. Lucy naturally failed to notice the storm of memories that had just swept through his mind. Even though those memories carried deep regret, Ezra's face showed nothing. This wasn't the first time such memories had surfaced, nor would it be the last. Ever since receiving the Book of Memories, fragments from his previous life occasionally resurfaced without warning. Sometimes, they came as vivid nightmares that woke him from his sleep. Other times, they arrived quietly, like forgotten memories reminding him of promises that had never been fulfilled. Ezra had already grown accustomed to them. Although his heart still felt the lingering weight they carried, but he never allowed those emotions to appear on his face. He slowly stood up. His movements were calm and unhurried. Stretching one arm slightly before relaxing it again, he looked toward Lucy. "Let's dance, Lucy." His voice remained as plain as always. Lucy blinked. Ah. She looked at him with visible surprise. She hadn't expected him to skip straight to practicing. "Shouldn't I first teach you the basics?" She tilted her head slightly. "You'll need to understand the posture, the frame, and the rhythm before we actually begin dancing." Ezra calmly rolled one shoulder before stretching both arms one after the other. His joints gave several soft cracks. "I already learned the basics," he answered without changing his expression. "As a young noble, I already received introductory dance lessons. I simply never continued practicing." He rotated his wrist before stretching one leg behind him. "I just reviewed my old lessons now, so I'm okay." His answer sounded so ordinary that Lucy almost believed it immediately. After all, there was nothing strange about noble children receiving ballroom etiquette lessons. Many simply forgot what they learned if they rarely attended formal gatherings. Ezra slowly exhaled before relaxing his body. Then, he positioned his feet, straightened his back, relaxed his shoulders, raised his chin naturally. Finally, he assumed the gentleman's opening stance. Lucy quietly stared. A look of surprise gradually appeared on her face. It should have already been a long time since he learned dancing, but he can still keep a passable stance. She carefully observed his posture from head to toe. Although it wasn't perfect, it was far better than she had expected, considering how long it had supposedly been since he learned ballroom dancing. Maintaining even a passable stance was already impressive. A small smile naturally formed on her lips. She stepped toward him with graceful, measured movements before stopping at the proper distance. Then, she lowered herself into a proper maiden's bow. Every movement appeared smooth and elegant. Ezra responded immediately. He returned the greeting with the proper gentleman's bow. Neither too deep, nor too shallow. Lucy couldn't help smiling a little wider. "Master." She gently placed one hand into his. Her fingers rested lightly against his palm. At the same time, Ezra carefully positioned his other hand around her waist, leaving exactly the amount of space expected in a formal ballroom dance. Their distance naturally became much closer. Lucy immediately entered the role of instructor. "Your stance still needs a little work." She lowered her eyes toward his feet. "The weight on your right foot is slightly uneven." The moment she finished speaking, Ezra adjusted his footing. His movements were immediate with no hesitation. "No." Lucy leaned forward slightly to observe more carefully. "A little more." Ezra shifted again. This time, he quietly recalled the illustration inside the Book of Memories. Every explanation regarding posture resurfaced in his mind. The position of the heels, the angle of the knees, the balance between both legs. He compared every detail before making another small adjustment. After a few seconds, he looked at Lucy. "I think I've got it now." Lucy carefully checked his posture one final time. A satisfied smile appeared. "Yes." She nodded gently. "That's much better." Then her eyes moved upward. "But..." She looked toward the hand resting around her waist. "Your grip should be slightly firmer. If it's too loose, your partner won't clearly feel your lead." Ezra immediately understood. Without saying another word, he adjusted his hand. His grip became firmer, not forceful, just enough to create the proper connection between partners. The instant he did, Lucy suddenly froze. Her body stiffened ever so slightly. From this distance, she could clearly see her master's face, closer than she had in a very long time. His hand rested naturally around her waist, unlike every previous occasion when he had calmly avoided her hugs. This time, he had willingly placed his hand there himself. Her heartbeat suddenly skipped, then began beating faster. Heat quietly spread across her cheeks. She slowly lifted her head. Her brown eyes met Ezra's calm black eyes. Neither of them spoke. Only their steady breathing filled the silence between them. The faint scent of the soap both of them regularly used after bathing blended together in the quiet room. Lucy remained staring. His eyes, they are still as calm and unreadable as always. So dull on the surface too. Yet, looking at them from this close, her thoughts gradually slowed. Without realizing it, the words slipped from her lips. "They're really beautiful." Ezra looked at her quietly. His expression didn't change. "Focus, Lucy." His calm voice instantly snapped her back to reality. Lucy blinked. The realization of what she had just said struck her almost instantly. Her eyes widened. Without thinking, she quickly let go of Ezra and hurriedly stepped backward. In her panic, she lost her balance and dropped onto one knee against the polished tiled floor of the living room. Both of her hands immediately flew to her burning face. "I'm so sorry, Master." Her voice came out flustered as she hid behind her palms, too embarrassed to look at him. The room suddenly became quiet. Only the faint hum of the steam engine core-powered lights and the ticking clock hanging on the wall could be heard. Ezra simply looked at her. His expression remained as calm as ever. He stayed silent for several seconds, allowing Lucy enough time to recover from her embarrassment. Then he calmly spoke. "The clock is ticking." His voice remained flat, as though what had just happened wasn't even worth dwelling on. Lucy lowered her hands and looked at him with puffed cheeks. "Of course. That's the first thing he's going to say," she complained inwardly, not even caring about a maiden's heart. And I'm sure he said it on purpose. She was convinced Ezra had deliberately ignored her embarrassing moment. Unfortunately for her, Ezra truly hadn't thought that deeply about it. He simply wanted to continue practicing before it became too late. Lucy slowly stood back up and dusted off the front of her nightwear. After taking a small breath to calm herself, she walked back toward Ezra. The two naturally resumed their positions. "You take the lead for a while." Ezra adjusted his posture as he spoke. "After we've settled into the rhythm, I'll gradually take over." Lucy nodded without objection. "Okay, Master." She straightened her posture once more, taking another slow breath. She looked directly at Ezra. "All right, let's begin." The moment the words left her lips, she took the first step. Without hesitation, Ezra followed. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Lucy softly counted the rhythm. Her voice echoed gently throughout the quiet living room, replacing the music they didn't yet have. The repeated count became their orchestra. Every number established the pace. Every step followed the next. At first, Ezra focused entirely on following her movements. Forward. Side. Together. Backward. Turn. His eyes observed every shift of Lucy's weight, every movement of her shoulders, every subtle change in direction. Although he occasionally placed his foot half a beat late, or shifted his balance slightly too far, Lucy calmly corrected him whenever it happened. "No, a little slower. Relax your shoulders. Don't watch your feet. Feel the movement." Each correction was simple and precise. Ezra adjusted immediately, without argument, without wasting a single motion. Gradually, his body began responding more naturally. The explanations stored inside the book of memories no longer felt like written instructions. They became movements. Instinct. Understanding slowly replaced conscious thought, just like the guide explained. Remain calm. Don't rush. Every movement begins with balance. Every step follows the rhythm. Not my rhythm. The dance's rhythm. His thoughts quietly organized themselves. No unnecessary movement. No wasted energy. Follow the count. Follow her. Move together. Turn together. Become one with the flow. As those principles settled into his mind, his body naturally became lighter. His stiff movements gradually disappeared. The hesitation in his steps lessened. Each turn became smoother than the last. Lucy noticed it almost immediately. The number of corrections she needed to make steadily decreased. Before long, she no longer needed to remind him where to place his feet. Nearly an hour passed. The room slowly grew warmer from their constant movement. Small beads of sweat formed along Lucy's forehead as loose strands of hair escaped around her face. Ezra's breathing remained steady. His concentration never wavered. Finally, he gently tightened his frame. "I'll lead now." Lucy blinked. Before she could think further, she naturally surrendered the lead. To her surprise, Ezra guided her forward with remarkable confidence. His movements weren't flashy. They weren't overly dramatic. Instead, everything flowed naturally. Each shift of his weight clearly communicated where she should move next. Each turn came at exactly the right moment. It almost didn't feel like following someone who had struggled with his stance less than an hour earlier. Lucy looked at him in disbelief. "This is Master?" It was the same Ezra she had corrected only moments ago. The same person whose posture she had carefully adjusted. Yet now, his frame remained steady. His lead was gentle. His timing rarely drifted from the rhythm they had established together. He never pulled. He never forced. He simply guided. And somehow, her body responded naturally to every movement. It felt effortless. A small smile quietly appeared on Lucy's face. Not because the dance had become easier, but because she could clearly see how quickly Ezra was learning. A little later, Ezra walked toward this phone television version placed along one side of the living room. The glass rectangular device softly illuminated as he activated it. A translucent holographic screen unfolded above its surface. Moments later, a gentle ballroom orchestra filled the room. Violins, cellos, a quiet piano. The melody spread through the residence, replacing Lucy's counting with graceful music. The atmosphere immediately changed. Both of them naturally returned to the center of the room. Before beginning again, Lucy lowered herself into a proper maiden's bow. Ezra answered with a gentleman's bow of equal refinement. Only after exchanging the formal greeting did they step closer. Their joined hands met first. Then Ezra's free hand rested gently against Lucy's waist. Lucy felt her heart skip for just a moment. Although she had already grown somewhat accustomed to the position during practice, being this close still made her slightly nervous. Even so, she quietly composed herself. She couldn't allow her emotions to interrupt the dance. Deep inside, another feeling quietly surfaced. For years, she had read many novels about noble ladies, and even many non-noble young women, laughing happily while dancing with the boys they admired. Some danced beside the people they loved. Others simply enjoyed the evening with friends. Everyone seemed to have someone. Lucy had never experienced anything like that. The dancing style she had learned in the House of Melody had never been beautiful. She hadn't learned it for herself. She learned it to entertain older men, to satisfy their twisted desires. Every graceful step she mastered, every elegant turn, had been for someone else's amusement. There had never been joy behind those dances. Only obligation. Only survival. But this felt completely different. It felt like one of those romances she had secretly imagined while reading the novels. A quiet ballroom. Soft music. A gentleman leading with respect. No hidden intentions. No greedy eyes. No fear. Only trust. And the person standing before her was the person she now respected more than anyone else. The person she had slowly given her heart to without even realizing when it had happened. Lucy didn't want to ruin this moment. Not even a little. She wanted to quietly treasure every step, every turn, every second they spent dancing together. Time slipped by unnoticed. One song became another, then another. Before either of them realized it, several hours had already passed. Only after Ezra finally became satisfied with his progress did the practice come to an end. Lucy let out a long breath. She bent forward slightly with both hands resting on her knees. Tiny beads of sweat rolled down her forehead before disappearing into the collar of her nightwear. Still catching her breath, she glanced toward the clock hanging on the wall. Her eyes widened. "We practiced for that long?" Her voice carried genuine surprise. It's already well past midnight." She looked utterly defeated. "My beauty sleep is ruined." She gave Ezra a pitiful look before letting out an exaggerated whine. Ezra looked toward the living room. The furniture still needed to be returned to its original places. "Stop whining like a baby." His voice remained calm. "Let's rearrange the living room first." Lucy immediately puffed out her cheeks again. "No, can't we rearrange it tomorrow morning?" Lucy looked at Ezra with pleading eyes. "You know I have to be at the welcome party venue by 6 in the morning." Her voice softened as she tried to negotiate. "I'll have to wake up much earlier than everyone else." She clasped both hands together in front of her chest, silently hoping he would change his mind. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at her. He remained silent for a few moments. His gaze shifted from Lucy to the furniture scattered around the living room before returning to her again. Finally, "Okay." His answer was simple and direct. Nothing more. Lucy blinked. Really? For a brief moment, she wondered if she had heard him correctly. Then, her brown eyes immediately lit up. A bright smile blossomed across her face. "Thank you, Master." Joy naturally filled her voice. Her body leaned forward instinctively, as though she were about to throw her arms around him. However, she suddenly stopped herself. Her raised arms froze halfway. After remembering her master's no-hug rule, Lucy quickly pulled herself back. She awkwardly cleared her throat before lowering both hands behind her back. I'll make sure everything is taken care of before I leave tomorrow morning." She lowered herself into a proper bow. Her expression had already returned to that of a respectful maid, though the faint blush lingering on her cheeks refused to disappear. Without delaying any longer, Lucy gathered both Ezra's formal attire and her own attendant uniform, holding the neatly packed garment bags against her chest. She quietly left the living room. The hallway was calm. Only the soft lights mounted along the walls illuminated her path. She walked toward the laundry and ironing room designated for the residents. After carefully hanging both sets of clothing where they would remain wrinkle-free for tomorrow's event, she finally returned to her own room. Once inside, Lucy quietly closed the door behind her. She let out a small breath. The silence of her room immediately wrapped around her. Not wanting to sleep while still covered in sweat from several hours of practice, she freshened herself up once again. Warm water washed away the exhaustion from her body. After drying herself, she changed into a clean set of another nightwear before slowly sitting on the edge of her bed. Only then, when everything became quiet, did her mind finally have the chance to replay everything that had happened earlier. Her cheeks slowly grew warmer. "Master held me by the waist," she whispered softly to herself. Without realizing it, she lifted one hand and lightly touched the same place where Ezra's hand had rested during the dance. The memory replayed itself over and over inside her mind. The warmth of his hand, his calm expression, the steady rhythm of their footsteps, the quiet orchestra filling the room, even the way he had guided her without making her feel uncomfortable. Every small detail remained surprisingly clear. Lucy quickly shook her head several times. "No, Lucy, you shouldn't be thinking like this." She tried scolding herself. Unfortunately, the more she tried pushing those thoughts away, the clearer they became. Unable to endure her own embarrassment any longer, she suddenly threw herself onto the bed. Her face buried itself inside the soft pillow. MMGH. A muffled scream escaped into the pillow. It wasn't loud enough for anyone outside the room to hear. She simply wanted somewhere to hide her embarrassment. After lying there for a while, Lucy slowly rolled onto her back. She quietly stared at the ceiling above her. The room became completely silent once again. Several long moments passed before she finally spoke. "Lucky." The word escaped her lips almost absent-mindedly. A faint smile appeared. Then, her smile slowly faded. "Lady Vera," she murmured softly. There wasn't any resentment in her voice, only quiet envy. She closed her eyes. Not long afterward, sleep gradually carried her away. At the same time, Ezra remained alone inside the living room. The room that had served as their practice hall only moments ago had finally returned to its original appearance. Every chair, every table, every piece of furniture had been returned to its proper place. Ezra quietly stood in the center of the room. His eyes slowly swept across the surroundings one final time, making sure nothing had been misplaced. Everything appeared exactly as it should. Yet, he made no attempt to return to his room. He simply remained standing there, silently. His gaze drifted toward the empty space where he and Lucy had practiced earlier. He already knew why he couldn't bring himself to sleep immediately. Ballroom dancing had become another trigger, another key that quietly unlocked memories from his previous life. Ever since he began practicing with Lucy, his thoughts had repeatedly wandered back to that distant world. Back to the life his past self once lived. Back to Claudia. "Oh." A quiet sigh escaped his lips. The sound echoed softly through the now empty living room. "I should buy those sleeping pills." He made the decision silently. Although his face remained as calm as ever, the memories never truly left him untouched. They weren't merely memories. They were regrets. Old promises. Dreams that had never been fulfilled. No matter how much time passed, those invisible chains still wrapped themselves around his heart. He could suppress them, ignore them, push them aside, but he could never completely escape them. Too many troublesome things. Ezra quietly muttered to himself. With one final glance around the living room, he switched off the lights before calmly making his way toward his room. There, he freshened himself up for the night. Then, carrying both the weight of the present and the regrets of a life that no longer existed, he quietly went to sleep. Chapter 306, Orientation Week XCI. Ezra's eyes slowly opened. For a brief moment, his black eyes remained fixed on the familiar ceiling above his bed, completely devoid of emotion. The room was still dim, with only the faint glow of the street lamps outside slipping through the curtains and casting long shadows across the walls. He quietly listened. The residence was no longer silent. His sharp senses immediately picked up the soft sounds coming from elsewhere in the house. The gentle scrape of a chair, the faint clink of porcelain, the quiet footsteps moving from one room to another. Without needing to think twice, Ezra already knew who was awake. Lucy. He turned his head toward the clock resting on the bedside table. 4 o'clock in the morning. Exactly as expected, Lucy had already begun carrying out her morning duties. Her footsteps moved steadily through the residence as she cleaned each room with practiced efficiency, making sure everything was in order before beginning the rest of her work. Fortunately, she didn't have much to clean today. The living room had already been rearranged the previous night after Ezra had finished their dance practice. Although she had been slightly upset that her master had done part of her work without telling her, it had undoubtedly reduced the amount of work waiting for her this morning. Soon, the sounds of cleaning gradually faded. The gentle aroma of breakfast slowly drifted through the residence. Lucy carefully arranged the prepared dishes on the dining table before quietly sitting down herself. Since she had to report to the welcome party venue much earlier than the other students, she couldn't afford to waste any time this morning. Back inside his bedroom, Ezra slowly sat up. He stretched both arms above his head before rotating his shoulders, allowing the stiffness from sleep to disappear. Afterward, he calmly climbed out of bed. Without any hesitation, he walked straight toward the bathroom. The sound of running hot water soon echoed through the quiet room. He brushed his teeth in silence, washed his face, then stared at his reflection for a brief moment before turning away. Once he had finished, Ezra returned to his bedroom. Instead of preparing for the day, he reached toward the bedside lamp and switched it off. The room immediately became dark once again. He calmly lay back down on the bed and pulled the blanket over himself. It still wasn't time for his actual morning routine, so there was no point staying awake simply because he had briefly opened his eyes. Within moments, the room returned to complete silence. The next time Ezra opened his eyes, the clock read exactly 6 o'clock. There wasn't even a second's difference. He immediately threw the blanket aside and rose from the bed. His movements remained as orderly as ever. After changing into his exercise clothes, he adjusted the sleeves around his wrists before walking toward the front door. As he stepped into the living room, his attention was immediately drawn toward the dining table. Lucy had already prepared breakfast before leaving. The meal remained neatly covered to preserve its warmth. Beside one of the food containers rested a neatly folded note. Ezra walked over and picked it up. The handwriting was tidy and easy to recognize. He unfolded the paper. "Good morning, Master. Thank you for arranging the living room, and I'm sorry you had to do that instead of me. But I really didn't like the fact that you did it behind my back. I'm your maid, Master. Please leave things like this for me to handle next time. I've prepared your breakfast. Also, I re-ironed your welcome party attire and placed it neatly in the laundry room. I'll be leaving now. Stay safe. And I can't wait to see you in your handsome clothes. Your friendly neighborhood maid, Lucy." At the very bottom of the page, she had drawn a small heart. Ezra quietly finished reading the note, remaining quiet the whole time. He folded the paper once, then again. Without saying a word, he left the residence. Outside, the cool morning air greeted him. A light breeze drifted through the first-year residence district, carrying the fresh scent of dew-covered grass across the neatly maintained walkways. The academy grounds had only just begun waking up. Some residences still had their lights turned off. Others had already become lively as students prepared for the day ahead. Ezra walked toward the waste bin positioned beside the stone pathway. Without hesitation, he squeezed the note into a small ball before casually dropping it inside. The paper disappeared into the bin, as though it had completed its purpose. Not far away, Cyrus was already outside. He stood on the side of the jogging path, stretching his arms above his head before rotating his shoulders. He occasionally bent his knees and shifted his weight from one leg to the other, preparing his body before beginning his morning run. Judging from how often he glanced toward Ezra's residence, it almost seemed as though he had been waiting. The moment he noticed Ezra approaching, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. "Good morning." He casually raised a hand in greeting. Ezra gave a small nod. "Good morning, Cyrus," he answered in his usual calm tone. The two gradually walked toward one another. The peaceful morning remained undisturbed around them. Birds chirped softly from the trees lining the academy roads. The early sunlight slowly climbed over the distant buildings, bathing the residence district in a warm golden glow. Cyrus continued stretching his arms as he smiled. "So, today's finally the day, huh?" His tone carried a hint of anticipation. Ezra began stretching his own shoulders before rotating each arm one after the other. "Yeah," he answered simply. "Nothing more." Cyrus chuckled. Then, after a brief pause, he glanced sideways at Ezra. "So, did you accept Vera's request to become her dance partner?" His expression became slightly more curious. Ezra didn't even stop stretching. "I did." His reply remained short and direct. "And?" Cyrus blinked before letting out a helpless laugh. "Lucky you." He smiled to himself as he finished warming up his body. His feet began lightly hopping from side to side, preparing to start jogging. By now, more students had started leaving their residences. Groups of first years slowly filled the walkways of the East Wing. Some wore exercise clothes and headed toward the training grounds. Others simply stepped outside to enjoy the cool morning before the busy afternoon. Several students gathered outside their friends' residences, already chatting excitedly about the welcome party scheduled to begin at 2 o'clock that afternoon. Beyond the East Wing, the other residence districts gradually came to life as well. The academy was quietly waking up. "If you say so," Ezra replied in his usual flat tone before gradually picking up his pace. His feet struck the stone jogging path with a steady rhythm as he settled into his morning run. Cyrus watched Ezra's back for a brief moment before letting out a helpless but amused smile. He shook his head lightly before pushing himself forward to catch up. Within seconds, the two boys were jogging side by side. The cool morning breeze brushed past them, gently rustling the trees that lined the academy roads. Cyrus let out a long sigh. "Just look at me." He spread both hands dramatically before pointing toward himself. "I can't even get a dance partner, and I'm the son of a duke." He shook his head as though lamenting the greatest injustice in the world. "And I know I'm not bad looking either." Turning slightly toward Ezra, he pointed confidently at his own face. The expression on his face was so serious that anyone hearing him for the first time might actually believe he had been rejected by every girl in the academy. As they continued jogging, more students gradually joined the academy roads. Some ran past them in groups while laughing among themselves. Others maintained a slower pace, chatting about the welcome party that would begin later that afternoon. Further ahead, several students waved toward steam buses arriving one after another near the transportation station. The deep mechanical rumble of steam carriages echoed across the roads as they carried students toward the academy center. The once quiet morning was steadily becoming lively. Cyrus, however, continued his dramatic complaint. "But why is it that girls never come over to my side?" He slightly slumped his shoulders while jogging, wearing the expression of someone who had suffered a great injustice. Ezra slowly turned his head toward him. His eyes narrowed just a little. He wasn't buying a single word Cyrus was saying. If someone who didn't know Cyrus happened to overhear this conversation, they would probably believe every word. They might even sympathize with him. After all, he certainly sounded convincing. Unfortunately for Cyrus, Ezra had personally witnessed the exact opposite. During their first day in the main classroom, Cyrus had been surrounded by girls once he made his entrance. Not only that, Ezra had also seen him casually throwing away several letters from girls asking him to become their dance partner. The memory remained perfectly clear. Yet now, the same person was acting as though not a single girl had ever shown interest in him. Ezra stared at him for another moment before calmly speaking. "You're not fooling anyone, Cyrus." His voice remained completely emotionless. Cyrus's jogging slowed for the briefest moment. He quickly recovered and continued running as though nothing had happened. "What do you mean by that?" He looked toward Ezra with an innocent expression, acting as if he had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. Ezra didn't even hesitate. I saw the letters you threw away. His narrowed gaze never left Cyrus. Oh. Cyrus opened his mouth, closed it again. An awkward laugh escaped him. So you saw that. He scratched the back of his head with a sheepish smile. There was no point pretending anymore. For several moments, neither of them spoke. The only sounds between them were the steady rhythm of their footsteps and the distant whistles of steam buses departing from nearby stations. They continued jogging toward the gymnasium at an even pace. Not too fast. Not too slow. Comfortable enough to continue talking without becoming breathless. Eventually, Cyrus broke the silence. So, you're really not going to ask why I rejected those letters, while I'm still complaining about not getting any ladies? He looked sideways at Ezra, clearly expecting at least a little curiosity. Ezra kept his eyes forward. I'm not that curious, he answered honestly. His expression didn't change in the slightest. It wasn't that he disliked listening to other people's stories. He simply wasn't the type to pry into someone's personal affairs unless they chose to tell him themselves. Tsk tisk. Cyrus clicked his tongue twice before shaking his head dramatically. You and my stepbrother really are alike. He glanced toward Ezra with a helpless smile. The way both of you act completely unbothered. It almost feels like nothing can surprise either of you. As he spoke, he suddenly placed one hand beneath his chin, his brows furrowed as though he had stumbled upon an important discovery. Maybe that's exactly why you two attract more girls than the rest of us. His eyes lowered toward the jogging path beneath his feet. For once, his voice actually sounded thoughtful, as though he genuinely believed what he had just said. Ezra glanced at him for only a second. You say that, but you don't actually mean it. His reply remained as straightforward as ever. There wasn't any sarcasm behind it. Only simple honesty. Cyrus looked at him before suddenly laughing. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. I guess you're right, he admitted without much resistance. For a little while, the two continued jogging in comfortable silence. The academy grounds slowly passed by them as more students filled the roads, preparing for another busy day. After thinking quietly to himself, Cyrus spoke again. You know, I don't hate my stepbrother or my stepsisters. I never have. And honestly, I've never even wanted to hate them. His voice became calmer than before. In fact, we're actually quite close. He paused for a moment. His eyes drifted ahead as though sorting through old memories before continuing. Nah, we're actually pretty very close. A small calm smirk rested on Cyrus' face as he spoke. There wasn't even the slightest hint of bitterness when he mentioned his family. Instead, his smirk carried quiet warmth. But as you've already seen, they're much more popular than I am. People really admire them. He gave a small shrug before letting out a soft chuckle. And they deserve it. His words were sincere. There wasn't any jealousy hidden beneath them, only genuine admiration. His thoughts naturally drifted toward his stepbrother and stepsisters. Whenever their names were mentioned throughout Britannia, people always spoke with respect. Their achievements, their talent, their future. Everything about them drew attention. As their brother, Cyrus couldn't help feeling proud. And honestly, I'm proud of them. He turned his head toward Ezra with a relaxed smile. I really am. For a brief moment, the morning breeze passed quietly between them. Their footsteps continued striking the jogging path at the same steady rhythm. Neither of them slowed down. Neither of them hurried. After a short silence, the smile on Cyrus' face became a little more complicated. But it's not like I haven't taken a beating because of all that. He laughed softly. The laugh sounded casual. Yet, his eyes no longer carried the same carefree look as before. Old memories quietly surfaced inside his mind. He remembered the day he finally decided to stop caring so much about what people thought of him. Or at least, that was what he had convinced himself. Cyrus Bunwick, the son, born to the third wife of the Duke of Bunwick, among the younger generation of House Bunwick. His name was rarely mentioned together with praise, not because he lacked noble manners, nor because he was troublesome. He simply wasn't as gifted as the others. His stepsister, Sasha, was one of Britannia's flowers. Beautiful, strong, and gifted. At the same time, she was also recognized as one of the kingdom's most promising young alchemists. Then there was Ravener, the pride of House Bunwick, the child whom countless nobles believed would one day lead the family to even greater heights. Much like Vera, Ravener had awakened his cogniz at an unusually young age. From that moment onward, the Bunwick family spared no effort nurturing his talent. The finest teachers, the best resources, every opportunity, everything was invested into his future. By the age of 11, Ravener had already become one of the brightest young talents in Britannia. His reputation spread far beyond House Bunwick. Compared to those two, Cyrus appeared painfully ordinary. Even among the other mainline children, he wasn't someone people eagerly talked about. He wasn't known as a genius. He wasn't known as a prodigy. He was simply Cyrus. Or rather, the average Bunwick child. What made things even worse was the timing of his birth. He had been born during the same generation as the family's greatest young talents. As children, many members of House Bunwick often compared the three of them. One was called exceptional, another was praised endlessly, and the last was called average. At first, it was only harmless teasing among children, but teasing had a habit of growing. The jokes spread throughout the family, then beyond the family. Soon enough, many young nobles across Britannia had begun referring to Cyrus as the average son of House Bunwick. A nickname repeated often enough eventually became reality in the eyes of others. That label quietly followed him wherever he went. Even so, as Cyrus had already said before, he never truly hated his siblings. Not even once. They had never looked down on him. They had never treated him differently. If anything, they cared about him far more than outsiders realized. That alone had always meant more to him than the opinions of strangers. So he chose not to dwell on the insults. He laughed them off, ignored them, moved on. At least, that was what everyone believed. The morning breeze brushed across his face as his smile slowly weakened. The truth was, no matter how many times he told himself he didn't care, there was still a small part of him, a quiet part hidden deep inside his heart, that wished someone would look at him the same way they looked at Ravener or Sasha. Just once. His own mother was rarely home. Even when she returned to the estate, the opportunities for them to spend time together were few. Sometimes, days passed without them exchanging more than a few words. Sometimes, they barely even looked each other in the eye. Cyrus never knew why. Perhaps she truly believed he was a disappointment. Or perhaps there was another reason entirely. He couldn't say. He never found the courage, nor the opportunity, to ask her. His gaze quietly lowered toward the jogging path. Then, a faint smile appeared once more. Only this time, it carried traces of old sadness. And then, the thing that finally broke me. His voice became quieter. Was my maid. For a brief moment, he simply continued jogging. His breathing remained steady, but his thoughts had already wandered far into the past. She was the only person who always stayed by my side. The only one who looked at me and saw Cyrus Bunwick. Not the average son of the Duke. Not the boy standing in Ravener's shadow. Not someone people compared with my siblings. Just me. A gentle smile slowly formed on his face. It was warm, filled with nostalgia, as though he had remembered one of the happiest moments of his childhood. After remaining silent for several steps, he finally spoke again. She was my first love. Chapter 307, Academy Welcome Party. Ezra looked at Cyrus with slight surprise. His expression, however, remained as plain and unreadable as ever. The two continued jogging side by side, their footsteps landing in an even rhythm against the stone walkway stretching through the lively streets of the East Wing. For a while, neither of them spoke again. The silence between them wasn't awkward. It was simply peaceful. Around them, the academy steadily continued to come to life. More noble steam carriages joined the roads, their polished metal bodies reflecting the early morning sunlight as they rolled past. Ordinary steam carriages followed behind them, transporting students from different residence districts toward the academy center. Students filled the walkways. Some jogged together while chatting happily. Others exercised alone, completely focused on their own routines. The cool morning breeze carried laughter, conversations, and the occasional whistle from passing steam buses, creating the familiar atmosphere of another day at the Royal Academy. After several moments, Cyrus suddenly chuckled. Unfortunately, the thoughtful expression that had lingered on his face disappeared, replaced by his usual playful smile. She turned out to be just like the other girls who admired Sir Ravener. He shrugged his shoulders as though he were talking about something insignificant. Sasha found out through one of her maids. He glanced toward Ezra before continuing. My personal maid had been comparing me with Ravener whenever she talked with the other young maids. He let out another laugh. Sasha became furious. After seeing how much I liked that maid and hearing how often I talked about her, she couldn't stand the fact that my maid was being such a two-faced bitch. Cyrus laughed again. Although his tones sounded playful, Ezra could tell he wasn't exaggerating. Those were Sasha's exact words. I was stupid enough not to believe her. Cyrus scratched the side of his cheek with an embarrassed smile. So, she and Ravener came up with a little plan to show me my maid's true colors. He looked ahead as memories quietly resurfaced. It was pretty heartbreaking. He smiled awkwardly before pretending to wipe away an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye. I almost cried. Ezra glanced at him for a brief moment. You don't look like someone who would be heartbroken. His reply came as calmly as ever. Cyrus laughed. That's because I've become immune to things like that. He placed a hand over his chest dramatically before grinning. I can't keep letting girls walk all over me just because I want a little attention. He lowered his hand again. So, I think it's safer if I simply stay away from them. His smile relaxed. This time, it felt much more genuine. I see. Ezra nodded lightly. He didn't offer any advice, nor did he question Cyrus any further. Everyone dealt with disappointment differently. If that was the conclusion Cyrus had reached, then Ezra had no reason to interfere. By then, the Academy Gymnasium had already come into full view. Its massive structure stood proudly at the center of the training district, while streams of students continued making their way toward its entrance. Neither of them spoke again. They quietly entered the gymnasium together. At the entrance, both boys scanned their student identification cards. The doors unlocked with a soft mechanical click before sliding open. Inside, quite a number of students had already begun their morning training. Some occupied the weight training section. Others practiced combat drills in the open training areas. A few students who lived nearby had arrived on foot, while others had come much earlier aboard steam carriages. The atmosphere inside the gym was already filled with energy. Just as they stepped onto the main training floor, Ezra suddenly spoke. So, his voice broke the silence between them. You've basically become insecure about girls breaking your heart. He looked sideways at Cyrus. And yet you claim you've become immune. A faint trace of sarcasm slipped into his otherwise calm tone. Funny. Cyrus nearly stumbled. He immediately turned toward Ezra with narrowed eyes. Seriously? He stared at him in disbelief. You're making fun of me now? His expression looked almost betrayed. Seeing Ezra deliver such a dry remark caught him completely off guard. Ezra simply looked forward again. His face remained exactly the same, completely blank. Whether he had intentionally made a joke or not, only he knew. Cyrus stared at him for another second before letting out a helpless laugh. Like that. The two boys immersed themselves in their personal training. Hours passed quietly inside the gymnasium. Since the welcome party wouldn't begin until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, neither of them had any reason to rush. They spent the rest of the morning exercising, refining their bodies, and completing their usual training routines before finally returning to prepare for the celebration. Time quietly passed. By the time the academy clock struck 2 in the afternoon, the East Wing and the other wings in the students' residence district had become unusually quiet. Almost every first-year student had already gathered at the Royal Academy's magnificent grand ballroom. The once busy residence district now stood nearly empty. Instead, all of the excitement had gathered inside one place, the grand ballroom. Brilliant crystal lights illuminated the enormous hall, bathing every corner in a warm white glow. Elegant chandeliers hung high above the polished floor, their reflections dancing across the smooth marble beneath countless footsteps. A soft orchestra had already begun performing. Violins, cellos, and pianos blended together into a calm melody that drifted throughout the ballroom. The music wasn't loud. It simply settled naturally into the atmosphere, becoming the perfect background for the countless conversations filling the hall. Attendants dressed in perfectly tailored waiter uniforms moved gracefully through the crowd, each carrying polished silver trays filled with expensive fruit wines and refreshments. Students laughed. Friends reunited. Dance partners admired one another's outfits. The excitement of finally reaching their first official academy celebration could be seen on nearly every face. Near the entrance, two first-year students wearing elegant party attire stood before a recording camera. Pinned proudly to their chests was the emblem of the news club. Both wore bright smiles. "Welcome," the young man greeted energetically, "to the Royal Grand Ballroom." His female partner smoothly continued, "Of the greatest academy in the kingdom." She smiled brightly toward the camera. "The Royal Academy," both of them declared together. Their cheerful voices echoed through the entrance. Passing students responded with laughter and applause as they entered the ballroom. Many of the attendees came from non-noble families and low noble houses. Every young man wore carefully tailored suits. Every young lady arrived in elegant ballroom gowns. The wealth and status of their families were quietly displayed through every carefully chosen design and every finely crafted accessory. Some couples walked into the ballroom hand in hand, smiling happily at one another. Others entered in lively groups of friends, chatting excitedly while taking pictures together. The joyful atmosphere spread both inside and outside the hall. The news club continued broadcasting the event live throughout the academy, allowing students from the higher years to watch the celebration in real time. Afterward, the recording would be uploaded onto the academy's official Insta page. Without further ado, the female host gracefully extended her arm toward the ballroom. "Let's introduce the stars of this year's welcome party." The camera slowly followed her as the two presenters walked farther into the hall. The elegant orchestra continued performing. Soft conversations drifted through the crowd. Laughter mixed with the music. Everywhere one looked, students were enjoying themselves. "We would first like to welcome," the male host smiled brightly, "Britannia's distinguished count houses." He swept his arm toward one side of the ballroom. "Count House Evermont." The camera immediately turned. Attention throughout the nearby crowd shifted toward Basil Evermont and the other members of his family. Basil stood confidently among them, engaged in conversation. The moment he noticed the camera, a smug smile naturally appeared across his face. "Next." The female host paused dramatically. "Count House Evergrey." The camera smoothly shifted once again. The Evergrey family entered the frame. Standing at the center were the two students who naturally drew the most attention. Grace Evergrey, elegant in a refined gray ballroom gown. Beside her stood her stepbrother, dressed in a tailored gray and black suit that perfectly matched the family's colors. Both offered composed smiles toward the camera. Several nearby students quietly admired them. The introductions continued one count house after another. As more first years steadily arrived, the excitement inside the ballroom continued to grow. Nearly an hour later, the news club finally reached the last count house. And finally, the two hosts spoke together. "The last count house represented among our first years." Their voices immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Count House Casper." The cameras turned once more. Applause rose from different parts of the ballroom. Cain Casper stood behind several members of his family, calmly conversing with them. Then suddenly, "Lady Fiora." Several excited girls shouted from the crowd. Fiora Casper gracefully turned toward the voices. She wore a sparkling jade green and white ballroom gown that beautifully complemented her jade-colored eyes. A refined smile appeared across her face as she gave the cheering students a gentle wave. "Lady Fiora Casper is truly beautiful." The female news club host sighed in admiration. "But she's not even one of Britannia's flowers." The male host smoothly continued with a smile, which only proves how extraordinary the young ladies of our generation truly are. He placed one hand over his chest. Let's not forget, many of Britannia's finest noble daughters belong to our very own year. The female host nodded enthusiastically. I'm so proud to be part of this year's students at the Royal Academy. More applause echoed throughout the ballroom. Smiles spread across countless faces as students wholeheartedly agreed with her words. Now, the male host continued speaking as he slowly walked across the center of the grand ballroom with a confident smile. Before this welcome party officially began, our wonderful seniors from the news club carefully instructed us on how today's introductions should be carried out. He stopped near the center of the hall, allowing the recording camera to capture him from the front. At the same time, his partner remained stationed farther away near the opposite side of the ballroom, almost beside the second entrance, allowing the two of them to cover the entire hall from different angles. She smiled warmly before smoothly continuing where he had left off. We were instructed to begin by introducing each of the count houses one by one. So to all the distinguished students from the Viscount houses and the High Ember houses. She bowed politely toward the crowd. We sincerely apologize that we couldn't introduce every family individually. But please know that we're giving all of you a huge shout out today. Her cheerful voice earned a wave of laughter from the audience. The cameras immediately swept across the ballroom, capturing the students belonging to the various Viscount houses and High Ember houses. Some waved enthusiastically toward the cameras. Some offered polite smiles. Others laughed awkwardly after realizing they would only receive a collective introduction instead of having their own family announced individually. A few students jokingly pretended to look disappointed, causing the friends around them to laugh. The atmosphere remained relaxed and lively. As my beautiful co-host has already explained, the male presenter smoothly took over once again. I'm sure many of you have already noticed something. He looked around the ballroom with an amused smile. The Duke houses still haven't made their appearance. He deliberately paused. The students throughout the hall instinctively turned their attention toward him. With a playful smile, he slowly raised one finger into the air. The reason is actually very simple. He allowed the anticipation to build for another second before grinning. Because we'd like to welcome them, all in one grand sweep. The moment those words left his mouth, both hosts raised their voices together. Their bright announcement echoed throughout the magnificent ballroom. Immediately, the atmosphere changed. Excited whispers spread rapidly across the crowd. Many students instinctively turned toward the grand entrance. I wonder what kind of gowns the flowers of Britannia are wearing today. One male student whispered excitedly to his friends. Another immediately shook his head. Lady Selena is definitely going to be the most elegant. No way. His friend quickly argued back. Lady Vera will steal the spotlight, as always. Don't forget the young lords. Someone else excitedly joined the conversation. Sir Ravener. Sir Desmond. Sir Veda. The names of Britannia's most famous young nobles quietly spread throughout the ballroom as more and more students eagerly anticipated their arrival. The two news club hosts smiled at each other before lifting their microphones once more. Please join us in welcoming the Duke houses. Both of them announced, together. Their voices rang proudly across the grand ballroom. The instant the announcement ended, every camera stationed inside the hall turned toward the magnificent entrance. At almost the same moment, students throughout the ballroom hurriedly took out their Paras, Starlix, and phones of various models. Some prepared to record videos. Others eagerly opened their cameras to capture photographs. The excitement filling the hall reached an entirely different level. Then, the grand entrance doors slowly opened. The first-year members of Britannia's Duke houses calmly stepped into the ballroom. Every family entered together, not as scattered individuals, but as unified groups representing the dignity and prestige of their noble houses. A wave of applause naturally spread throughout the hall. The sound grew louder with every passing second. The Bunwick family entered first. Every young lord and young lady wore formal attire combining deep black with rich scarlet red, creating a bold yet refined appearance that perfectly reflected the Bunwick family's noble prestige. Not far behind them, the Galehart family entered as one. Most of their members wore elegant emerald green and black formal wear, while a few incorporated shades of gray into their outfits, giving the family a graceful yet distinguished appearance. Following them came the Derlis family. Their noble attire centered around luxurious wine red paired with black, making every member appear dignified as they walked through the entrance with calm confidence. The Drake family followed next. Their clothing combined dark brown with black, creating a firm and commanding presence that suited the image of their house. The Berwyn family entered the ballroom next. Most of their members wore refined combinations of light blue and black, while others chose navy blue accented with black, giving the entire family a calm and elegant appearance that naturally attracted the attention of everyone watching. Finally, the Ashenlocke family made their entrance. Unlike the other Duke houses, whose family colors stood out with bold combinations of vibrant shades, the Ashenlockes carried themselves with a quieter kind of prestige. Most of the young lords and ladies were dressed in refined black formal attire, their clothing tailored with sharp, elegant lines that reflected the family's disciplined image. Some members wore silver accents woven into their suits and gowns, while others incorporated pure white into their outfits, creating a striking contrast against the dominant black. The three colors blended together naturally. Black represented the dignity and solemn reputation of House Ashenlocke. Silver added a refined brilliance that caught the light whenever they moved. White softened the overall appearance without diminishing the noble presence carried by every member of the family. The Ashenlockes didn't make a loud entrance. Just like all the children from the other Duke houses, they all simply walked forward together with calm, measured steps. Yet, that quiet confidence alone was enough to draw countless eyes toward all of them. Students throughout the ballroom instinctively raised their paras, Starlick's devices, and phones higher, eager to capture the arrival of another of Britannia's great Duke houses. The flashes from recording devices reflected across the polished marble floor as applause spread through the grand ballroom once again. One Duke house after another. The future pillars of Britannia had finally gathered beneath the same roof. Chapter 308. Shocking Entrance. The grand ballroom erupted with cheers the moment the Duke houses finished making their entrance. Voices rose from every direction, blending together into a sea of admiration and excitement. Students called out the names of their favorite young nobles without holding anything back, while countless camera flashes continued to illuminate the hall one after another. Paras, Starlicks, and phones remained raised high in the air as everyone hurried to capture photographs and videos of Britannia's future pillars. The atmosphere became livelier with every passing second. Sir Ravener looks so cool. Lady Sasha. She's so beautiful. House Bunwick. The voices echoed continuously. At the front of the Bunwick family, Ravener walked with both hands resting inside his pockets. His face remained completely expressionless despite the overwhelming praise surrounding him, as though he had long grown accustomed to such attention. Beside him, Sasha carried herself with the elegance expected of a young lady from one of Britannia's greatest Duke houses. She wore a gentle smile as she lightly waved toward the students calling her name. The remaining members of House Bunwick followed behind them with composed expressions, occasionally returning the crowd's greetings with confident smiles and graceful waves. Near the back of the group, Cyrus quietly walked behind his two step-siblings. His earplugs rested loosely around his neck, while both hands remained tucked comfortably inside the pockets of his scarlet red and black trousers. As expected, hardly anyone called his name. The crowd's attention remained fixed almost entirely on Ravener and Sasha. Yet Cyrus didn't seem bothered in the slightest. He simply continued walking with his usual relaxed smile, as though the difference in treatment had long become something he accepted. Not far away, another wave of excited voices erupted. Lady Selena. Lady Selena. The cheers of countless girls overlapped one another, while many boys could only stare in silence before blushing uncontrollably. Selena's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. She wore a graceful emerald green and black ballroom gown that flowed elegantly behind her with each step she took. The carefully crafted dress perfectly complemented her refined bearing, making her appear even more dazzling beneath the crystal lights hanging from the ballroom ceiling. Walking closely beside her were two Highline ladies from House Galehart. Each held an elegant fan, gently creating a cool breeze as they attended to her. Behind Selena, another young lady carefully lifted the long train of her gown to prevent it from brushing against the polished marble floor, making the entire scene resemble the arrival of royalty rather than ordinary first-year students. Many students instinctively raised their devices higher. The sound of camera shutters became almost non-stop. "My heart won't stop pounding just from looking at her," one young noble whispered while staring in admiration. "You aren't the only one." His friend nodded with a helpless smile. "I've already taken over 30 pictures." Selena heard the crowd's admiration and responded with a soft, elegant smile. The warmth of that smile caused several nearby students to blush even harder. "You really are stealing the show today, Lady Selena," one of the Galehart girls said proudly. Selena let out a graceful laugh. "Huh?" She lightly covered part of her mouth with her fingers before gently shaking her head. "The other flowers of Britannia are receiving just as much attention." Her tone remained humble. As she spoke, her eyes drifted towards someone walking a short distance away. "Elena." She smiled gently. "You should come walk beside me. That way we can be in the pictures together." Elena glanced sideways at her sister. Her narrowed eyes remained completely unreadable. She didn't answer. Not even a single word. Humph. She simply turned around and walked away from the group, disappearing into the nearby crowd. Selena blinked. She tilted her head slightly. One hand naturally rested against her cheek as she watched Elena leave. Who made her angry? Her voice carried genuine confusion. She honestly couldn't understand what had happened. The Galehart members walking beside her exchanged helpless glances before quietly looking back at Selena. Each of them wore almost the same expression. "I wonder why?" The exact same thought surfaced in every one of their minds. Of course, none of them dared say it aloud. Selena herself remained completely unaware. After thinking about it for only a brief moment, she simply smiled again and continued greeting the crowd. Soon, the attention surrounding her gradually blended together with another wave of loud cheers coming from the Drakes, Bergwin, and Ashenlocke families. Lady Fatima. She looks even more mature than her age in that dress. Sir Stark. Sir Logan. Lady Jin. The applause rolled through the ballroom like waves crashing against a shoreline. Fatima responded with a composed smile before gracefully waving toward the students. Beside her, Jin returned the greetings with a bright, cheerful smile that immediately won over many people nearby. Stark acknowledged the crowd with a calm nod and an easy smile. Logan, on the other hand, wore his usual confident smirk while raising one hand toward the cheering students. Behind them, the remaining members of House Drake walked forward in orderly formation, carrying themselves with quiet confidence. Not long afterward, the excitement surrounding House Bergwin became just as overwhelming. Lady Diane. My sleeping queen. The Lady of Berg. Boys and girls shouted her titles one after another. Lady Diane. One of the Bergwin mainline girls leaned toward Diane while gently poking her shoulder. Her voice sounded both embarrassed and desperate. Diane continued walking, but her eyes remained peacefully closed. The loud cheers filling the ballroom seemed completely incapable of waking her. The Bergwin family members exchanged awkward looks. Several of them quietly moved closer around Diane, making sure she continued walking in the correct direction without drifting away from the group. Even so, her appearance remained breathtaking. The light blue ballroom gown hugged her figure with remarkable elegance, while her neatly tied light blue hair gently swayed behind her every time she took another step. Many girls covered their mouths in admiration. Several boys stared without blinking, completely captivated by her beauty despite the fact that she appeared to be sleepwalking through one of the grandest events of the Academy year. The Bergwin members could only sigh inwardly as they continued guiding their lady through the ballroom without letting her wander off. Meanwhile, the loudest cheers in the entire ballroom still belonged to House Ashenlocke because of a certain flower. Sir Veda. Sir Gareth. Sir Felix. Sir Ezra. Lady Vera. The greatest flower of Britannia. No lady compares to Lady Vera. My one and only number one. Yes, that's my lady. The hall practically shook from the overwhelming enthusiasm. Even before the voices settled, a familiar figure suddenly darted away from the Ashenlocke group. Nina rushed toward the cheering crowd with sparkling eyes. She raised one arm high into the air as though leading a battle cry. Lady Vera is number one. Her excited voice echoed across the ballroom. The surrounding students immediately answered with the same enthusiasm. Number one. The synchronized shouts spread throughout the hall. Ha ha ha. Nina proudly placed both hands on her waist. Her smile stretched from ear to ear. She looked even happier than Vera herself. Not like Vera was actually smiling. Veda couldn't help letting out a light laugh after witnessing the scene. Not far behind him, Priscilla and Paige exchanged faint frowns as they continued walking with the Ashenlocke family. Their reactions were far less enthusiastic than Nina's. Even so, neither of them said a word. I still don't understand why I was forced to stand at the front. Ezra spoke while looking toward Veda, who seemed determined not to meet his gaze. Veda simply kept smiling at the crowd. His hand rose naturally as he continued returning the greetings of the cheering students. Smile and wave, boys, smile and wave. He spoke in an easy tone without turning around, as though he had completely ignored Ezra's complaint. Gareth couldn't help but chuckle before answering in Veda's place. It's because you've finally reached the level where you belong at the front. He smiled naturally. You're quite popular now, Ezra. Ezra quietly looked at Gareth for several seconds. His expression remained as blank as ever. I guess so. That was all he said before turning back toward the sea of students. The applause continued around them. Camera flashes reflected across the polished marble floor, while countless students called out the names of the Ashenlocke family. Tisk. Felix clicked his tongue. The sound wasn't loud, yet it was more than enough for those nearby to hear. His eyes briefly swept toward Ezra before looking away again. The dissatisfaction on his face wasn't hidden in the slightest. Gareth noticed it immediately. He could only laugh awkwardly. Fortunately, before the atmosphere became any stranger, someone quietly stepped closer. Ezra. Vera's calm voice reached him. Ezra turned slightly. Vera had already walked to his side. She tilted her head just a little as she looked directly into his eyes. Several loose strands of her neatly tied black hair had slipped free, gently resting beside her cheeks. Her plain black eyes remained calm, completely unreadable. How was your dance practice? She asked in her usual straightforward manner. It went well. Ezra answered honestly. I guess. His tone remained as plain as ever. There wasn't even the slightest sign that Vera's sudden appearance had caught him off guard. Vera looked at him for another moment before giving a small nod. I can't wait for our dance together. Her expression didn't change. I'm sure you can't wait either. A short pause followed. I'm very sure you've been looking forward to dancing with me. Her voice remained completely flat. The confidence in her words sounded so natural that it was difficult to tell whether she was teasing him or genuinely believed it. I'm not. Ezra answered immediately. His tone matched hers almost perfectly. There wasn't a hint of embarrassment on his face, nor did he hesitate. The reply came so quickly that several nearby Ashenlocke members unconsciously glanced toward the pair. Vera remained completely unfazed. She calmly held Ezra's gaze before speaking again. Saying, I'm not, doesn't mean no, Ezra. Her reply came so naturally that it almost sounded like a perfectly reasonable conclusion. Ezra blinked once. Since when did that happen? He asked while continuing to walk through the crowd. Students instinctively stepped aside to make way for the two of them. Without realizing it, Ezra and Vera had gradually drifted away from the rest of the Ashenlocke family. The family members behind them slowed slightly. Several of them looked toward the pair with confused expressions. They had no idea when those two had quietly entered their own conversation, while everyone else was busy greeting admirers. Even the surrounding students noticed it. Many couldn't help staring. Some looked surprised. Others watched with envy after watching the unusually calm exchange between the two. Not far away, Nina's eyes widened. Where is he taking my lady? She immediately took a step forward. Before she could run over, A hand grabbed the back of her dress. Tracy sighed. Calm down, loyal fan. She effortlessly held Nina in place. No. Nina stretched one arm desperately toward Vera. Her fingers continued reaching into empty air as though refusing to give up. Tracy could only shake her head helplessly. Around them, the formal entrance gradually came to an end. The members of each Duke house naturally began separating from their family groups. Some walked over to greet close friends. Some accepted invitations to take photographs with admirers. Others simply wandered through the ballroom while enjoying the celebration. The lively atmosphere quickly became even more relaxed. Vera continued walking beside Ezra for several more steps before calmly speaking again. Because I said so, Ezra. Her voice remained completely matter-of-fact, almost as though that alone settled the discussion. Ezra thought about it for a brief moment. I see. He simply accepted the answer without arguing further. Vera quietly stopped walking. She turned toward another part of the ballroom where many students continued gathering around the Duke houses. I'm going to see the crowd now. She raised one hand in a small wave. I'll see you later, inventor. With those words, she calmly walked away. Ezra didn't respond. He simply watched her graceful figure disappear into the lively crowd. Only after Vera was completely out of sight did he look away. Almost immediately, he noticed something else. The boys standing around him hadn't taken their eyes off Vera even once. Their gazes had followed her until she disappeared among the students. Then, as though responding to some silent signal, every one of them slowly turned toward Ezra. The envy in their eyes was impossible to hide. Some looked jealous. Others looked outright resentful. Ezra merely glanced at them once. Then, without giving them another thought, he quietly continued walking. The opinions of strangers had never interested him. Not even now. My fellow students. The voices of the news club hosts echoed throughout the grand ballroom once more. The lively conversations gradually quieted. Now that we've welcomed our proud and distinguished Duke houses, the male host smiled brightly as the cameras turned back toward the center of the hall. His excitement was contagious. The surrounding students instinctively focused their attention on him. The female host smoothly continued. It's now time to welcome royalty. Her energetic announcement immediately stirred the atmosphere once again. Students hurriedly adjusted their recording devices. Many who had lowered their paras, Starlix, and phones quickly raised them once more. The anticipation inside the ballroom noticeably increased. The two hosts smiled before speaking together. Please welcome the royal family of Britannia. Their voices echoed proudly through the magnificent hall. At once, every recording camera pivoted toward the grand entrance again as the ballroom gradually fell silent. Then, the doors slowly opened. The fourth prince entered with the nobles accompanying him. Not far behind, the fifth prince stepped into the ballroom with his own entourage. And finally, the third princess appeared. She walked with the grace expected of Britannia's royalty. However, it wasn't the princess herself who stunned the crowd. It was the young man walking calmly beside her. For a brief moment, the entire ballroom seemed to freeze. Even several high-ember nobles wore expressions of disbelief. What the hell is that commoner maggot doing beside Princess Stella? Felix frowned. His arms folded tightly across his chest. The displeasure on his face couldn't have been more obvious. Gareth stared toward the entrance. Well, that's unexpected. His voice carried genuine surprise. Walking calmly beside Princess Stella was Maxwell. His posture remained relaxed. His smile hadn't changed. He behaved as though the countless shocked stares surrounding him didn't exist. The nobles following behind Princess Stella exchanged uncomfortable looks. Some frowned. Others openly displayed their displeasure. Yet, none of them dared say anything. Not while the princess herself had allowed him to walk beside her. On the opposite side, Tristan walked beside his elder brother, the fourth prince. His eyes immediately landed on Maxwell. The surprise on his face quickly turned into visible dissatisfaction. He didn't even bother hiding it. His brows knitted together as he silently watched the scene unfold. Princess Stella, however, didn't care. She gracefully waved toward the cheering students. Her elegant smile never faltered despite the countless complicated gazes directed toward her. Maxwell was equally unconcerned. To him, the judgment of others held little value. You really don't care about all those eyes on you. Stella spoke quietly. Her smile remained directed toward the crowd as students respectfully bowed before enthusiastically calling out her name. Maxwell smiled calmly. Why should I? His answer came without the slightest hesitation. Behind them, a young lady accompanying Maxwell, with her hands close glued on his sleeves. Her fingers trembled ever so slightly. But I'm scared, Sir Maxwell, she whispered softly from behind him. Chapter 309, Royal Phantom Rolls. Anastasia instinctively moved closer the moment another wave of camera flashes illuminated the entrance. The constant bursts of light made her shoulders tense slightly, and before she realized it, she had already stepped behind Maxwell, using him as a shield from the countless eyes focused on the royal procession. Her fingers lightly clutched the back of his coat. Anastasia. Maxwell scratched the back of his head with an awkward laugh. I told you not to call me sir. Huh. His smile remained as easygoing as ever. Turning his head slightly, he glanced toward the frightened girl hiding behind him. Anastasia immediately lowered her eyes. She didn't let go. To her, standing behind Maxwell somehow felt much safer than standing anywhere else. Princess Stella quietly observed the two of them. A faint smile briefly appeared in her eyes before disappearing just as quickly. Without saying anything else, she gracefully continued forward with the rest of the royal entourage. The nobles accompanying her naturally followed behind. Soon, the royal procession blended into the crowd as students continued greeting them with respectful bows and enthusiastic applause. Near the center of the ballroom, the two news club hosts looked at one another before turning back toward the recording cameras. The female host let out a small laugh. That was certainly an entrance. Even now, she still couldn't understand how an ordinary commoner had managed to walk beside a princess of Britannia without anyone stopping him. The male host suddenly raised one hand. Wait. His expression changed. The small communication plug hidden inside his right ear crackled softly as someone from the broadcasting team relayed new information. His eyes widened. Wow. His voice unconsciously rose. I've just received confirmation that the royal family arrived today, inside the royal phantom rolls. The moment those words echoed through the microphone, the entire ballroom fell into stunned silence, only for a single heartbeat. Then, the hall exploded. What? Seriously? The phantom rolls is here? You mean it's actually inside the academy grounds right now? I've only watched videos online. My family couldn't even afford to buy one. I'm going outside. Let's hurry. Excited voices erupted from every direction. Students immediately abandoned their conversations. Groups that had been chatting only moments earlier quickly rushed toward the ballroom entrance. Many first years had never even seen a phantom rolls live with their own eyes. The vehicle had only been released shortly before the academy semester began. By the time most students arrived at the Royal Academy, the auctions had already ended. For many low nobles, even the noble phantom rolls was something far beyond their family's wealth. As for non-nobles, owning one remained nothing more than a distant dream. Within moments, streams of students flooded toward the exit. Among the crowd, someone calmly walked toward Ezra. Yo, Ezra. Veda greeted him with his usual relaxed smile. Nicholas followed closely behind, raising one hand in greeting. Linda and Tracy naturally came along as well, just like old times. The familiar group that had once fought together during the Trial of Steel had quietly gathered once again. Ezra looked toward them before giving a respectful nod. Greeting, young lord. He bowed politely toward Veda. Then he turned toward the others. And his friends. He lightly raised one hand. Tracy immediately copied his gesture. And his friends. She repeated his words before bursting into laughter. You really haven't changed at all, Ezra Ashenlocke. She smiled warmly. It's been a long time since we've actually talked. Humph. Linda folded both arms across her chest. I doubt he's even bothered that we haven't spoken after everything our group went through together. Her eyes shifted toward Ezra with obvious dissatisfaction. He's even become friends with a Bunwick. She clicked her tongue. Looks like he's already forgotten his roots. Ezra looked at her quietly. His expression remained unchanged. Who told you that? He asked in the same calm tone as always. Tracy immediately grinned. Of course, she would know. She pointed straight at Linda. When she was clearly stalking you. Tracy. Linda's face instantly turned red. She stared at her friend in disbelief. I can't believe you actually said that. Nicholas rubbed his chin thoughtfully before nodding. Now that I think about it, that really does sound like stalking. He looked toward Linda with a serious expression. Linda. Veda slowly opened his mouth. His face filled with exaggerated disbelief. I never could have imagined you'd reach this level. He dramatically took one step backward. The performance was so overdone that even nearby students glanced toward them. Linda became even more flustered. I wasn't stalking him. She protested immediately. Tracy folded her arms. Then how did you know he became close with someone from House Bunwick? She raised one eyebrow. Clearly. She wasn't convinced. Linda hurriedly defended herself. I just happened to see them together during our club hunt. She didn't even finish. There. Tracy pointed at her triumphantly. I was with you during club hunting, and I didn't see him. She slowly nodded. Oh, my scholars, my cute Linda, has become a stalker. She dramatically placed one hand over her heart. Where did this mother go wrong? She shook her head with exaggerated disappointment. Veda burst into laughter. Nicholas followed soon after. Even several nearby students couldn't help smiling after overhearing the conversation. I said, I wasn't stalking him. Linda grabbed the sleeve of Tracy's dress. She looked as though she were only moments away from crying from embarrassment. Huh? Tracy laughed happily. She looked completely satisfied after successfully teasing her best friend. Ezra quietly watched the familiar scene unfold before him. The atmosphere. The laughter. The effortless way they joked with one another. It all reminded him of the days they had spent together during the trial of steel. Veda's smile gradually softened. Those really were good times. He looked at everyone one after another. The warmth in his voice naturally spread through the others. Nicholas smiled. So do I. Linda quietly nodded. Even Tracy's teasing expression softened for a brief moment. Only Ezra remained silent. He looked at the four standing before him. The sense of friendship between them hadn't changed. It felt exactly the same as it had during the trial of steel. Comfortable. Natural. Warm. Even so, Ezra still couldn't picture himself becoming part of that closeness. Not because he disliked them. It simply wasn't who he was. Or to be more factual, it wasn't who he had become. His silence had never meant rejection. It was simply the way he had decided to live his life. Guys. Veda looked around at the group before pointing toward the ballroom entrance, where an endless stream of students continued pouring outside. Let's go and see the phantom rolls with everyone else. A bright smile spread across his face. And this time, we're going together with its creator. He turned and looked directly at Ezra. Ezra calmly met his gaze. I'm not the creator of the royal phantom rolls, though. His reply came in the same straightforward tone as always, without missing a beat. Nicholas, Tracy, and Linda all narrowed their eyes at him. Oh, you know exactly what he means. The three of them spoke almost in perfect unison. Ezra remained silent. Veda couldn't help laughing. Aren't you at least curious about how it looks in real life? He folded his arms as they slowly began walking. I know you've already seen it through Skynet, but seeing something on a screen and seeing it with your own eyes are two completely different experiences. Ezra thought about it for a brief moment before giving a small nod. Then let's go? I was already planning to head there anyway. He casually walked toward the ballroom entrance. You heard him. Veda laughed. Let's go. The four quickly followed after him. By then, the excitement surrounding the royal phantom rolls had already spread throughout nearly the entire academy. Students continuously poured out of the grand ballroom. Even many attendants and servants quietly gathered near the enormous windows overlooking the academy courtyard. Some leaned forward to get a better view. Others simply stood on tiptoe, unwilling to miss the opportunity. After all, Very few students in the Royal Academy had ever seen a royal phantom rolls in person. Paras, starlocks, and sphones of countless high models were already raised throughout the crowd. Everyone prepared to either record videos or capture photographs. The atmosphere outside had become just as lively as the celebration inside the ballroom. Near the front of the gathering, Tristan stepped forward. Everyone. He raised both hands while smiling confidently. Guys, over here. His voice successfully drew the surrounding students' attention. Behind him, the royal phantom rolls quietly rested beneath the afternoon sky. The polished black body reflected the remaining rays of sunlight like a flawless mirror. Its elegant silhouette stood proudly among the surrounding parked steam carriages, making every other vehicle nearby appear ordinary by comparison. The carefully crafted curves of its body naturally blended power with elegance. The sight alone sent chills through many of the gathered students. Nobles. Non-nobles. Everyone stared at it with undisguised admiration. So, this is how everyone at the auction felt. One young noble muttered under his breath. His eyes never left the vehicle. Wow, it's beautiful. Someone else nodded repeatedly. And that's the royal version. Another student pointed excitedly toward the vehicle. Look, the golden lining, and the eclipse emblem right at the center. The polished eclipse insignia reflected the fading afternoon sunlight. It shimmered with every slight movement of the crowd. Tristan noticed the growing excitement around him. A proud smile slowly appeared across his face. This. He lightly placed a hand on the roof of the vehicle. Is my own phantom rolls. It was custom-made specifically for me. His tone carried obvious pride. My elder brothers and elder sisters' phantom rolls were also custom-made. He continued explaining while slowly walking around the vehicle. Every royal transportation vehicle is built according to the owner's personal requests. The exterior, the interior, the mechanical parts, and the decorations. Everything can be customized exactly the way the owner wants. Many students nodded. Most of them already knew that. Royal transportation had always been built according to the preferences of each member of the royal family. However, among the crowd, there was one person whose expression looked completely different. Maxwell. His eyes remained fixed on the magnificent machine before him. His expression slowly shifted from curiosity to genuine amazement. So, he quietly murmured to himself, something like this exists. His voice carried sincere disbelief. He had never imagined a steam carriage could be designed to such a level. Compared with the ordinary transportation he had grown up seeing, the phantom rolls almost looked as though it belonged to another era entirely. Tristan smiled after noticing everyone's reactions. He turned toward the driver. Driver. He confidently raised one hand. Start her up. Yes, Your Highness. The driver immediately responded. A few moments later, the steam engine came to life. A deep mechanical hum echoed from beneath the polished hood. The sound wasn't rough, nor was it excessively loud. Instead, it flowed with remarkable smoothness. The refined rhythm of the engine spread throughout the courtyard, causing countless students to instinctively hold their breath. The driver gently pressed the accelerator, and the engine responded immediately. Its smooth growl deepened before settling once again into an elegant, controlled rhythm. Several students visibly shivered, not from fear, but from excitement. It sounds incredible. One student whispered. So smooth. Another unconsciously nodded. Camera flashes erupted once again. Many students hurriedly switched from taking photographs to recording videos. Some zoomed in on the shining eclipse emblem. Others focused entirely on the engine while it continued running. Very few academies across Britannia could ever gather this many influential families in one place. Only the Royal Academy possessed both the status and prestige to create a scene like this with something this rare and exquisite. Veda slowly turned toward Ezra. His eyes shone with unmistakable pride. This is amazing. He looked almost like a proud father watching his son accomplish something extraordinary. I'm proud of you. He dramatically wiped an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye. Ezra quietly watched him. His expression remained unchanged. Nicholas folded his arms while continuing to admire the vehicle. I hate admitting it. He smiled helplessly. But after seeing it in person, I honestly can't deny how incredible this vehicle really is. His voice carried genuine admiration. Linda glanced between Ezra and the Royal Phantom rolls before clicking her tongue. Who would have thought that someone with such a blank face was hiding the talent of a master craftsman? Although her words sounded sarcastic, there wasn't much mockery behind them anymore. Instead, there was reluctant acknowledgement. Even she couldn't deny what stood before her eyes. Tracy looked at Ezra with growing curiosity. So, isn't the Eclipse giving you your own personally made phantom rolls? She tilted her head slightly. Even if it isn't the royal version. Veda's eyes also shifted toward Ezra. Yeah. He nodded thoughtfully before speaking. I know Father bought several noble phantom rolls. So did Grandfather. Ani also bought one too. He paused for a moment while recalling everyone. Felix's mother, Elder Portia, also bought one. And Elder Paul. I even heard that the hidden great blacksmith of our family received one as well. He scratched the side of his cheek. My father personally sent it to him. He also kept another one for my master. Veda smiled faintly before looking back at Ezra. So I thought, maybe the Eclipse would give you one as a gift. After all, you're the creator. Although, you refused to sign their contract and instead sold the rights to them. I thought they would honor you as the creator and give you one. Or maybe Father will gift you one. His tone remained calm. To him, it only seemed natural that the company would reward the person who had created something capable of changing Britannia's transportation industry. Tracy gently folded her arms. She let out a small sigh. Knowing companies that big, I doubt they'd care much about the creator anymore after buying the rights. She shrugged helplessly. Honestly, I still wonder why you didn't sign the contract. I feel like that would have been the better choice. Ezra quietly listened to both of them. His expression remained as calm and blank as always. Then he answered, I'm actually getting a royal version, and the Eclipse is making one specifically for me. His voice remained completely ordinary, as though he had merely mentioned today's weather. Silence. Complete silence. Veda stared. Nicholas blinked twice. Linda froze where she stood. Even Tracy's playful smile slowly disappeared. For several long seconds, none of them said a single word. Then, way odd. The four shouted almost at the same time. Several nearby students instinctively turned toward them after hearing the sudden outburst. However, the academy courtyard remained filled with countless conversations, excited cheers, and the continuous sound of cameras capturing the royal phantom rolls. Their voices were quickly swallowed by the surrounding noise. No one paid them much attention before returning their focus to the luxurious vehicle. Ezra remained completely unmoved. But it's currently on hold. He continued speaking in the same straightforward tone. I still want to give them a better design detail, since I haven't finished deciding everything I want my royal version to have. His face remained as blank as ever. There wasn't the slightest trace of excitement in his voice. It was almost unbelievable that he was speaking about receiving a custom-made royal phantom rolls. The four simply continued staring at him. None of them immediately knew what to say. Their minds struggled to process what they had just heard. A custom-made royal phantom rolls. Made exclusively for Ezra. The thought alone left them speechless. Before anyone could recover, a clear, elegant voice echoed across the academy courtyard. Everyone. The surrounding conversations gradually quieted. Many students instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. Princess Stella had stepped forward. She wore her usual graceful smile as she looked over the gathered crowd. The evening breeze gently brushed against her golden hair, causing a few loose strands to sway beside her face. She waited until the noise had settled before speaking again. I would like to invite the one person who made this beautiful creation even possible in the first place. Her gentle eyes slowly searched through the crowd. Eventually, they settled upon Ezra, who was still standing together with Veda and the others. A warm smile appeared on her face. I believe everyone would like to hear a few words from the creator of the phantom rolls himself. She gracefully raised one hand and pointed toward him. Ezra Ashenlocke. For a brief moment, the lively academy courtyard fell completely silent. Then, Thousands of eyes turned toward the same person at once. Chapter 310. Let the dance begin. Applause gradually spread throughout the academy courtyard. It started with only a handful of students clapping, but within seconds, more hands joined in until the sound rolled across the gathering like a wave. Every pair of eyes slowly shifted toward the same figure. Ezra Ashenlocke. Standing quietly among the crowd, Ezra looked back at his classmates with his usual calm expression. His face showed little emotion. He simply observed the sea of students before him, as if he couldn't understand why everyone had suddenly focused their attention on him. Princess Stella smiled gently. "Come on, Ezra." Her voice remained graceful and composed, carrying just enough warmth for those nearby to hear. "Don't be shy." Ezra's eyes slowly swept across the crowd. Students from every noble house stared at him with obvious anticipation. Many had already raised their paras, starlix, and phones. Some were already recording, while others eagerly snapped photographs. What exactly do they expect me to say? That single thought crossed Ezra's mind as he looked at the countless hopeful faces surrounding him. Before he could decide what to do, clap. A single clap echoed clearly through the courtyard. The sound wasn't especially loud, yet for some reason, it instantly drew everyone's attention. Ezra. Clap. Ezra. Clap. The steady rhythm continued. Students instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. There, Vera calmly stood with her usual composed expression. Her movements were gentle. Every time her hands met, the claps sounded crisp and strangely clear, cutting through the surrounding chatter with surprising ease. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't smile. She simply continued clapping while calmly calling Ezra's name. Ezra. Her dry, even tone somehow carried farther than many of the louder voices around her. Several nearby students blinked in surprise. Lady Vera. A girl covered her mouth. She's chanting his name. Another student looked between Vera and Ezra in disbelief. Are they really that close? Didn't you see them walking together earlier? They were talking the whole time. Another student quickly nodded. Then the rumor must be true. Ezra really is Lady Vera's dance partner. Soft whispers immediately spread through the surrounding students. Some looked curious. Others looked jealous. A few girls frowned slightly, while several boys stared toward Ezra with expressions they couldn't quite hide. The rumors that had quietly circulated throughout orientation week suddenly felt much more believable. Then another familiar voice joined in. Ezra. Vader raised one hand high into the air. A bright grin spread across his face as he happily clapped along with Vera. Not long afterward, Ezra. Cyrus also joined the chant. Unlike the others, he wore his usual teasing smile while looking directly at Ezra. Their eyes briefly met. Cyrus merely shrugged as though saying, "You're on your own." One after another, more voices joined. Gareth smiled before slowly clapping along. His applause wasn't loud. It was simply sincere to the eyes of the students around him. Felix glanced sideways at him. His brows furrowed slightly. The displeasure in his eyes became obvious, but with everyone else joining in, there was little he could do besides silently endure it. Not far away, Princess Stella lightly clapped as well. Fatima followed soon after. Selena gracefully joined them, maintaining the elegant smile that never seemed to leave her face. I don't know why. Maxwell scratched the back of his head before laughing softly. But now I feel like joining too. He began clapping without another thought. Even Diane, who usually remained detached from everything happening around her, quietly lifted her hands. Ezra. Her soft voice was barely audible as she gently clapped. The children of Berg around her froze. Inside the grand ballroom, my lady. One of Diane's maids stared with trembling lips. She's clapping. Tears slowly formed in the corners of her eyes. My lady is actually joining a student chant. She placed both hands over her mouth, struggling to contain her emotions. She looked exactly like a proud mother watching her child accomplish something important for the very first time. And it's for a boy. The attendants standing beside the nearby windows exchanged puzzled looks at Diane's maid before quietly turning toward Diane herself. None of them could understand why she was reacting like that. On the other side, not far from where the Maid of Diane stood, Lucy had also found a place by one of the tall windows overlooking the courtyard. She rested both elbows against the window frame while watching everything unfold below. A wide smile slowly stretched across her face. So, she quietly chuckled to herself. My master is becoming more popular. Her eyes sparkled mischievously. Her thoughts had already wandered elsewhere. She was now wondering exactly how she would tease her master about this later. Back outside, the chant steadily grew louder. Ezra! 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 More students joined every passing second. The applause became stronger. The synchronized voices echoed throughout the academy grounds. Yet, standing at the center of it all, Ezra's expression barely changed. He simply looked at everyone with the same calm face he always wore. Seeing that blank reaction, Veda couldn't help laughing. He stepped closer before raising both hands high into the air. Everyone! His energetic voice immediately caught the attention of the surrounding students. Let's give another round of applause for the one and only creator of the phantom rolls. The crowd immediately responded. Yeah. Cheers erupted once more. The applause became even louder than before. Bright smiles spread across countless faces. Even students who had never spoken to Ezra before found themselves clapping together with everyone else. Near the front, the two news club hosts exchanged excited glances. Neither of them wanted to miss an opportunity like this. They quickly hurried toward the front of the gathering, positioning themselves near Princess Stella and the royal phantom rolls. The female host immediately raised her microphone. Everyone! She smiled brightly. Shout his full name. She pointed toward Ezra. Ezra Ashenlocke. The students answered almost instantly. Ezra Ashenlocke. The shout echoed across the academy grounds. It was loud enough for even those standing inside the ballroom to hear. Ezra slowly closed his eyes. Oh. A quiet sigh escaped his lips. For the first time that evening, his shoulders seemed to sink ever so slightly. Without another word, he finally began walking toward the royal phantom rolls. The crowd immediately parted to make way for him. Woo, let's go. Inventor. Whistles mixed with applause as Ezra calmly walked through the path that had naturally opened before him. Camera flashes continued bursting around him. Some students hurried forward to capture a better angle. Others simply watched him with admiration as he made his way toward Princess Stella and the magnificent royal phantom rolls waiting beneath the evening sky. Ezra Ashenlocke. Princess Stella softly called his name. Her graceful smile remained gentle as she looked at him with calm, welcoming eyes. Ezra walked to a stop before her. Greetings, Princess. He lowered his head in a respectful bow. Without saying a word, Stella slowly extended one elegant hand toward him. The movement was natural and refined, drawing the attention of many nearby nobles who quietly watched the exchange. Ezra's eyes briefly wandered toward the crowd of students surrounding them. Hundreds of curious gazes rested upon him. Countless paras, starlets, and sphones remained pointed in his direction. After only a brief glance, his attention returned to the princess. He gently held her hand. His grip was careful and respectful. Then he bowed once more before calmly releasing it. Princess Stella's eyelids twitched almost imperceptibly. He was supposed to kiss my hand. A trace of confusion surfaced in her beautiful eyes. She looked at Ezra for another moment, trying to determine whether he had intentionally ignored royal etiquette or simply didn't know it. Not that kissing the princess' hand was an absolute most. Before she could think further, Ezra had already stepped away. The male host quickly handed him a microphone. Here you go. Ezra accepted it with a polite nod. Turning around, he faced the enormous crowd gathered before the royal phantom rolls. The academy courtyard gradually became quieter. Students instinctively lowered their conversations while cameras focused entirely on him. Even those standing farther away quietly leaned forward. Good evening, students of the Royal Academy. Ezra spoke in his usual calm, straightforward tone. However, there was a subtle confidence hidden beneath his voice. It wasn't loud, nor was it dramatic. It was simply steady. During the Phantom Rolls auction presentation, Lara had personally trained him on public speaking. Those lessons remained firmly stored among Ezra's countless skill list. The students immediately answered, "Yeah." The response echoed across the academy grounds. Many students raised their hands while cheering. Others whistled loudly. Ezra waited patiently until the cheers gradually settled. Then he slowly turned his head toward the magnificent vehicle parked beside him. "I'm sure it's already impressive looking at this beautiful Phantom." His eyes calmly traveled across the polished body of the Royal Phantom Rolls. The smooth black exterior reflected the fading evening light like a perfectly polished mirror. Golden lines stretched elegantly across its body, while the eclipse emblem proudly rested at its center. The craftsmanship spoke for itself. Ezra looked back toward the students. "And it isn't even moonlight yet." He paused briefly. "When the moon rises, that's when its true beauty begins to show." As he finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on his face. It wasn't exaggerated, nor did it linger for long. It was only a small, genuine smile. Then, it disappeared just as quickly as it had appeared. Even so, that brief smile left a powerful impression. Several girls standing near the front instinctively covered their mouths. Their cheeks quickly turned red. "I saw him smile." One girl whispered excitedly, pressing both hands against her warm cheeks. "It was so cool. I missed it." Another girl frowned in disappointment. "I didn't see anything. He's still handsome even when he isn't smiling." Someone else quickly defended. "You all seriously missed it. It only lasted for a second. Not far away." Veda stared toward Ezra with exaggerated disbelief. He slowly pointed a finger at him. "He's actually smiling." His expression looked genuinely betrayed. "I've known him this long, and now he decides to smile because he's talking to everyone else." Tracy immediately burst into laughter. "You sound jealous." "I am," Veda admitted without the slightest shame. His honest answer only made Tracy laugh even harder. After allowing the cheers to settle once again, the female host stepped forward. She smiled curiously at Ezra. "So, Ezra Ashenlocke." She lifted her microphone slightly. "Why don't you tell all of us how you feel seeing your beautiful invention being used like this today?" The surrounding students immediately became quiet again. Many looked at Ezra with obvious curiosity. Even several young nobles whose parents had already purchased Phantom Rolls found themselves waiting for his answer. Ezra quietly looked back at everyone. His gaze slowly swept across the sea of faces before him. Everywhere he looked, people waited for his response. Finally, "I feel pleased." His answer was simple and direct, exactly like Ezra himself. The female host blinked. "Pleased?" She tilted her head slightly. Clearly, she had expected a much longer answer. Ezra calmly continued. "I'm proud that the eclipse took my work and developed it into something even better." His eyes briefly rested on the Royal Phantom Rolls beside him. They made it into a more complete product. "That's why I'm pleased." There wasn't the slightest trace of regret in his voice, only quiet satisfaction. The female host nodded thoughtfully before asking another question. "Then, do you regret not signing a contract with the eclipse?" The atmosphere immediately became quieter. Many students looked at Ezra with even greater curiosity. This was a question countless people across Britannia had wondered about since he made that decision during the ending of the auction event. Ezra answered almost immediately. "No." The reply came without hesitation. It was firm, calm, and absolute. The speed of his answer stunned everyone. The female host froze for a brief moment. Even the male host looked surprised. Many first-year students exchanged puzzled glances. Not a single trace of hesitation. Not even for a second. The certainty in Ezra's voice made it impossible to doubt his conviction. The female host quickly recovered before the silence became awkward. "Well." She laughed softly. "Then, please do us the honor of officially beginning this welcoming party." She respectfully gestured toward him. Ezra simply nodded. He raised one hand toward the gathered students. "Let the party begin." Almost instantly, the courtyard erupted with cheers. "Yeah. Woo." Applause and excited voices filled the academy grounds once again. The lively atmosphere returned in full. Groups of students gradually began making their way back toward the grand ballroom. Even as they walked, their conversations never stopped. Some discussed the royal phantom roles. Others talked about Ezra. Many simply couldn't stop replaying the speech they had just witnessed. For tonight, the creator of the phantom roles had become one of the brightest topics in the entire Royal Academy. "It's nice finally meeting you in person." Princess Stella looked at Ezra with a gentle smile that carried the grace expected of Britannia's third princess, Ezra Ashenlocke. The evening breeze lightly brushed against the hem of her gown as the surrounding students slowly began making their way back toward the ballroom. Even so, many still lingered nearby, hoping to catch a few more words between the princess and the creator of the phantom roles. Ezra politely lowered his head once again. "It's an honor, Your Highness." His tone remained calm and respectful. Not overly humble. Not overly stiff. Simply sincere. Before Stella could reply, another familiar voice approached. "Princess Stella." Veda walked over with his usual relaxed smile. Nicholas, Linda, and Tracy followed a few steps behind him. The four politely bowed in greeting. Veda raised his head and smiled warmly. "You look really beautiful in that dress." His compliment was gentle and genuine. Princess Stella gave a soft laugh. "Oh, my Sir Veda, thank you." Her smile grew a little brighter. "And you look quite dashing yourself." She looked him over for a brief moment before nodding in approval. "The formal attire suits you very well." Veda scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed smile. "I'll gladly take that compliment." The brief exchange brought a relaxed atmosphere to the group. Several nearby students couldn't help stealing curious glances toward them. It wasn't every day they could witness members of a duke house casually speaking with royalty. After another moment, Stella gently clasped both hands together. "Well, I should head back inside." She turned slightly before her eyes settled on Ezra once again. There was still a quiet curiosity in her gaze. "I hope we'll have the chance to get to know each other better, as fellow classmates." Her voice remained warm and graceful. Ezra met her eyes without avoiding her gaze. "We can only hope." His reply was as straightforward as ever. There wasn't even the slightest attempt to flatter her. Nor did he speak with unnecessary formality. He simply answered honestly. For a brief second, Princess Stella blinked. Then, "Ha!" She covered her mouth with one hand as a soft laugh escaped her lips. The sound was elegant and natural. "You're quite amusing, Ezra Ashenlocke." There was genuine amusement in her eyes. She had spoken with many nobles throughout her life. Most carefully chose every word they said around royalty. Ezra, however, spoke exactly the same way to everyone. She found that strangely refreshing. Her eyes shifted back toward Veda. A faint, helpless smile rested on his face as though he had already grown accustomed to Ezra's blunt way of speaking. Stella lightly raised one hand in farewell. "I look forward to our dance, young Lord of Ash." Veda smiled politely. "The pleasure will be mine, Your Highness." Princess Stella gave one final graceful wave before turning around. The young nobles accompanying her quietly followed behind as she made her way toward the grand ballroom. Several students respectfully stepped aside, allowing the royal procession to pass. Only after Stella had disappeared into the ballroom did the silence around the group finally break. Linda slowly folded her arms. Her eyes shifted toward Veda. Then, she began counting on her fingers, dancing with the Lady of Bunwick. She raised one finger, dancing with the third princess. Another finger. Then she pointed directly at Tracy, dancing with this bitch. Tracy immediately rolled her eyes. "Excuse me." Linda completely ignored her. She continued counting, dancing with Lady Priscilla. She clicked her tongue. And the list just keeps getting longer. By the time she finished, she was already glaring directly at Veda. Veda instinctively took one step backward. For reasons even he couldn't explain, he suddenly felt an unusual sense of danger. Linda." He forced an awkward smile. Linda simply looked away. "Humph." With a dissatisfied snort, she turned around and walked toward the ballroom. Each step sounded noticeably heavier than the last. Veda watched her leave with complete confusion written across his face. "What did I do now?" He genuinely couldn't understand. Tracy laughed before shaking her head. Our young lord, she sighed dramatically, is quite the player. As soon as she finished speaking, she stuck out her tongue at Veda. Hee. Without waiting for his response, she hurried after Linda. Hey, wait for me. Veda continued staring after the two girls. His confusion only deepened. I still don't know what I did. Nicholas folded both arms. A smug smile slowly spread across his face. Well, at least I don't have to be jealous. I've got a dance partner too. His eyes shifted toward Ezra. The smug grin on his face widened. Too bad. A guy with such a dull face will have to stand on the sidelines while I dance with a beautiful lady. He deliberately raised his voice. The provocation was obvious. Even Nicholas himself knew it probably wouldn't have any effect on Ezra. Still, he couldn't resist trying. Ezra slowly narrowed his eyes. His calm gaze rested on Nicholas for a moment. Doesn't he know I'm Vera's dance partner? The thought quietly crossed his mind. Without saying anything, he turned toward Veda. The moment their eyes met, Veda gave him a very particular look. A look only the two of them seemed to understand. You didn't tell him, did you? Ezra silently asked through his expression. Veda's lips twitched slightly. The guilty look on his face answered everything. I thought it would be funnier if he found out during the dance. The two boys silently looked at one another. Not a single word was spoken, yet somehow they understood each other's thoughts perfectly. Chapter 311. Face Off. Ezra quietly looked at Veda. His expression remained as blank as ever. Veda looked right back at him with the most innocent smile he could manage, as though he wasn't planning against Nicholas. The two simply stared at each other. Not a single word was spoken, yet somehow both of them understood exactly what the other was thinking. A few steps away, Nicholas stood with his arms folded, wearing a smug grin that almost reached his ears. Completely unaware of the silent conversation taking place beside him, he continued enjoying the thought of Ezra supposedly having no dance partner worthy of mentioning. Before either Ezra or Veda could say anything, Sir Nick. A cheerful girl's voice called from the entrance of the grand ballroom. Nicholas immediately turned around. The smug expression on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a surprisingly gentle smile. My lady, I'm coming. Even his voice had softened. He quickly straightened his suit before looking back at Ezra and Veda. See you later, young lord. His grin returned. And you too, Ezra. He gave them a playful wink. I've got a beautiful damsel waiting for me. Without waiting for a reply, he briskly walked toward the young lady waiting near the ballroom doors. Ezra's eyes quietly followed him. The girl wasn't the type who would instantly leave people speechless with her beauty. Instead, she possessed a pleasant, gentle appearance that naturally became more attractive the longer one looked at her. Her figure was elegant beneath her luxurious ballroom gown, and although she wasn't from a noble family, every detail of her attire had clearly been chosen with great care. The moment Nicholas reached her, the two exchanged warm smiles. Their fingers naturally intertwined before they began walking toward the ballroom together. Before disappearing inside, the young lady politely bowed toward both Ezra and Veda. Good evening. Her greeting was respectful and carried neither arrogance nor nervousness. Ezra watched her disappear through the entrance. She's a non-noble. His voice remained calm. Veda nodded. Yeah, and she's the daughter of one of the executive directors of the BNC group. Ezra looked back toward the ballroom entrance. For the first time in a while, a faint trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Seriously? Seriously. Veda answered without hesitation. Ezra remained silent for a moment. Wow. His reply was as simple as ever. Veda suddenly stepped closer. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously before dramatically pointing a finger at Ezra. You don't sound surprised. He slowly circled around him as though inspecting a criminal. You sneaky boy. Ezra calmly looked back at him. I saw that. Veda continued. You smiled earlier. He pointed directly at Ezra's face. I may have missed plenty of things, but I definitely didn't miss that. He folded both arms. I'm watching you, Ezra Ashenlocke. The dramatic warning ended with a satisfied nod. Then, unable to hold it any longer, Veda laughed to himself before walking toward the ballroom. Ezra quietly watched him leave. A small chuckle escaped beneath his breath, so quiet that almost no one nearby noticed it. Then he followed after him. The moment Ezra stepped inside the grand ballroom, a completely different atmosphere welcomed him. The orchestra had already begun performing. The slow melody of violins blended together with the soft sound of cellos and pianos, creating an elegant rhythm that drifted across the enormous hall. Couples gradually stepped onto the polished dance floor. Some nobles confidently guided their partners into graceful movements. Other first-year students still looked slightly nervous as they tried to remember everything they had practiced during dance lessons. Laughter occasionally mixed with the music whenever someone missed a step. The mood became warmer with every passing moment. Around the edges of the ballroom, servants resumed their duties. Some elegantly carried silver trays filled with sparkling glasses. Others carefully pushed beautifully decorated trolley carts into the hall. Before long, an impressive buffet stretched across one side of the ballroom. Rows of fresh fruits, pastries, cakes, sandwiches, chocolates, and countless other delicacies were arranged with remarkable precision. Everything looked almost too beautiful to touch. Students happily walked over while carrying small ceramic plates. Many chatted excitedly as they selected desserts. Some carefully chose only a few expensive-looking treats. Others simply filled their plates without hesitation. Among the attendants, Lucy quietly stood behind one of the serving stations. Her neat waiter uniform remained spotless despite the growing crowd. A gentle smile rested on her face as she politely served each student who approached her. "Thank you." "You're welcome." The exchange repeated again and again. Not far away, a small group of non-noble girls couldn't help glancing toward her. "Hey." One girl leaned closer to her friends. "Do you think she's serving a high noble family?" Another girl looked Lucy over before nodding. "She's really cute. For a maid." One of the others laughed. "There are lots of pretty maids here too. Didn't you know?" She lowered her voice as though sharing an important secret. "A lot of young noble masters specifically choose attractive maids." Her friends blinked. "Really?" She nodded confidently. "They say it's because those young masters want to gain experience before they officially become adults." One girl covered her mouth. "So that's actually true?" "My older brothers did exactly the same thing when they attended the academy." Another girl shrugged. The group immediately burst into soft laughter. While chatting among themselves, they continued picking desserts from the buffet. At that moment, a pair of hands suddenly rested across the shoulders of two girls. "Hello, ladies." The familiar voice immediately caught their attention. The girls turned around almost simultaneously. "Sir Desmond." They greeted him together. The two girls beneath his arms instantly blushed. Desmond wore an elegant black suit, though the top buttons of his wine-red shirt remained casually undone. Part of his neck and chest could be seen beneath the open collar. Around his neck hung a gold chain decorated with a deep crimson ruby that reflected the ballroom lights whenever he moved. His relaxed confidence naturally drew attention. Desmond lowered his head slightly. A charming smile revealed the tips of his sharp canine teeth. His crimson eyes settled on the girl standing to his right. "So," he spoke calmly, "what were you girls laughing about?" The girls exchanged nervous glances. None of them answered immediately, not because they feared him. Quite the opposite. Standing this close to one of Britannia's famous young nobles had completely overwhelmed them. Their hearts raced too quickly to think straight. Desmond tilted his head. No answer. His smile remained gentle. Without waiting, he lazily twirled a loose strand of the girl's hair around one finger. The simple action made both girls blush even harder. One finally managed to speak. "We were just admiring the maids working here." She pointed toward the buffet. "Especially that one." Desmond followed the direction of her finger. His crimson eyes settled on Lucy. She was quietly serving several non-noble boys who appeared far more interested in talking to her than collecting food. Even from where he stood, Desmond could easily tell they were awkwardly trying to flirt. His gaze slowly traveled from Lucy's face down toward her waist. The serving trolley blocked the rest of her figure. Still, a small smirk slowly appeared on his lips. HM. He quietly murmured to himself. She's definitely attractive. He continued observing her for another moment. She might even be on the same level as my own maid. The thought amused him. Releasing the girls, Desmond smoothly picked up a clean ceramic plate from the buffet. Well, he smiled as though nothing had happened. I'll see you ladies later. He casually waved before walking toward Lucy's serving station with unhurried steps. Behind him, the girls watched him leave. Goodbye, Sir Desmond. They all spoke together. The moment he was out of earshot, yeah, the girls immediately squealed among themselves. He stood so close to me. No, me. I can still smell his cologne. He's so handsome and so cool. The excited chatter quickly faded as they returned to collecting desserts. Meanwhile, Desmond calmly approached Lucy's station. Just before reaching her, an angry voice suddenly rose above the surrounding conversations. I'm giving you the opportunity of a lifetime, and you're refusing me? A young male student glared at Lucy. His face had already reddened with frustration. Tell me who your master is. He pointed a finger directly at her. Let's see if I can't deal with him or her. His voice grew louder. You think you can act so smug just because you're serving some noble family? He scoffed. You're just a lowly maid. Several boys standing beside him laughed openly. Clearly, they were enjoying the scene far more than they should have. Lucy maintained the same polite smile. Although anyone paying close attention could notice her fingers tightening slightly around the serving spoon in her hand. One of the strictest rules imposed upon every attendance of students within the Royal Academy was simple. No matter what happened, they were never allowed to show disrespect toward a student, even if that student insulted them. Even if the student's behavior was unreasonable, the rule remained absolute. It didn't matter whether the attendant served a baron, a count, a duke, or even a member of the royal family. Any attendant who violated that rule would be punished without exception. The punishment could range from immediate dismissal from the academy to weeks of compulsory labor, depending on the severity of the offense. Because of that, Lucy endured the students' insults in silence. She couldn't afford to create trouble that might reflect poorly on her master. Maybe I should simply tell them I'm from House Ashenlocke. The thought quietly surfaced in her mind. But I'd rather not mention Master's name over something like this. Keeping the same polite smile on her face, Lucy continued controlling her breathing. Not once did she allow the irritation she felt to appear on her expression. Several nearby maids and butlers awkwardly glanced in her direction. Some wanted to help. Others quietly looked away, because none of them dared interfere, since everyone working inside the academy knew one thing. Servants were expected to endure, and that was the golden rule amongst them. The young man opposite Lucy grew even more irritated. I'm talking to you. His voice became louder. And you're just standing there? How dare you ignore me? His arm suddenly stretched toward Lucy. The movement wasn't particularly fast. Even so, it carried obvious hostility. Lucy finally opened her mouth. She had already decided to reveal the family she served. Actually, I'm... Calm down, kid. A calm voice interrupted her. At the same moment, a hand casually slipped between Lucy and the angry student. The hand held a ceramic plate. Its movement was smooth, almost lazy. Yet it effortlessly stopped the student's hand before it could move any closer. The young man immediately turned around. Who are you to call me Key? His voice abruptly stopped. His pupils contracted. The anger on his face disappeared almost instantly. It was replaced by unmistakable fear. Sir Desmond. The surrounding boys noticed who had appeared. Without exchanging a single word, each of them suddenly remembered somewhere else they needed to be. One after another, they quietly drifted away from the serving station, pretending to examine cakes, pastries, fruits, or drinks. Within only a few seconds, the noisy crowd surrounding Lucy had almost completely disappeared. Desmond didn't even look at them. He simply smiled. It was the same relaxed smile he had worn since arriving. Scram. His tone remained gentle. There wasn't the slightest hint of anger. Yet, no one dared question it. The young man hurriedly nodded. Why, yes. Without another word, he almost ran from the area. No one laughed anymore. And no one dared mock Lucy anymore, with the way the atmosphere had completely changed. Everyone inside the ballroom knew the name, Desmond Derlise. And everyone also knew the stories surrounding him, whether those stories were true or exaggerated. Very few people were willing to test them for themselves. That's why once those boys saw him, they left almost immediately with their heads down. Lucy quietly lowered her head. "Thank you, sir." Desmond slowly turned toward her. The ceramic plate spun effortlessly around his index finger before he casually caught it again. His movements looked practiced and relaxed, almost playful. Yet somehow, they carried an invisible confidence that naturally drew people's attention. "You're welcome." He tilted his head slightly. Lucy immediately understood. "Lucy, sir." She answered politely. "Lucy." Desmond repeated the name. His crimson eyes remained fixed on hers. For a brief moment, Lucy felt as though those eyes weren't simply looking at her. They were looking through her. "That's a beautiful name." A faint smile appeared on his lips. "It suits a beautiful lady like you." His compliment sounded completely natural, as though he were merely stating an ordinary fact. Lucy politely smiled. "Thank you, sir." Desmond handed her his ceramic plate. Lucy accepted it and immediately began serving desserts onto it. While she worked, Desmond casually rested one elbow on the edge of the serving trolley. His chin settled comfortably against his palm. He simply watched her. "I wonder." He spoke almost to himself. "Who's prettier, you or my own maid?" His tone remained relaxed. Lucy simply continued placing desserts onto the plate. She didn't respond. "I'm done, sir." She smiled politely before handing the plate back. Desmond accepted it. He glanced at the neatly arranged desserts. Then, his eyes slowly returned to Lucy. The smile on his face remained unchanged. "Lucy, you're a novice-ranked alchemist." He calmly observed her. "A full alchemist at that. You are quite talented." The words sounded casual. Yet, Lucy immediately felt her heartbeat skip. It wasn't the compliment that surprised her. It was the certainty. It was as though Desmond wasn't making a guess. He was reading facts directly from a book. Her eyes twitched ever so slightly. Desmond noticed. His crimson eyes slowly lowered. They stopped around Lucy's abdomen. A second later, his gaze rose once again. "Your cognus pool." He pointed toward her with one finger. "Is impressive." His voice remained gentle. "So, which path do you follow?" Lucy couldn't answer immediately. She simply looked at the young man standing before her. There was something deeply unsettling about him. His smile never disappeared. His posture remained relaxed. He wasn't releasing killing intent, nor was he trying to intimidate her. Yet, the pressure he naturally gave off made every instinct in her body scream at her to stay cautious. Lucy had fought enemies before. She had stood in battles where life and death were separated by only a single mistake. She had crossed blades with dangerous people. Even then, the pressure she felt now wasn't any weaker. In fact, only 3 people had ever made her instincts react this strongly. The first 2 were the black market guards, and the third was the person she served every day, Ezra Ashenlocke. Almost unconsciously, Lucy stepped backward. One step, then another. Just as she was about to create more distance. "The master is speaking to you, maid." A woman's voice quietly sounded behind her. Lucy's body stiffened. Since when? She wanted to turn around, to see who had appeared behind her without making a sound. Before she could move, "Keep your face forward, maid." The woman's voice came again, cold and sharp, almost completely devoid of emotion. Every word carried invisible pressure. Lucy stopped moving. Even breathing became slightly harder. "Violet." Desmond sighed softly. "Relax." A helpless smile appeared on his face. "You're making poor Lucy nervous." His tone sounded almost affectionate, as though he were calming an old friend. Then, his expression became slightly more serious. "Come." Only one word. It wasn't loud. It wasn't threatening. Yet, the instant it entered Lucy's ears, her body moved. "Step. Step." Step. She walked toward him before she even realized what she was doing. What's happening? Am I really this frightened? Why can't I stop? Her hands began trembling uncontrollably. Her breathing became more uneven. She finally stopped directly before Desmond. Inside her heart, only one thought remained. Master. Desmond's smile slowly widened. What an obedient maid. His crimson eyes gently curved. I'm becoming quite interested in taking you away from your current master. Slowly, he reached out. His fingers approached Lucy's cheek. Before they could touch her, what do you think you're doing to someone else's maid? A calm voice sounded from behind him. It wasn't loud. It wasn't angry. It was simply cold and firm. The words instantly cut through the invisible pressure filling the space. Lucy's trembling stopped. Her eyes brightened almost immediately. Relief flooded across her face. Master. She softly called out. The fear that had quietly accumulated inside her disappeared almost at once. Desmond's hand stopped halfway. Oh. Still wearing the same relaxed smile, he slowly turned around. The master finally decided to show himself. His crimson eyes met a pair of calm black eyes. Neither of them looked away. For a brief moment, the noise of the ballroom seemed to fade into the background. The air itself felt noticeably heavier as two completely different presences quietly faced one another. Chapter 312, Face Off 2. Earlier, before Ezra walked over to Desmond. Ever since the unveiling of the Royal Phantom Rolls, Ezra had unknowingly become one of the busiest people inside the grand ballroom. The moment he stepped back into the hall, students from nearly every corner gradually found reasons to approach him. Most of them were girls. A few boys also joined the gathering, though their reasons were noticeably different. Some wished to congratulate him on the success of the Phantom Rolls. Others wanted to satisfy their curiosity, while a handful simply hoped to become acquainted with someone whose name had recently spread across Britannia. Ezra stood calmly among them. Although he wasn't particularly fond of social gatherings, he couldn't openly refuse their approaches. As a noble, and more importantly, as someone who had deliberately chosen to place himself in the public eye through his inventions, this was simply one of the prices that came with walking that path. If he wanted to achieve the goal he cherished most, then this much was only a small sacrifice. He answered every question politely. He neither spoke too much nor too little. His replies remained concise, yet never came across as dismissive. It was enough to keep the conversations flowing while avoiding unnecessary familiarity. Ezra Ashenlocke. A young high-ember noble smiled as he lifted the glass in his hand. My family was fortunate enough to purchase one noble Phantom Rolls. His smile quickly turned into one of helplessness. But do you know how stingy my father became after it arrived at our estate? Several students looked over curiously. He actually built a private glass garage just for the vehicle. The young noble sighed dramatically, and I wasn't even allowed to sit inside it. Light laughter immediately spread through the group. A viscount's daughter nodded vigorously. My family is even worse. She covered her mouth while laughing. My mother refused to let my father be the first one to ride ours. The surrounding students became even more interested. Really? The young lady nodded. She insisted that she should be the first. According to her, she needed to show it off to her circle before anyone else. Another wave of laughter swept through the gathering. Some students couldn't help imagining the amusing scene. Even a few nearby nobles smiled in agreement. It seemed this wasn't an uncommon occurrence among households fortunate enough to own a Phantom Rolls. Ezra quietly listened to everyone. From time to time, he gave a small nod. Although his expression barely changed, he could tell they genuinely appreciated the work the Eclipse had done with his invention. One of the non-noble students, standing among the crowd, suddenly changed the topic. I also heard that you helped Lady Vera create 2 new firearms. Several others immediately turned toward Ezra. That's right. I've heard the same. The rising inventor of Britannia keeps making one surprise after another. The atmosphere quickly became lively again. Ezra calmly answered. Lady Vera only asked me for assistance. I simply helped where I could. He spoke in the same composed tone. She completed most of the work herself. His answer caused several students to exchange surprised glances. So it's true. One high-ember noblewoman looked at Ezra curiously. You and Lady Vera Ashenlocke are actually quite close. Another student nodded. Now that I think about it, I've attended quite a few social gatherings over the years, and I've hardly ever seen Lady Vera pay much attention to anyone. A young noble folded his arms thoughtfully. The only boy she ever seemed close to. Wasn't he her fiancé at one point? Palmer, someone asked. Palmer Ashenlocke. Yes, that's him. Pamela's older brother. The Viscount's daughter gently rested one hand against her cheek. Her cheerful expression became noticeably softer. Now that you mention Pamela, I wonder how she's doing. She looked toward Ezra. I expected she'd be among the Ashenlocke children entering the Royal Academy this year. A trace of concern appeared in her voice. But I heard she didn't even make the final list. Another noble quietly joined the discussion. To be honest, the 10 students' house Ashenlocke selected surprised quite a few people. I even heard someone completely unknown manage to earn one of the 10 positions. Ezra answered without hesitation. That's because the trial of steel was used to choose the strongest among us. His reply was simple and direct. Another student nodded. I heard Pamela enrolled in Ash Academy instead. A brief silence settled over the group. One of the girls sighed quietly. Poor Pamela. I heard her brother passed away from a sudden illness. Several girls lowered their eyes. A hint of sympathy appeared on their faces. The mood gradually became quieter. Before the conversation could continue, you've all drifted quite far away from the original topic. A graceful voice interrupted from behind them. Everyone instinctively turned. A young noblewoman slowly approached the gathering. Her elegant gown flowed naturally with every step, while the silver embroidery along its edges shimmered beneath the ballroom lights. She wore a composed smile that neither appeared arrogant nor overly friendly. Instead, it carried the quiet confidence expected of someone born into one of Britannia's influential count houses. The conversations around her gradually softened. Lady Grace Evergrey. Several nobles greeted her respectfully. The surrounding students, both noble and non-noble alike, politely bowed. Ezra lowered his head as well. Grace returned each greeting with a graceful nod before smiling warmly at everyone. I believe we should be speaking about the guest of honor. Her eyes finally rested on Ezra. Ezra Ashenlocke. Ezra silently observed the family crest embroidered upon her attire. Evergrey. The name immediately reminded him of an earlier conversation. Back when he and Vera had been preparing the firearm presentation, she had mentioned another Gun Alchemy house. House Evergrey. A count family steadily rising through Britannia's military industry. Many even believed they would eventually replace House Ashenlocke as the kingdom's leading gun alchemy house. I see. Ezra understood almost immediately. She hadn't approached him out of simple curiosity. There was a purpose behind her visit. Grace turned toward the others. I happened to overhear part of your conversation. If you don't mind. The surrounding students quickly shook their heads. Not at all. Please. She smiled appreciatively. Thank you. Grace offered a small bow before continuing. I heard someone mention that Ezra assisted Lady Vera in developing her firearms. She paused briefly. The Colt 1911 and the improved Basky model. The EV-26 MK.2. The surrounding students listened attentively. Grace's calm expression became noticeably more serious. I have a feeling there's more to that story. She slowly turned toward where Ezra had been standing. Isn't that right, Ezra? Her words stopped. The smile on her face stiffened. He's gone. She blinked. The place where Ezra had been standing only moments earlier was now completely empty. Grace immediately looked around. Nothing. She turned toward another side of the ballroom. Still nothing. The nobles surrounding her also looked around in confusion. When did he leave? I didn't even notice. Did he go to the gentleman's room? Another student guessed. Grace slowly clenched one hand beneath her sleeve. A faint trace of annoyance flickered across her eyes. Who does he think he is? Walking away while I'm speaking. The thought crossed her mind. Even so, years of noble etiquette prevented the slightest crack from appearing on her elegant smile. She calmly composed herself once again before anyone could notice her displeasure. Around her, the students continued searching for Ezra with puzzled expressions. None of them realized that, the moment Grace began approaching the group, Ezra's attention had already been caught by something happening across the ballroom. Something that immediately erased any interest he had in continuing the conversation. Without attracting attention, he quietly slipped through the crowd. His destination was clear from the very beginning. Lucy. Back to the present. Desmond slowly pointed a thumb over his shoulder toward Lucy. His smirk remained relaxed, as though everything happening before him was nothing more than mild entertainment. So, her master is actually Ezra Ashenlocke. His crimson eyes shifted back toward Ezra with open curiosity. Ezra didn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze quietly drifted toward the embroidered family crest on Desmond's formal suit. The silver emblem was unmistakable. House Derlise. A Derlise. Ezra said calmly. I see. His tone was flat, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Behind Desmond, Lucy looked at Ezra with eyes filled with relief. The fear that had been building inside her finally began to disappear. Master came. She unconsciously loosened the grip on her tight-fitted trouser. But only for a moment. The instant she noticed the expression on Ezra's face, the relief she had just regained froze in place. His face hadn't changed. It remained calm. Yet, she had served Ezra long enough to recognize that look. He wasn't angry. He wasn't shouting. He wasn't even releasing his cognus. That was exactly what made it frightening. Desmond casually took 2 slow steps forward. His polished shoes echoed softly against the marble floor. The way you said my family's name, he smiled faintly, makes it sound like you've got a personal grudge against House Derlise. He tilted his head with apparent curiosity. I wonder, which member of my family offended you? Ezra looked directly into his crimson eyes. Don't change the topic. His reply came without the slightest pause. I asked you a question. The surrounding students instinctively fell silent. Even the nearby orchestra seemed quieter beneath the growing tension. Ezra's dark eyes narrowed slightly. They remained fixed on Desmond without wavering. What do you think you're doing with someone else's maid? His voice wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. Compared to his previous words, this sentence carried noticeably more weight. The coldness hidden beneath his calm tone caused several nearby students to unconsciously stop moving. Desmond stared at him for a second. Then, a quiet chuckle escaped his lips. Heh, would you look at this guy? He lightly shook his head. No one did anything to your maid. His smile slowly faded. But, even if I did, the warmth completely disappeared from his face. He looked at Ezra as though looking down upon someone beneath him. Who exactly gave a lowline brat the right to question me? The atmosphere instantly became heavier. No cognus was released. No killing intent exploded into the surroundings. Yet, the invisible pressure created by 2 powerful young nobles confronting one another made everyone nearby instinctively react. Several servants quietly lowered their heads. Others subtly retreated toward the walls. The maids working beside Lucy exchanged uneasy glances before creating distance between themselves and the confrontation. Even students who had been enjoying desserts moments earlier slowly stepped away. Some didn't want to become involved. Others simply couldn't resist watching. A confrontation between Ezra Ashenlocke and Desmond Derlise was far too rare to ignore. Ezra never answered Desmond's insult. Instead, his eyes shifted away from him, landing on Violet. She still stood only a short distance behind Lucy, close enough to interfere again if she wished. Ezra slowly raised one finger. He pointed directly at her. Maid of House Derlise. He spoke as though Desmond wasn't even standing there. The moment Violet heard those words, every muscle in her body instinctively tensed. She met Ezra's gaze. Those calm black eyes showed almost no emotion. They were quiet, cold, and empty, like the surface of a lake without a single ripple. Yet, the instant their eyes met, a chill shot down Violet's spine. Her body reacted before her thoughts could. Her right hand immediately moved toward the space bag hanging at her waist. Cold sweat quietly formed along her forehead. Even Lucy found herself unable to continue looking directly at Ezra. She had seen her master many times. She had fought beside him, worked beside him, spoken with him almost every day. Yet, the young man standing before Desmond somehow felt different. It was still Ezra. But it also wasn't. The calmness surrounding him now felt so distant that she almost couldn't recognize him. Ezra's finger remained pointed toward Violet. Take 3 steps back. He looked directly at her. Away from my maid. Simple. Direct. No unnecessary threats. No raised voice. And that alone was enough. Before Violet even realized what she was doing, her feet had already begun moving. 1 step. Another. Then a third. Only after stopping did she suddenly blink. When did I move? She hadn't consciously decided to retreat. Her instincts had done it for her. Desmond watched the entire scene unfold. For a moment, he simply stared. Then he laughed. Hey, hey, hey. His amused smile slowly returned. He stepped sideways until he once again blocked Ezra's view of Violet. The 2 young men now stood directly opposite each other. Crimson eyes. Deep black eyes. Neither side looked away. Neither side released cognizance. Neither side made the first move. Yet, the pressure between them steadily increased. Several nearby students quietly swallowed. Even breathing seemed slightly heavier. Desmond's smile gradually disappeared. You dared show killing intent toward my maid. His crimson pupils became noticeably brighter. A faint scarlet glow flickered deep within them. Do you even know who you're standing in front of? Ezra's expression remained unchanged. Do I look like I care? His answer came so naturally that it almost sounded like a genuine question. There wasn't the slightest hesitation, nor was there any attempt to provoke Desmond. He simply didn't care. The straightforward reply caused several nearby nobles to exchange stunned looks. Even Desmond's smile became noticeably stiffer. Before either of them could speak again, a soft clap interrupted the growing tension. That's enough, boys. Vera's calm voice drifted between them. She had somehow stepped directly into the space separating the 2. Neither hurried, nor nervous. She looked first at Ezra, then at Desmond. Her expression remained composed. Desmond glanced toward her. Ezra remained silent. Just then, as gentlemen, arguing over a maid is one of the least elegant things you can do. A calm female voice came from Vera's back as a rhythmic tap of a walking stick echoed across the polished floor. Tap. 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 A young noblewoman approached with graceful, measured steps. Her black hair flowed neatly behind her shoulders, while the ruby embedded in the golden handle of her walking stick reflected the ballroom lights. 2 distinguished nobles wearing the same family crest quietly followed several steps behind her. Students instinctively made room as she approached. Desmond looked over. Oh. A pleasant smile immediately returned to his face. Willow. He greeted her innocently. The young woman stopped only a few steps away. Her expression didn't soften in the slightest. Don't use that fake innocent smile on me, Desmond. She lifted her walking stick. The ruby-tipped handle pointed directly toward him. You've already embarrassed yourself enough. Arguing over a maid. Her crimson eyes shifted toward Lucy. The disappointment in them was impossible to miss. Lucy immediately lowered her head. She didn't dare meet the young woman's eyes. Vera quietly sighed. Willow, dear, there is a difference between fighting over a maid and confronting someone for harassing one. Her voice remained as calm as ever. Don't mix the 2 together. Willow looked at Vera for several silent seconds. Neither woman raised her voice. Yet, their conversation naturally drew everyone's attention. Finally, Willow turned toward Ezra. Ezra calmly met her gaze. No one was fighting over a maid. His reply remained simple. Then he looked toward Desmond. Isn't that right? Desmond raised one eyebrow. Ah, he's right. He nodded lightly. We weren't fighting because of a maid. He began speaking almost automatically. We were just. His voice stopped, and his smile froze. That bastard. He baited me. Realization struck almost instantly. Desmond slowly turned toward Willow. The look she was giving him now was far colder than before. So, you were harassing his maid? Willow asked quietly. The colder her voice became, the more Desmond felt the confidence he had built moments ago quietly collapsing beneath his sister's unwavering stare. Chapter 3:13. Let's dance. I wonder what we should call someone who does that. Vera gently rested her index finger against her cheek as though she had been presented with a difficult academic question. Her eyes drifted toward Desmond. She looked at him from head to toe before quietly humming to herself. Trash sounds appropriate. She paused again. No. Her expression remained calm as she continued thinking aloud, appearing completely serious about finding the most suitable word. Perhaps there is something worse. She spoke so naturally that anyone unfamiliar with her would have believed she was genuinely searching for the correct vocabulary rather than trying to insult someone in front of half the ballroom. The words weren't loud. They didn't need to be. Her calm delivery somehow made them even more effective. Willow slowly turned her head toward her younger brother. The coldness in her eyes deepened. Desmond immediately felt the pressure of that gaze. Before either of them could continue, Vera. A familiar voice called from the side. You should stop adding fuel to the fire. A helpless smile rested on Tristan's face. If you continue provoking Willow, she might actually decide to discipline her own brother tonight. Vera looked at him quietly. Her expression never changed. I'm not provoking anyone. She answered in the same calm tone. I'm simply trying to expand my vocabulary. Felix slowly covered part of his face. Here we go again. He muttered beneath his breath. Gareth lightly chuckled. Even Basil looked at Vera in complete disbelief. Around them, the disturbance had already attracted almost everyone's attention. Students who had been dancing only moments ago had slowed to a stop. Others quietly gathered near the edges of the ballroom, whispering among themselves while pretending not to stare. Servants carrying trays carefully changed direction to avoid passing between the two Duke houses. No one wanted to become caught in the middle of whatever happened next. Among the crowd, Sasha's bright eyes sparkled with excitement. She stood on the tips of her shoes, trying to see over several taller students. A fight. A fight between two Duke houses. The thought alone made her heart race. She knew exactly how dangerous Desmond Derlise was. His reputation had spread wildly amongst young nobles long before their Royal Academy life officially began. As for Ezra, she barely knew anything about him, but that wasn't important. All she cared about was whether the two would actually exchange blows. Nearby, Ravener looked thoroughly irritated. What in the world are they doing? He frowned as he looked toward the commotion. Is this supposed to be a welcoming ball, or some common tavern? He folded his arms tightly. They do realize this will delay the entire event. His annoyance was completely genuine. Not far from him, Cyrus quietly continued eating a slice of red velvet cake covered with vanilla icing. He had already removed the earplugs he normally wore. His attention remained fixed on the gathering around Ezra and Desmond. He slowly chewed another bite. That wasn't the combination I expected tonight. Without realizing it, even he had stopped focusing on his dessert. At another corner of the ballroom, Diane blinked in confusion. Did I miss a fight? She looked toward where Vera and Willow were standing. Her eyes brightened slightly. Wait, are Vera and Willow about to fight again? She puffed out her cheeks. They didn't even invite me. She sounded genuinely disappointed. One of the students standing beside her immediately shook his head. No, Lady Diane. That's not what's happening. Oh, Diane slowly turned to look at him. After several seconds, she simply closed her eyes again. I see. The student looked at her helplessly. What exactly did she imagine happened here? Elsewhere, Fatima folded her arms while quietly watching the growing crowd around Ezra and Desmond. She didn't move. She simply observed. Jin clicked her tongue. It's always Desmond causing trouble. Logan laughed softly. Maybe, but it's entertaining watching him bully in Ashenlocke. He stretched lazily. I'm going to take a closer look. He raised one hand before making his way through the gathering. Students. Jin merely sighed. Nearby, A small group of noble girls stood around Selena. One of them frowned. This kind of behavior, she shook her head, is exactly what ruins elegant parties. Another nodded in agreement. Not elegant at all. They're completely destroying the atmosphere. Brutes. Selena quietly listened. Her expression remained gentle. Is that so? She softly replied. Outwardly. Nothing about her expression changed. Inside her mind, however, an entirely different conversation was taking place. Oh, Sir Ezra, what exactly are you doing over there? Her hearing naturally focused toward the disturbance. Little by little, the surrounding conversations faded from her attention. She listened only to the voices coming from Ezra's side. A maid? Was this all because of his maid? Her beautiful eyes blinked once. Does that mean he actually likes his maid? No. Another rival? She almost sighed aloud. And she's a maid. Well, there isn't anything wrong with sincerely loving a maid. But now I have to worry about a maid too. The thoughts running through Selena's mind couldn't have been more different from the gentle smile she continued showing everyone around her. Then, her thoughts moved on to Desmond. Her smile almost stiffened. Honestly, this is exactly why I don't like him. Phew. She stopped herself. Ahem. He's simply a bad boy. Humph. Lady Selena. One of the noble girls spoke again. Boys like that are exactly the type you should avoid. They have no elegance. Yeah, they're just ruining the mood. Brutes. Selena gently cleared her throat. Ahem. The girls immediately became quiet. She smiled kindly at them. Ladies, we shouldn't casually use the B word when referring to noble gentlemen. She spoke softly. Or even non-noble gentlemen. It doesn't reflect true elegance. The girls immediately lowered their heads. We're sorry, Lady Selena. They apologized together. Selena lightly waved both hands. Oh, I'm only correcting everyone. Please don't apologize. It makes me feel embarrassed. Her gentle smile immediately melted the girls' nervousness. The admiration in their eyes only deepened. As expected of Lady Selena, the ideal flower of Britannia. She's so graceful. Selena smiled politely in return. Yet, none of those compliments truly entered her ears. Oh, I wonder. Will there ever be a day when Sir Ezra protects me like that? The thought alone made her heart flutter. She quietly sighed inwardly. Not far away, Veda still looked completely dissatisfied. He folded both arms. Why did you two stop me? He glanced toward Linda and Tracy. I should have gone over there and given that guy a piece of my mind. Linda looked at him with concern. Because things could have become much worse. She spoke honestly. If you had joined in, the situation would have escalated. Tracy nodded beside her. And besides, she folded her arms. Ezra can handle himself. She sounded completely confident. Veda clicked his tongue. Tisk. He understood exactly what they meant. Even so, he still disliked the idea of someone openly provoking Ezra. His frustration simply refused to disappear. Back at the center of the commotion, Vera quietly looked at Tristan. Your Highness. Her voice remained perfectly calm. You're accusing me of something rather serious. She blinked once. Does that mean you're trying to bully poor little me? She looked at him with complete sincerity, as though she truly couldn't understand why he would treat her so unfairly. Tristan froze. What? Felix slowly placed a hand over his forehead. Ah, he sighed to himself. Tristan rubbed his temple. How did this conversation suddenly become me bullying Yo? I've heard enough. Willow calmly interrupted before he could finish. Her voice wasn't loud. Yet, everyone instinctively fell silent. She turned toward Tristan and respectfully lowered her head. Your Highness, please forgive my rudeness, but I'll be taking my leave now. She straightened her posture. The welcoming ball should resume. No one objected. Not even Tristan himself. Willow slowly turned toward Desmond. The cold look she gave him this time lasted much longer than before. No words were needed. Desmond understood perfectly, still wearing an innocent smile. He scratched the back of his head as though he had done absolutely nothing wrong. His friends immediately stepped forward. Without giving him the chance to speak again, they quietly ushered him away from the gathering. Only after Desmond disappeared into the crowd did the heavy atmosphere finally begin to ease. Vera turned toward Ezra. She studied him for a moment. "You look surprisingly calm, for someone who just confronted Desmond." Her voice carried its usual quiet curiosity. Ezra answered honestly. "I only calmed down just now." His reply remained as straightforward as ever. Vera simply nodded. She wasn't surprised by the answer. Ezra's attention shifted toward Lucy. Violet had already left. Lucy smiled helplessly at him. Although the danger had passed, the slight trembling in her hands hadn't completely disappeared. Seeing that she was unharmed, Ezra finally looked away. Just then, the two news club hosts stepped back onto the stage. The male host smiled awkwardly. "We sincerely apologize for the interruption." The female host continued naturally. "But now, the welcoming ball shall officially resume. And now." The male host raised one hand toward the tall crystal windows surrounding the grand ballroom. "With the moonlight finally upon us." The ballroom had changed without many people realizing it. Outside, the silver moon had already risen high into the night sky. Its gentle light filtered through the enormous glass windows, mixing with the warm glow of the crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The polished marble floor reflected both lights beautifully, making the ballroom appear even more elegant than before. The female host stepped forward with a graceful smile. "Ladies, it is time to invite your gentlemen once again." She turned slightly, looking toward the young noblemen gathered around the ballroom. "And gentlemen, please invite your ladies once again." The transition between the two hosts remained smooth, as though they had practiced every word countless times. The male host smiled. "Because..." He deliberately paused. Several students instinctively looked toward the center of the ballroom. The female host continued with a bright smile. "Now." She allowed the anticipation to linger for just another second. "It's time to truly dance." The two hosts smiled at one another before naturally stepping into a ballroom dance posture. With one synchronized movement, they bowed together. The students immediately responded with cheerful applause. "Oh." The female host suddenly lifted one finger as though she had just remembered something important. "Before we begin." She looked toward the stage at the far end of the ballroom. "We would also like to introduce tonight's lead musician." The male host smiled. "The flower of music. Our very own, Lady Selena Galehart." The moment Selena's name was announced, applause echoed throughout the grand ballroom. Students from every corner enthusiastically clapped their hands. Many nobles smiled as they looked toward the stage. Several non-nobles from far places in Britannia who had only heard stories about Selena's talent also turned with obvious curiosity. Selena gracefully walked toward the grand piano waiting beneath the soft lights. She acknowledged everyone with a gentle wave and her usual elegant smile. Every step she took remained calm and refined. There wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on her face. Instead, she carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone completely at home before an audience. When she finally reached the piano, she slowly sat down. For a brief moment, her fingers hovered above the polished black and white keys. She quietly studied them. Then she lifted her eyes toward the orchestra waiting several meters away. Although she had never rehearsed with this orchestra before, not even once, her expression remained completely relaxed. She showed no concern whatsoever. The orchestra members quietly watched her. Several of them had already heard countless stories about Lady Selena's talent. Tonight, they were about to witness it firsthand. Selena slowly raised one elegant hand. That single movement was enough. The orchestra members immediately straightened their posture. Violinists gently adjusted their instruments. The cellists rested their bows in position. The pianist accompanying her quietly placed both hands above the keys. Every musician fixed their eyes on Selena. Without a single spoken command, she naturally became the conductor. Across the ballroom, students gradually found their dance partners. Gentlemen politely extended their hands. Their ladies answered with graceful smiles. One pair after another stepped onto the center of the ballroom until the polished dance floor slowly filled with elegant gowns and finely tailored suits. Around them, The remaining students politely moved aside, leaving enough room for everyone to dance comfortably. The ballroom gradually became quieter. Everyone waited. Not a single note had been played yet. Selena simply kept her hand raised. The anticipation slowly built throughout the hall. No one spoke. No one wished to interrupt the silence. Then, Selena gently lowered her hand. The orchestra immediately began. The opening melody flowed softly through the ballroom, gentle and elegant, almost delicate. It was the perfect tempo for the opening greeting of a formal ballroom dance. Following the rhythm, every gentleman respectfully bowed toward his partner. Each lady answered with her own graceful courtesy before extending her hand. Only then did the gentlemen gently take their ladies' hands. As the first measures continued, the music slowly became livelier, not dramatically, only enough for the dancers to naturally transition into their first steps. The couples began moving together. Their polished shoes glided smoothly across the marble floor. Elegant gowns gently swayed with every turn. The ballroom slowly transformed into a sea of graceful movements. Nicholas wore a bright smile throughout the dance. One hand rested respectfully around his partner's waist while the other gently held hers. The two moved together surprisingly well, drawing a few approving glances from nearby students. Even while dancing, Nicholas couldn't resist looking toward Ezra. His smug expression quietly returned. He noticed Ezra still hadn't entered the dance floor. Instead, Ezra remained among the small number of students simply watching the performance. See, Nicholas thought proudly. Some people are just meant to admire from the sidelines. Not far away, Veda danced together with Linda. Compared to Nicholas, his movements appeared more natural. Linda, however, could barely maintain eye contact. Every time their faces drew close during the dance, her cheeks immediately became a deeper shade of red. She quickly looked away, only for her eyes to drift back toward Veda again moments later. The cycle repeated itself throughout the dance. Veda noticed her reactions. A small smile quietly appeared on his face. He pretended not to notice. Little by little, more students joined the dance floor. The ballroom became increasingly lively. Pairs gracefully moved around one another while carefully following the rhythm set by the orchestra. Those who weren't dancing quietly stepped farther toward the edges of the hall, creating enough space for the growing number of couples. Some watched with admiration. Others quietly discussed whose dancing looked the most elegant. A few younger students even copied certain dance steps while laughing among themselves. Ezra quietly observed everything for another moment. Then, he turned away from the dance floor. The desserts suddenly seemed far more interesting. He calmly walked back toward the buffet tables where several attendants continued serving pastries, cakes, fruits, and sweets. After waiting patiently in line, he stood before the serving station. It was at that very moment Selena finally joined the orchestra herself. Until now, she had only been guiding them. Now, her fingers gently descended onto the piano keys. The first note she played blended seamlessly into the orchestra's melody. There wasn't the slightest hesitation, nor was there any feeling that she had joined halfway through the performance. Instead, it felt as though she had been part of the music from the very beginning, even though she had never rehearsed with them. The harmony sounded flawless. The orchestra instinctively adjusted around her rhythm. Their performance immediately rose to another level. The melody became richer, warmer, more complete. The dancers felt the change almost instantly, without realizing it. Their movements naturally became more fluid. Every turn looked more graceful. Every step carried greater confidence. Even those simply watching found themselves captivated by the music. Some unconsciously smiled. Others quietly closed their eyes for a brief moment, allowing themselves to enjoy the performance. The atmosphere inside the grand ballroom grew even more enchanting beneath the moonlight pouring through the windows. Students watched their friends dance. Many admired the elegant movements of the kingdom's young nobles. Others simply allowed themselves to become immersed in the beautiful melody filling the hall. Standing quietly before the dessert station, Ezra patiently waited for his plate to be served. As his eyes casually wandered across the ballroom, they suddenly settled on a familiar figure among the dancers. A certain noble, still wearing his signature earplugs. Chapter 314, Second Core. Ezra's eyes narrowed slightly the moment Cyrus noticed him. Even from across the ballroom, he caught the brief change in Cyrus' expression. The distraction lasted only a heartbeat. Still, it was enough for Cyrus to almost miss a step during the dance. "Sir Cyrus?" The young lady dancing with him looked up with concern. Her hands remained gently resting in his as they continued moving with the rhythm of the music. "Is something wrong?" Cyrus immediately recovered his composure. "It's nothing." He smiled awkwardly. "I'm simply not very good at dancing." The girl blinked before shaking her head. "No, Sir Cyrus. I think you're doing very well." A slightly brighter smile appeared on Cyrus' face. "You really think so?" "Of course," she answered without hesitation. "Thank you." He politely inclined his head before guiding her into another smooth turn. Outwardly, his smile remained warm and gentlemanly. Inside, his thoughts were completely different. "She's probably wondering how she can get close to Ravener through me." The thought crossed his mind so naturally that he almost laughed to himself. Everyone always wants something. Even so, none of those thoughts appeared on his face. He continued dancing with calm elegance, making sure not to reveal what was running through his mind. As for Ravener, Cyrus casually shifted his gaze across the dance floor. His stepbrother was dancing with the very first young lady who had successfully passed the interview Sasha personally held for him. Coincidentally, the girl dancing with Cyrus had also been Sasha's very first choice from the group selected for him. The two brothers exchanged a brief glance. Almost at the exact same moment, both quietly sighed. Neither needed to say a word. They already knew what the other was thinking. That shameless, money-loving stepsister. Because of Sasha's ridiculous matchmaking scheme, they still had several more partners waiting for them before the evening ended. Not far away, Sasha stood comfortably near the edge of the ballroom with both hands clasped behind her back. A mischievous smile slowly spread across her face as she watched her two stepbrothers continue dancing. She looked completely satisfied with herself. Every now and then, she quietly nodded, as though admiring the results of her own hard work. Seeing the reluctant expressions they occasionally tried to hide only made her smile even wider. Meanwhile, Ezra quietly walked toward the side of the ballroom, where several other students had chosen to remain spectators instead of joining the current dance. Unlike many formal balls, tonight's welcome celebration had been divided into 3 separate dance sessions. The dance currently taking place was the first core. After its conclusion, everyone would be given a 30-minute break to rest before the second core officially began. Following that, the third core would serve as the final dance of the evening and formally close the Royal Academy's welcoming ball. Each dance session itself would last 2 full hours. The arrangement allowed students who wished to dance with multiple partners enough time to do so without exhausting themselves too quickly. As the performance continued, time quietly slipped away. 45 minutes into the first core, the partner rotation naturally began. The orchestra never stopped playing. Guided by Selena's flawless leadership, the melody continued flowing through the ballroom with the same elegant rhythm. One pair after another politely exchanged partners according to the schedule arranged for the evening. The entire transition happened so smoothly that the music never felt interrupted. Veda had already completed his first dance with Linda. When the first 15 minutes ended, he politely thanked her before changing partners. His next dance belonged to Tracy. Another 15 minutes passed. The music continued. The dancers rotated once more. This time, Veda found himself dancing with a young noble lady from a Count family. He adjusted effortlessly to each new partner. His movements remained composed and natural regardless of who stood opposite him. Elsewhere, Cyrus followed the same schedule. Every 15 minutes, a different young lady stepped forward to become his next dance partner. By the time the first hour had passed, he could already feel the fatigue building beneath his calm expression. His legs remained steady. His posture remained elegant. His smile never disappeared. Only Cyrus himself knew how exhausted he was becoming. How many more? He silently asked himself. Unfortunately, the answer was still quite a few. The music continued filling the grand ballroom. Elegant dresses swayed with every turn. Leather shoes glided across the polished marble floor. Laughter occasionally mixed with the orchestra's melody before disappearing beneath the sound of violins and pianos. Students who weren't dancing quietly gathered around the edges of the ballroom, watching friends, chatting among themselves, or enjoying desserts served by the attendants. Before anyone realized it, nearly 2 hours had already passed. Selena sensed the approaching end long before the dancers did. Her fingers gently shifted across the piano keys. Without disrupting the melody, she gradually guided the orchestra into a slower, softer rhythm. The lively music gently settled. Every transition felt natural. No note sounded forced. It was as though the melody itself understood that the first chord had reached its conclusion. The dancers instinctively slowed their movements. One final turn. One final step. Then, the last note echoed gently throughout the hall. Selena slowly lifted her hands away from the piano. Silence lasted only a heartbeat. Clap. 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 The applause erupted throughout the grand ballroom. Students applauded with genuine admiration. Many wore satisfied smiles after enjoying both the dance and the performance. Selena slowly stood from the piano bench. A thin layer of perspiration rested upon her forehead, while a few strands of hair lightly clung to her skin. Playing continuously for 2 hours while leading an entire orchestra had naturally demanded both concentration and stamina. She quietly took a deep breath, then another. Her breathing gradually steadied. Only after regaining her composure did she turn toward the audience. A graceful smile returned to her face. With flawless etiquette, she gently lifted the sides of her dress and offered everyone an elegant bow. The applause only grew louder. Amazing! Lady Selena. That performance was so beautiful. Praise echoed from different corners of the ballroom. Many non-noble students openly called her name. Some young nobles even nodded in appreciation. One young non-noble boy who had just finished dancing looked toward his partner with an excited smile. I have to admit, having someone this talented in our year is incredible. His partner smiled while continuing to applaud. I was thinking the same thing. The entire performance felt wonderful. Selena slowly turned away from the audience. Instead of accepting all the praise for herself, she faced the orchestra behind her. Without hesitation, she offered them another respectful bow. You were all amazing. Her voice remained as gentle as ever. The conductor quickly shook his head. Please don't say that, Lady Selena. You're embarrassing us. The orchestra members nodded one after another. He's right. We simply followed your lead. Selena couldn't help letting out a soft laugh. She covered her mouth politely before smiling at everyone. Thank you, everyone. Her sincere gratitude made several orchestra members smile in return. The atmosphere between them remained warm and respectful as the first chord of the welcoming ball officially came to an end. The applause had barely begun to settle when several familiar young ladies hurried toward Selena. They had clearly been waiting for the performance to end. Without needing a single instruction, each of them naturally stepped into her assigned role, as though they had rehearsed the routine countless times before. One girl carried a neatly folded white hand towel. Another carefully held a ceramic plate with a slice of dessert already prepared for Selena. A third girl approached with a chilled drink in both hands, condensation slowly rolling down the side of the glass. The fourth and fifth girls each carried elegant folding fans, while the sixth held a small crystal bottle of perfume. Their movements were orderly. No one spoke over another. Each girl simply did what she had come to do. Selena smiled gently at the orchestra before leaving. She raised one hand in a graceful farewell. Thank you for your hard work. Several orchestra members smiled and waved back. It was an honor performing with you, Lady Selena. Can't wait to play together again. For the second chord, Selena nodded lightly before allowing the girls to escort her away from the stage. As they walked, the first girl carefully unfolded the white towel and gently dabbed the thin beads of sweat from Selena's forehead and cheeks. Every movement was slow and delicate. She was careful not to disturb Selena's makeup or the neat arrangement of her hair. At the same time, the two girls holding fans stood on either side of Selena, creating a steady breeze that gradually cooled the warmth lingering from her 2-hour performance. The refreshing airflow gently lifted a few loose strands of her hair. Only after the perspiration had been cleaned away did Selena accept the chilled drink from the third girl. She lifted the glass with both hands and took several small sips. The cool drink soothed her throat almost immediately after the long performance. Once she finished drinking, she handed the glass back before accepting the ceramic plate of dessert. Using the small fork placed neatly beside it, she took a modest bite. She neither hurried nor slowed her pace. Everything about her remained graceful. Even something as simple as eating dessert seemed refined in the eyes of those watching her. The last girl quietly uncorked the crystal perfume bottle. With practiced movements, she lightly sprayed a delicate fragrance around Selena's shoulders and dress. The pleasant floral scent quickly replaced any trace of perspiration left from her performance. Selena smiled softly. "Thank you, everyone." "It wasn't anything." One of the girls smiled brightly. "It is our duty to take care of Lady Selena." The others nodded one after another. After finishing her dessert, Selena slowly flexed her fingers. She stretched them gently before pressing each fingertip against the opposite hand. Playing the piano continuously for 2 hours had placed considerable strain on her hands. With another performance waiting during the second core, she quietly warmed her fingers back up, making sure they remained loose and responsive. The break wasn't only for her. Throughout the grand ballroom, students also began using the 30-minute interval to recover their energy. Some accepted chilled drinks from the servants. Others gathered around the dessert tables. Several noble ladies chatted cheerfully while enjoying slices of cake. The servants moved efficiently between the students, replacing empty trays with fresh desserts and refilling drinks without disturbing the lively atmosphere. Before long, the ballroom was once again filled with conversations, laughter, and the soft clinking of glasses. Among all that activity, Ezra remained exactly where he had been. He leaned comfortably against one of the marble pillars near the dessert tables, quietly holding a ceramic plate in one hand. On it rested a slice of vanilla cake covered with smooth vanilla icing. He slowly cut off another small piece before placing it into his mouth. His attention wasn't on the conversations surrounding him. He simply enjoyed the quiet moment while the others rested. "Is vanilla your favorite flavor?" A familiar dry voice reached him from the front. Ezra lifted his black eyes. Vera had somehow appeared without him noticing. Yet again, she stopped beside him before leaning her shoulder lightly against the same marble wall. Her own ceramic plate rested comfortably in one hand. A slice of red velvet cake sat neatly upon it. Ezra looked back at his cake. "No," he answered honestly. "But I don't eat chocolate cake." His reply was as plain as ever. Vera glanced down at the cake on her own plate. "We'll be taking the floor during the second core." She said it as though she were reminding him of the weather. Her expression remained perfectly calm. "I can't wait to see your dance skills." Ezra slowly turned his head toward her. The corner of his mouth moved ever so slightly. Like the young lord would say. His voice carried the faintest trace of sarcasm, while his eyes darted to where Veda was for only a second, before it went back to his vanilla cake. "You don't look particularly excited." Vera quietly looked back at him. For several seconds, she simply stared. Then, a thoughtful sound escaped her lips. She slowly raised her fork and pointed it toward Ezra. "You're now playing sarcasm with me?" She tilted her head ever so slightly. "I believe that's what people call growth." Her tone remained completely flat. "Isn't that right, Ezra Ashenlocke?" Ezra calmly looked at the fork aimed in his direction before meeting her eyes again. "I suppose," he replied without denying it. Vera lowered the fork back onto her plate. With an effortless movement, she neatly sliced off a small piece of the red velvet cake. The cake remained perfectly intact despite the clean cut. She lifted the bite with her fork. Without saying another word, she casually held it toward Ezra. "Do you want some?" There wasn't the slightest embarrassment on her face, nor did she appear to think there was anything unusual about the gesture. Ezra looked at the piece of cake for only a brief moment. Then, without hesitation, he leaned forward. The piece of red velvet cake disappeared into his mouth in one clean bite. Vera's eyes twitched almost imperceptibly. It was such a tiny reaction that anyone else would have missed it. Even the hand holding the fork froze for a fraction of a second. Ezra calmly finished chewing before swallowing unbothered. After a brief moment of consideration, he looked back at Vera. I think I prefer the red velvet more than the vanilla. Ezra spoke as plainly as ever, as though he hadn't just done something that left nearly everyone within sight completely stunned. He simply stood there, holding his ceramic plate as if tasting someone else's cake with the same fork was the most ordinary thing in the world. Around them, the students froze. Several pairs of eyes widened. Others blinked repeatedly, almost questioning whether they had imagined what they had just witnessed. One noble boy slowly rubbed his own eyes in pure disbelief. A young lady beside him quietly covered her mouth. Even a few servants standing behind the dessert tables exchanged bewildered glances. Did he really just? The same question echoed through countless minds at the same time. Nobody dared to say it aloud. The atmosphere around Ezra and Vera became strangely quiet despite the lively ballroom surrounding them. Even Vera herself wasn't completely prepared for what had just happened. Her fork remained suspended in the air for the briefest moment. She looked at Ezra, then at the now empty fork, then back at Ezra again. The tiny twitch at the corner of her eyes was the only sign that she had been genuinely caught off guard. For someone who rarely showed much emotion, that reaction alone was enough to reveal how unexpected Ezra's action had been. Vera. Ezra calmly called her name. Yes. Her reply came a little slower than usual. The slight hesitation barely lasted an instant before she naturally returned to her usual composed expression. It was as though the brief surprise had never existed. Ezra glanced toward the center of the ballroom. The second core is starting. He raised one hand slightly, pointing toward the students who had already begun gathering around the dance floor. Vera followed his gaze. I follow wherever you go. She answered in her usual dry tone. There wasn't any hesitation in her voice. Nor did she sound embarrassed by what had happened moments earlier. It was simply another statement of fact. The two quietly walked toward one of the collection tables positioned around the ballroom. Several butlers stood neatly behind it. Students who wished to continue eating their desserts after dancing could leave their ceramic plates there, if any cake or dessert remained unfinished. The butlers would carefully wrap the plate before attaching a small name tag bearing the owner's name. That way, the students could simply return after dancing and continue enjoying their desserts without worrying about leaving it in the open. Ezra placed his half-finished vanilla cake onto the table. Vera also calmly did the same with her red velvet cake. One of the butlers immediately stepped forward. Mr. Ezra, Lady Vera. He politely bowed. We'll keep them safe until your return. Ezra simply nodded once. Vera replied with a small nod of her own before the two turned toward the ballroom once again. The second core had officially begun. Compared to the first core, this dance attracted even more attention. Many of the influential nobles who had spent the earlier session observing or resting now began making their way toward the center of the ballroom. Among them, Fatima stepped onto the dance floor together with her stepbrother, Stark. The two naturally assumed their positions as brother and sister. Quite a few students looked at them with puzzled expressions. Whispers quietly spread throughout the ballroom. They're dancing together? I thought Lady Fatima would choose someone else. Didn't several noble heirs ask her already? One young lady quietly smiled. Knowing Lady Fatima, I'm honestly not surprised. She's always been impossible to approach. Another student nodded. Exactly. If dancing with her own brother keeps troublesome admirers away, then it actually sounds like something she'd do. The brief curiosity quickly disappeared. Everyone simply accepted the explanation and moved on. Not far away, another pair immediately attracted even greater attention. Princess Stella gracefully stepped onto the dance floor. Standing opposite her was Veda. The moment the two appeared together, countless eyes immediately gathered upon them. Students couldn't help whispering among themselves. The third princess and Sir Veda. They look surprisingly good together. Elsewhere, Prince Tristan quietly extended his hand toward Grace Evergrey. Grace accepted with her usual elegance. The two exchanged proper greetings before taking their positions. Nearby, Gareth also stepped onto the floor. During the first core, he had danced with Paige. Now, standing opposite him was Lyra. The partner rotation continued exactly as planned. Sasha cheerfully walked toward Prince Charles. The fourth prince sighed helplessly the moment he saw her approaching. Sasha only smiled more brightly. She looked completely pleased with herself. Meanwhile, Maxwell calmly guided Cherry toward the dance floor. Cherry still looked thoroughly frightened. Her small hands nervously clutched the back of Maxwell's formal coat. Even after reaching the dance floor, she refused to let go. I don't want to do this, Sir Maxwell. Her voice trembled noticeably. Even her legs shook slightly beneath her elegant dress. Maxwell couldn't help letting out a small laugh. Now, Cherry. He looked at her with a gentle smile. No one is paying attention to us. And even if they are, nothing will happen. Cherry immediately puffed her cheeks. You're so mean. How can you laugh at me? She looked as though she might cry at any moment. Maxwell's smile softened. I'm sorry. Without making the movement seem awkward, he gently adjusted his grip around her hands. You don't have to be nervous. I'm here. Cherry slowly raised her eyes. She found herself staring directly into Maxwell's gentle smile. Her face instantly turned bright red. Her heartbeat quickened. Almost unconsciously, her fingers tightened around his hands. Seeing that she had calmed down slightly, Maxwell gently led her toward the center of the ballroom. Nearby, Cyrus returned to the dance floor once again. So did Ravener. This time, Ravener's partner was Willow. Felix calmly adjusted the cuff of his sleeve before stepping forward. Desmond followed shortly after, wearing the same innocent smile he always carried, as though the confrontation from earlier had never happened. Basil and the remaining high-status nobles also entered the dance floor one after another. Little by little, the second core became filled with many of Britannia's most outstanding young nobles. Then, Ezra and Vera quietly stepped onto the ballroom floor together. The moment they appeared, it felt as though an invisible switch had been flipped. Conversations gradually softened. One after another, heads turned toward them. Students who had been speaking quietly with friends found themselves looking over almost instinctively. Many eyes carried admiration. Some admired Vera. Others admired Ezra. Some simply appreciated how striking the pair looked standing side by side. Of course, not every gaze was filled with goodwill. Among the countless pairs of eyes, many carried unmistakable jealousy. Some looked at Vera with envy. Others directed every bit of that jealousy toward Ezra. To them, the boy standing beside one of Britannia's flowers looked far too fortunate. Yet, neither Ezra nor Vera paid any attention to the countless gazes following their every step as they calmly walked toward the center of the dance floor. Chapter 3:15, Longing. The moment Ezra stepped onto the dance floor beside Vera, he could immediately feel countless pairs of eyes settling upon him. Some of those gazes were filled with envy. Others carried admiration. Many were nothing more than simple surprise. Among all those watching, one gaze stood out more than the others. Prince Tristan. He stood with grace, ever gray, maintaining the posture expected of a gentleman, yet the annoyance on his face had become so obvious that even Grace could clearly notice it. She quietly glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Although she was curious, she wisely chose not to ask. Some questions were better left untouched. Not far away, Nicholas stared at Ezra as though he had just witnessed something impossible. His eyes widened until they almost seemed ready to pop out. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered under his breath. He had already finished his dance and now stood along the edge of the ballroom beside his partner, who was happily chatting with Linda and Tracy. Nicholas, however, wasn't listening to a single word. His entire attention remained fixed on Ezra and Vera. His mind replayed the conversation they had shared earlier that evening. He remembered proudly boasting that he already had a dance partner, while Ezra didn't. He had even acted as though he had won some great victory. Yet now, Ezra wasn't simply dancing. He was dancing with Ezra Ashenlocke. Nicholas suddenly wished the polished marble floor would split open beneath his feet. Why did I even brag? He covered part of his face. The worst part wasn't being proven wrong. It was the fact that Ezra himself clearly didn't care about any of the bragging in the first place. Everything Nicholas had proudly said earlier had only embarrassed himself. At the far end of the ballroom, Selena gracefully returned to the stage. She gently gathered her dress before sitting before the grand piano once again. Her fingers rested lightly above the polished keys while she quietly waited for the signal to begin. The orchestra behind her also returned to their positions. One by one, the dancers finished arranging themselves across the ballroom. The elegant atmosphere that had briefly relaxed during the break slowly returned. Vera quietly looked around before turning her attention back to Ezra. "There are quite a lot of eyes on us," she spoke in her usual calm voice. Ezra looked around as well. "Really?" he sighed softly. "And whose fault do you think that is?" His reply carried a faint trace of dry sarcasm again. Vera didn't deny it. Instead, she calmly tilted her head. "Technically, it's your fault." She spoke as though correcting a simple misunderstanding. "Most of those people aren't looking at me." Her dark eyes slowly swept across the surrounding students. "They're looking at the boy dancing with me." She paused briefly. Jealousy, envy, admiration, respect. There are quite a few emotions gathered in one place. Her gaze finally returned to Ezra. "You've become quite the popular noble, Ezra Ashenlocke." Ezra looked at her without changing his expression. "You're surprisingly shameless." "No, wait." He answered immediately, but paused. "You are shameless," Ezra said flatly. Vera's lips moved almost imperceptibly. Whether it was amusement or satisfaction, no one could tell. The orchestra quietly prepared behind them. Selena remained still. She patiently waited for the exact moment to begin. Without another word, Ezra performed a proper gentleman's bow. His movements were clean and refined. Opposite him, Vera gracefully lowered herself into a lady's curtsy. Every movement reflected years of her noble etiquette. As they straightened, Vera calmly looked at him. "Says the person who ate my cake." She paused deliberately. "Using my fork." Ezra met her gaze. "So?" His answer came without the slightest embarrassment. Vera slowly blinked. "You do realize that counts as an indirect kiss." Her voice remained perfectly flat. "I'm sure someone as intelligent as you already knows that." She looked at him for another second before her eyes widened ever so slightly. "Oh, it couldn't be." She tilted her head. Her expression remained almost completely blank. Yet the timing of her words carried just enough teasing to make them effective. As the dance officially began, their right hands naturally met, their fingers lightly clasped together. Vera quietly looked at their joined hands before lifting her eyes toward Ezra once more. "So, that was your goal all along?" She paused. "Pervert." Her tone remained as dry as ever. There wasn't the slightest embarrassment on her face. She simply sounded as though she were presenting a perfectly logical conclusion. Ezra narrowed his eyes. Without replying, his free hand gently settled against Vera's slim waist, guiding her into the proper ballroom position. The instant his hand touched her, silence seemed to spread through a large section of the ballroom. More than a few young noblemen felt something inside them crack. To many of the young nobles present, especially those who had regularly attended the royal social gatherings held in Eldenford, this scene felt almost unreal. Vera Ashenlocke had never danced with a young man before, not even once. The same could also be said for two other renowned flowers of Britannia, Selena Galehart and Diane Bergwin. Among the three, Vera had always been regarded as the least approachable, even though she was actually the most approached, with the sole exception of Selena Galehart. Of course, no gentleman had ever managed to hold her this closely in public. Yet tonight, that unchanging image had finally been broken, and the one standing beside her was Ezra Ashenlocke. Many students still found it difficult to believe what they were witnessing. Rumors had spread for months. There had been whispers, speculation, even obvious signs. Still, rumors were only rumors until seen with one's own eyes. Many remembered how countless influential young nobles had tried to invite Vera to dance. Desmond, Prince Tristan, Stark, a promising heir from House Berg, several talented heirs from House Durlees, even Prince Charles, the respected fourth prince, who maintained a close friendship with Veda Ashenlocke. Every single invitation had received the same answer. A polite refusal. Something like that. Yet, tonight, she had willingly accepted Ezra. That single fact alone left many people struggling to hide the complicated emotions filling their hearts. At that exact moment, Selena gently lowered her hand. One clear note rang out from the grand piano. The orchestra instinctively fell silent. The dancers froze in place, waiting for the true opening of the piece. Ezra glanced at Vera. "Are you a child?" He asked quietly enough that only she could hear. "You're still making a fuss over something that small." His tone remained calm. To him, sharing a bite of cake truly didn't seem like a matter worth discussing. Vera simply looked at him. She didn't respond immediately. Her quiet gaze lingered on him for several seconds, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. Then, Selena's fingers finally descended onto the piano. The opening melody flowed into the ballroom. A heartbeat later, the orchestra joined her. Together, they performed an entirely new composition. Unlike the graceful elegance of the first core, this melody carried a livelier rhythm while still preserving the dignity expected of a royal ballroom. The music spread through every corner of the hall. As though responding to the melody itself, the dancers began moving. Ezra gently led Vera forward. Every movement came naturally. His steps remained steady and precise. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in the way he guided her across the polished marble floor. Vera followed without resistance. Her body moved smoothly with every subtle cue from his hand. The rhythm between them settled almost immediately, as the distance between them naturally shortened during one of the opening movements. Ezra couldn't help noticing how unexpectedly soft Vera's waist felt beneath his hand. It contrasted sharply with the image he held of her. Someone capable of calmly facing danger. Someone whose abilities as an alchemist were anything but ordinary. The difference was strangely surprising. Vera quietly lifted her eyes toward him. "Don't mistake my silence for being unable to answer you." Her tone remained composed. "I was simply—" Before she could finish, Ezra smoothly guided her forward. Her body gracefully spun beneath their joined hands. The black and silver layers of her ballroom gown bloomed outward like the petals of a flower before settling once more. The movement was so fluid that it seemed almost effortless. Several nearby spectators unconsciously straightened where they stood. Their eyes followed the elegant turn without blinking. The next instant, Ezra gently drew her back toward him. Vera spun once again before coming to a smooth stop directly before him. Throughout the entire movement, she never resisted. Not even once. She entrusted every step to Ezra's lead, and Ezra guided her with calm confidence, making every transition appear so natural that it was difficult to tell where one movement ended and the next began. The perfect coordination between them gradually drew more and more attention. It wasn't only the people who had been watching from the beginning. Even those whose attention had been elsewhere slowly found themselves turning toward the pair without realizing it. The jealousy in some eyes, the envy in others. Even those who had shown little interest in the dance before. All of them eventually looked in the same direction, toward Ezra and Vera. Wow, they're completely in sync. Nina couldn't stop herself from blurting it out. Her bright eyes remained fixed on Vera as she watched her young lady dance with a boy for the very first time. Ever since they were children, Nina had watched Vera practice ballroom dances countless times. She had stood quietly by the walls during every lesson, watching her memorize each step until every movement became second nature. She knew exactly how skilled Vera was. Yet, because Vera had never accepted a dance invitation from any young noble before, Nina herself had never witnessed such a scene. This was the first. And somehow, watching it unfold before her own eyes left her with emotions she couldn't quite explain. If her lady had been dancing with anyone else, for some reason, Nina felt certain this feeling inside her wouldn't exist. She couldn't explain why, nor could she understand where the strange sense of satisfaction came from. But that very thought only made her feel even more annoyed. She quietly puffed out her cheeks. Why does it have to be Ezra? As time quietly passed, the true highlight of the second core slowly revealed itself. Among the countless pairs dancing across the grand ballroom One pair naturally began standing above the rest. A young man with deep black hair. A young lady with equally deep black hair. Neither possessed dazzling golden hair nor rare jewel-colored eyes. Yet somehow, the two of them captured everyone's attention more completely than any royal or noble present. Without either of them noticing, they had gradually become the center of the ballroom. The surrounding dancers naturally adjusted their movements. Some unknowingly gave them more space. Others instinctively danced around them without interrupting their rhythm. Little by little, Ezra and Vera found themselves standing at the very heart of the dance floor. Many students no longer bothered hiding where they were looking. Every few moments, their eyes drifted back toward the pair. "This is so beautiful," one young noble lady whispered. Her eyes sparkled with genuine admiration. The whispers only continued to grow. Each passing minute brought more spectators. The atmosphere inside the ballroom subtly changed. People were no longer watching every couple equally. They were watching one dance. Only one. Across the ballroom, Paris, Starlix, and Sphones rose one after another. Students eagerly activated their devices. Some wanted photographs. Others hurriedly began recording videos. Several quietly moved closer, hoping to capture a better angle before someone blocked their view. "It'll be a shame if I don't record this. Hurry, they're over there." Members of the Academy's news club immediately noticed the growing excitement. Without wasting another second, the camera team quickly redirected every recording device toward Ezra and Vera. Not a single movement was missed. Every graceful spin Ezra guided Vera through. Every elegant turn they shared. Every subtle shift in their footing. Every exchange of glances between them. Every movement flowed naturally into the next, making it difficult to tell where one ended and another began. As the dance continued, something quietly changed within Ezra himself. The ballroom gradually disappeared from his awareness. The countless spectators, the whispers, the cameras, even the orchestra. Everything faded into the background. His body simply followed the music. Almost instinctively, he entered a state of complete focus. Without consciously thinking about it, his body began recalling movements from another lifetime. Dance techniques that didn't exist in Britannia. Footwork, transitions, lifts, rotations. All the techniques Claudia taught him in his previous self's world. Without realizing it, Ezra naturally incorporated those techniques into the dance. The transition was seamless. As the melody reached another graceful rise, Ezra gently wrapped one arm around Vera's slender waist. In one smooth motion, he lifted her effortlessly from the floor. Vera showed not the slightest hint of surprise. Instead, she trusted him completely. Her body leaned gracefully backward while one hand remained lightly resting upon his shoulder. The skirt of her black and silver gown spread elegantly beneath the ballroom lights. The image was so breathtaking that several young ladies instinctively covered their mouths. Even many of the maids serving throughout the grand ballroom found themselves frozen. Their hearts skipped a beat. "What? That's beautiful. I wish someone would dance with me like that." A few couldn't stop themselves from imagining such a moment. Not because of desire alone, but because the scene itself looked like something taken straight from a romantic fairy tale. Nearby, Veda, who was dancing with Princess Stella, unconsciously slowed his own movements. His eyes remained fixed on Ezra and Vera. A rare expression of astonishment appeared across his face. "Ezra, were you this good of a dancer?" Princess Stella also found herself stealing glance after glance toward the pair. Even though she remained perfectly in rhythm, part of her attention had already wandered elsewhere. Upon the stage, Selena continued playing. Yet, her beautiful emerald eyes repeatedly drifted toward the ballroom floor, toward Ezra and Vera. A faint ache quietly surfaced within her heart. It was longing. A longing so gentle that even she struggled to describe it. She wanted, just once, to experience a dance like that herself. Not because of the attention, not because everyone was watching, but because of the trust reflected in every movement between the two dancers. The way Vera entrusted every step to Ezra, The way Ezra guided her without hesitation. It was beautiful. Painfully beautiful. Then, Selena suddenly realized something. Her fingers never stopped moving across the piano. The orchestra continued following her lead. The dancers continued matching her rhythm. That had always been the natural order. She played. Everyone else followed. Yet, without noticing when it had happened, the roles had quietly reversed. Instead, she had begun following Ezra and Vera, their movements, their rhythm, the rise and fall of their steps. Without realizing it, she had started shaping her music around their dance. Selena's fingers danced gracefully across the ivory keys. Every note she played sought to capture the elegance unfolding before her. The music lover within her refused to accept what she was hearing. No, this is still not enough. The melody she was creating still hadn't fully brought out the beauty blooming beneath the moonlit atmosphere of the grand ballroom. Her music wasn't matching them. It was chasing them. Selena gently bit her lower lip. For the first time since she had devoted herself to becoming a true pianist, a genuine challenge had appeared before her. Not another musician. Not another composer. But two dancers. A challenge unlike anything she had ever experienced. A small smile slowly formed on her lips. Instead of frustration, her eyes filled with excitement. If that's the case, then let me try. Her fingers suddenly accelerated. The melody rose to another level. The transition was so natural that the orchestra immediately sensed her intention. Without exchanging a single word, every musician instinctively straightened. Expressions turned serious. They tightened their focus and poured even more emotion into every note. No one wanted to fall behind. Like that. The music and the dance began lifting one another higher. Selena's performance and Ezra and Vera's dance. Together, they became the only attraction within the entire grand ballroom. No one could look away. No one wanted to. Even Lady Berg, the young lady known throughout Britannia as the Sleeping Ice Lady, quietly stood with her arms folded. Her usually indifferent eyes remained fixed upon Vera's calm, expressionless face. She didn't blink. She simply watched. Around the ballroom, more and more students gradually slowed to a stop. Some found the new musical tempo too demanding to comfortably continue dancing. Others simply couldn't keep themselves from watching Ezra and Vera. Their feet may have remained on the dance floor, but their attention had long since left their own partners. Before anyone realized it, an entire hour had quietly passed. The second core entered its final hour. The melody softened. Following the change in rhythm, Ezra gently guided Vera closer. The distance between them gradually disappeared until only a small space remained. At that distance, both could clearly catch the faint fragrance of each other's expensive cologne, blending quietly beneath the warm lights of the grand ballroom as the dance continued without a single break. Chapter 316, A Question with No Answer. Vera's plain black eyes quietly met Ezra's equally plain black eyes. Neither of them looked away. The lively applause and murmurs surrounding the ballroom seemed to fade into the distance as they remained locked in that final dance posture, breathing softly after pouring themselves into the performance. The dance had demanded more stamina than either of them expected. Their breathing had gradually become uneven, rising and falling with the final rhythm of the music. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke. Then Vera broke the silence. "You said you didn't know how to dance." Her expression remained as calm as always. She wasn't accusing him. She simply sounded curious, as though she had found something that didn't quite add up. Ezra guided her through another gentle step as the melody softened more. "I learned." His answer was short and flat, as if the explanation required nothing more. Vera quietly watched him for another moment. She could tell he wasn't lying. But somehow, that simple answer raised even more questions. No ordinary instructor could have taught someone to dance like this. At least, not in such a short amount of time. Before she could continue asking, the music gently shifted. Selena's fingers glided across the piano as she subtly increased the tempo of the final passage. Behind her, the orchestra gradually lowered their volume. One instrument after another fell silent until only the grand piano remained. The ballroom naturally quieted. Every pair of dancers instinctively slowed their movements, allowing Selena's solo to carry them toward the conclusion. Within that beautiful silence, Ezra and Vera seemed to have entered a world of their own. Nothing outside their dance existed anymore. The polished marble floor reflected the golden lights above them. The chandeliers shimmered gently. The soft melody echoed through the grand ballroom. Everything blended together into one peaceful moment. Ezra guided Vera into another smooth rotation. Their joined hands separated slightly. He released just enough pressure for her body to continue forward. Vera understood his intention almost instantly. She gracefully spun away from him. The black and silver layers of her gown bloomed beautifully around her before settling again. Without breaking the rhythm, she used the momentum to perform a reverse spin. Her body returned toward Ezra with perfect timing. The movement looked so effortless that many spectators forgot to breathe. As Vera reached him, Ezra caught her hands once again. In one fluid motion, he lowered her gracefully into his arms. Vera leaned backward without the slightest hesitation. Complete trust. That single movement revealed more than words ever could. Their faces naturally drew closer. Only a short distance separated them. The final notes of Selena's piano gently floated through the ballroom. At that exact moment, the ribbon tying Vera's hair finally loosened. One strand escaped, then another. Before long, her long black hair slipped free completely, cascading downward like flowing silk until the tips nearly brushed the polished floor beneath her. Several students unconsciously widened their eyes. The image before them looked almost unreal. Ezra quietly stared at Vera. His breathing remained uneven from the dance. Then, something changed. The ballroom disappeared. The warm lights vanished. The music became distant. It felt as though the entire world had suddenly been swallowed by silence. He still stood in the same posture. His arms still supported the girl before him. Yet, she wasn't Vera anymore. The familiar black hair, the expressionless eyes, everything slowly blurred. In their place, another face appeared. Claudia. She rested quietly within his arms, looking at him with the same gentle smile he had buried deep within his memories. The sight struck his heart without warning. Ezra. Her voice echoed softly beside his ear. Gentle. Warm. Filled with affection. It sounded so real that his chest tightened. His fingers instinctively stiffened for the briefest instant. Then, the illusion shattered. The grand ballroom returned. The golden lights. The music. The countless spectators. Everything returned exactly as it had been. Ezra looked down once more. Vera remained in his arms, staring back at him with her usual calm expression. Not a single emotion escaped onto his face. Only his breathing revealed that he had just experienced something unexpected. He slowly steadied himself. Without speaking, he gently lifted Vera back onto her feet. His movements remained smooth, careful not to disturb the ending of the performance. At almost the same moment, Selena struck the final note. The beautiful melody came to its natural conclusion. Silence spread across the grand ballroom. The second chord had officially ended. Ezra and Vera stood side by side. Neither of them moved immediately. Before them, thousands of students and servants remained completely frozen. Many still hadn't recovered from what they had just witnessed. Several noble ladies covered their mouths. Young gentlemen stared blankly toward the center of the ballroom. Even the servants standing near the walls had forgotten the duties in their hands. No one seemed willing to break the silence. On the stage, Selena slowly lowered her hands from the piano. She drew in a deep breath. Fine beads of sweat rested across her forehead and cheeks. The rapid tempo she had maintained near the end had left both her hands slightly numb. Even now, a faint ache lingered in her fingers. Despite that, a beautiful smile slowly appeared across her face. She rose gracefully from her seat. For several seconds, she simply looked toward Ezra and Vera. Then, clap. 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 Her elegant applause echoed throughout the silent ballroom. She smiled warmly as she continued clapping. The thin layer of sweat upon her face somehow made her appear even more radiant beneath the chandelier lights. The sound finally stirred everyone awake. A second round of applause suddenly joined hers. Clap. Clap. Students instinctively turned. Veda stood near the dance floor, clapping with a broad smile filled with genuine pride. That was incredible. He didn't hide his admiration in the slightest. Soon after, another familiar figure joined in. Nina enthusiastically clapped harder than anyone else. The excitement on her face couldn't be hidden. My lady. She beamed proudly while continuing to applaud. One person became 10. 10 became dozens. Within moments, the entire grand ballroom erupted into thunderous applause. The sound rolled through the hall like crashing waves. Even the servants standing respectfully along the walls couldn't help smiling as they joined in. Many maids clapped happily. Several butlers even allowed themselves faint smiles. Among those applauding, even Diane quietly raised her hands. Her expression remained composed as always. Yet her applause never stopped. Voices quickly rose above the celebration. Lady Vera. Ezra. Sir Ezra. That was amazing. I've never seen anything like that before. Lady Selena was incredible too. The three of you were absolutely amazing. It felt like watching professionals. Praise poured in from every direction. Some praised Ezra's graceful lead. Others admired Vera's flawless movements. Many couldn't stop talking about Selena's breathtaking performance. To them, the three had created something unforgettable. The applause gradually transformed into excited chatter. Students immediately began moving toward the center of the ballroom. Many wanted to congratulate the three personally. Many simply wanted to speak to them. As expected, the young ladies responsible for caring for Selena during every performance reacted first. They hurried toward the stage before anyone else could reach her. Lady Selena. One girl quickly unfolded a fresh white hand towel before gently wiping away the sweat resting on Selena's forehead. Her movements remained careful, making sure not to disturb Selena's makeup. That was unbelievable. Several girls spoke at the same time, unable to hide their excitement. It's my first time seeing you perform like that. One of them blurted out. The moment those words left her mouth, she immediately realized how they sounded. Her face turned slightly red. And no, I didn't mean it like that. She hurriedly waved both hands. You've always played beautifully. But today's performance was on a completely different level. The other girls nodded repeatedly. Exactly. It was amazing. Selena let out a small laugh. Her smile remained gentle despite her obvious exhaustion. Thank you. She answered softly. I'm glad everyone enjoyed it. The girls smiled brightly in return before continuing to help her cool down. Meanwhile, back at the center of the ballroom, Ezra and Vera found themselves completely surrounded. Students gathered from every direction until nearly every path leading away from the dance floor had been blocked. Everyone wanted to speak to the pair who had become the undeniable stars of the second corps. No one wanted to miss the opportunity. Lady Vera. Several noble ladies eagerly pushed through the surrounding crowd, hoping to reach Vera first. Before any of them could get close, Nina smoothly stepped forward. She spread one arm across Vera's path while maintaining a polite smile. Please, everyone. The lady has just finished dancing. Let her catch her breath first. Her voice remained respectful, but it carried enough authority that the students instinctively stopped where they were. At that moment, Nina looked less like a close follower and more like Vera's personal bodyguard. No one doubted that she would physically stop anyone who ignored her warning. Standing beside her, Zach immediately understood what she intended. Without saying a word, he stepped to the opposite side and began helping her hold back the growing crowd. The two worked surprisingly well together. Whenever one student managed to squeeze through, the other quietly redirected them. Meanwhile, the attention surrounding Ezra only continued to grow. Ezra. One young non-noble boy hurried over with sparkling eyes. You were so cool. His excitement couldn't be hidden. Another young noble stepped forward immediately afterward. Unlike the first, his expression was completely serious. Ezra. He bowed politely. Would it be possible for you to introduce me to the dance instructor who taught you those movements? I've honestly never seen anything like them before. The question immediately caught the attention of many nearby young nobles. Yes. I'd like to know too. Several voices quickly agreed. Many of the boys nodded repeatedly. None of them cared about gossip at that moment. What truly interested them was the person capable of teaching ballroom techniques like the ones Ezra had just displayed. If such an instructor existed, they wanted to learn from them as well. The young ladies, however, had an entirely different concern. Sir Ezra. One noble girl gathered her courage. Would you dance with me during the third corps? Before Ezra could answer, another girl's voice interrupted. Please dance with me instead. No, with me. Sir Ezra. The requests quickly overlapped, one after another. More young ladies joined in. Some blushed while speaking. Others confidently stepped forward without hesitation. The lively atmosphere became even more chaotic than before. Ezra simply remained quiet. His expression barely changed. He calmly followed behind Vera while Nina and Zach continued opening a path through the crowd. Then, Vera suddenly stopped walking. Without saying anything, she reached back and quietly took hold of Ezra's hand. Her fingers naturally wrapped around his. Follow me. She spoke in her usual calm tone. There wasn't the slightest embarrassment in her voice. To Vera, holding Ezra's hand simply seemed like the fastest solution. Ezra lowered his eyes toward their joined hands. His gaze lingered there for a brief moment before shifting toward Vera's back. He didn't ask any questions. He simply allowed himself to be led. Vera quietly observed the moving crowd ahead. Her expression remained completely composed. She patiently waited. 1 second. 2 seconds. Then, her eyes caught a small opening between several students. Without any warning, she immediately changed direction. Still holding Ezra's hand, she slipped through the narrow gap with astonishing speed. Her movements were clean and light, almost effortless. By the time the surrounding students realized what had happened, the two had already disappeared into another section of the ballroom. Huh, where did Lady Vera go? Wait. Sir Ezra disappeared too. Several students hurriedly looked around in confusion. Some even stood on their toes, trying to locate the pair. Unfortunately, they were already gone. Nina quietly watched the direction Vera had disappeared. A helpless smile appeared on her face. So she did it again. She wasn't surprised in the slightest. Zach simply let out a small laugh. Neither of them attempted to chase after the two. There wasn't any need. After all, this wasn't the first time Vera had suddenly vanished. Whether during noble gatherings, royal banquets, or even family meetings back at the Ashenlocke estate, Vera had developed an unusual habit. Whenever crowds became too overwhelming, she would quietly disappear without anyone noticing. The mainline children, the highline children, even the adults. Almost everyone who knew her had experienced searching for her at least once. Slipping through crowds had somehow become one of Vera's hidden talents. If she wanted to disappear, very few people could actually stop her. Several moments later, Ezra finally realized they had left the lively ballroom behind. The noisy voices gradually faded. The applause became distant. Instead, a peaceful silence welcomed them. They had arrived at an elevated balcony hidden above one side of the grand ballroom. The location was secluded. Most students probably didn't even know it existed. The room connected to a small, open balcony overlooking both the academy grounds and part of the ballroom below. Ezra slowly looked around. His blank black eyes quietly observed the surrounding walls, elegant pillars, and polished stone floor. How did you find this place? He asked in his usual calm voice. Vera looked around once before answering. I found it while we were walking. Her reply was as dry and straightforward as ever. There wasn't any dramatic explanation. She had simply discovered it by chance. The two slowly walked toward the stone railing together. Neither of them spoke for a while. Above them, the night sky stretched endlessly. The moon hung peacefully overhead, bathing the academy in a soft silver glow. Countless stars sparkled across the heavens. Their gentle light blended beautifully with the warm glow coming from the academy grounds below. The courtyard outside the grand ballroom remained brightly illuminated. Rows of elegant street lamps lined the stone pathways. Their golden light stretched across the gardens, preventing the approaching night from swallowing the academy in darkness. Looking farther into the distance, Ezra could also see countless tiny points of light scattered throughout the academy's central district. From afar, the lamps almost resembled another field of stars resting upon the earth. A cool evening breeze quietly drifted across the balcony. It brushed against their clothes before gently lifting Vera's long black hair. Since her ribbon had come loose during the final dance, her silky hair now flowed freely behind her. The strands danced gently with the wind beneath the moonlight. For several moments, neither of them spoke. The peaceful silence somehow felt comfortable. Then Vera quietly turned her head. She looked at Ezra with her usual calm, unreadable expression. "I'm honestly surprised by your dance." Her voice remained soft. It didn't feel like someone who had only recently learned. She paused briefly. "It felt like you were dancing to express something." Her eyes remained fixed on him, as though your movements were carrying feelings you couldn't put into words. She rested one elbow upon the stone railing. Then she lightly supported her cheek with her palm. Her posture looked completely relaxed. Yet her sharp eyes never left Ezra. It almost felt like you were longing to tell someone something through that dance. The breeze quietly passed between them once more. "I wonder, who could make you feel that way?" Despite the question, her tone carried no curiosity for gossip, nor was she teasing him. She simply sounded as though she had calmly reached a conclusion after carefully observing him. Silence settled over the balcony once again. Only the distant music and cheerful voices drifting up from the grand ballroom accompanied the quiet night. Ezra didn't answer immediately. Instead, he quietly thought about Vera's words. His face remained as expressionless as always. But deep inside, he couldn't deny his surprise. He hadn't expected Vera to notice something so close to the feelings hidden within his dance. Ezra slowly lowered his gaze. His eyes settled on the hand that had been holding Vera's moments ago. The warmth lingering in his palm hadn't completely disappeared. For some reason, that simple sensation stirred a memory buried deep within him. Claudia. Her face quietly surfaced in his mind once again. Fragments of the vision he had experienced during the dance flashed through his thoughts. Her gentle smile, her warm voice calling his name, the way she had looked at him. Everything returned with painful clarity. The peaceful atmosphere on the balcony suddenly felt much heavier. Ezra remained silent. His expression barely changed. Yet beneath that calm exterior, his thoughts slowly drifted deeper. Only now did he truly realize something. His previous self had genuinely loved Claudia. Not a passing affection, not admiration, but a love so deep that even after death and reincarnation, the regret had refused to disappear. It had remained, waiting, just as the chains of regret had always shown him. Within his mind, that familiar image quietly appeared again. A heavy black chain stretched endlessly from the depths of his heart. The other end remained tightly bound to Claudia's lifeless body. No matter how far he walked, the chain followed. No matter how much time passed, it never loosened. It remained one of the strongest regrets left behind by the man he once was. "Oh." Ezra slowly let out a quiet breath. The cold night air left his lips as the countless thoughts gradually settled. The image of the chain slowly faded from his mind. Even now, he still didn't know how he was supposed to break every chain of regret left behind by his previous life. Nor did he know how he would deal with the new regrets he would inevitably create in this one. There was no answer. No clear path. Only uncertainty. Yet, one thing had never changed. No matter what awaited him in the future, he would continue walking. He would continue searching for a way to live a long life. Even if that path forced him to confront every regret again and again. Even if those painful memories continued following him like shadows. He wouldn't stop. Perhaps, one day, he would finally discover the answer. A way to break every chain binding his heart. Until then, he would simply keep moving forward. The silence lingered between the two of them. Eventually, Ezra lifted his head. His calm eyes met Vera's once more. I wonder, what made you think that? His voice remained as flat and unreadable as ever. It was impossible to tell whether he was denying her words or genuinely asking the question. Vera quietly studied him. Her expression didn't change. She simply looked into his eyes for several seconds before giving a small nod. I see. She answered in her usual calm tone. Without saying anything else, she slowly pushed herself away from the stone railing. Both arms stretched comfortably above her head. The movement looked relaxed after the long dance. When she lowered them again, she casually brushed a few loose strands of black hair behind her ear. The evening breeze immediately tried to pull them free again. Well, I'm leaving. She clasped both hands behind her back. Her posture remained straight as she casually turned away. She had only taken 2 steps before stopping again. And, just so you know, she spoke without looking back immediately. After a brief pause, she tilted her head slightly over her shoulder. I actually brought you here because I wanted to ask you that question. Her tone remained completely matter-of-fact, as though she were discussing something entirely ordinary. Then, she slowly turned around to face him fully. The moonlight quietly reflected in her dark eyes. With the atmosphere being like this, she paused for a brief moment. I was planning to kiss you when you weren't paying attention. She raised one slender finger. Without the slightest embarrassment, she gently touched the center of her pale pink lips. Her face remained completely expressionless. The shocking words left her mouth with the same calmness she used when talking about the weather. Then, she lowered her hand. But, I changed my mind. Her eyes rested on Ezra. I'm still annoyed that you called me a kid. She calmly pointed one finger toward him. Yes, I'm petty. She gave a tiny nod as though confirming an undeniable fact. Of course, I'll be petty. Taking one small step closer, she looked directly into Ezra's eyes. Are you disappointed? A tiny pause followed. Well, too bad. There wasn't the slightest trace of guilt in her voice. Only her usual dry humor. She turned around once more. This time, she genuinely began walking away. After taking several steps, she lightly raised one hand without turning back. Bye, dancer. She gave a small wave before continuing toward the exit of the hidden balcony. Ezra quietly watched her leave. The night breeze gently stirred the ends of Vera's loosened black hair as she disappeared farther down the corridor. For several moments, he simply stood there without moving. A faint, helpless feeling surfaced deep inside him. This girl, he muttered quietly to himself. There was no annoyance in his voice, only quiet disbelief at how unpredictable Vera could be. Just as she was about to disappear from sight, Ezra finally spoke. Vera. He called her name. Chapter 317, Third Core. Vera stopped walking. The soft sound of her footsteps faded as she slowly turned around to face Ezra once more. Tilting her head slightly, she looked at him with the same calm, unreadable expression she always wore. Yes, dancer. Her reply was as dry as ever, yet the faint teasing hidden beneath her flat tone hadn't disappeared. Ezra looked at her quietly. The night breeze continued flowing between them, gently brushing past their clothes and carrying strands of Vera's loosened black hair across her shoulders. Then, without any warning, Ezra asked, Do you truly love the Ashenlocke family? The question arrived so suddenly that even Vera was caught off guard. For the briefest moment, her eyes paused. It was only for an instant. No ordinary person would have noticed. Yet inside, she genuinely hadn't expected that question. She had prepared herself for countless possibilities. None of them sounded remotely close to this. Once again, she found herself unable to understand what was going on inside Ezra's head. I don't know. Her answer came almost immediately. There wasn't the slightest hesitation. She calmly turned back toward the exit. I don't know what made you ask something like that. Her tone remained perfectly flat. However, hidden beneath that calmness was a faint trace of pettiness. It wasn't anger. It wasn't even annoyance. It was simply revenge. A very small one. Ezra recognized it immediately. After all, she had simply returned the exact same answer he had given her moments earlier. I wonder what made you think that. Now she had returned the favor. A perfectly timed counterattack. Ezra simply watched her leave. The corner of his mouth almost moved. Almost. But it disappeared before it could become a smile. The balcony door quietly closed behind Vera. Silence returned once more. Ezra slowly turned around and rested both hands upon the stone railing. His eyes quietly wandered across the academy. From this height, the entire central district looked peaceful. Rows of elegant street lamps stretched across the roads like rivers of golden light. Ezra wasn't standing there because he enjoyed the cold, soft wind. He stayed because the silence felt comfortable. He simply stood there without thinking about inventions, alchemy, politics, or noble families. Only the quiet scenery before him. Several minutes passed without him realizing it. His thoughts slowly wandered elsewhere. Maybe I should add a balcony when I renovate the mansion. The thought came so naturally that he almost laughed at himself. A balcony like this wasn't a bad idea. A place where he could occasionally watch the beautiful scenery of the night in silence. After remaining there for a little while longer, Ezra finally pushed himself away from the railing. He quietly returned inside. The moment he stepped back into the grand ballroom, the peaceful silence disappeared completely. Laughter, music, and conversations. The lively sounds of the celebration rushed into his ears once again. Ezra's eyes instinctively moved toward the stage. Two elderly figures stood there, drawing the attention of almost every nearby student. Both hosts from the news club also stood respectfully beside them. The two newcomers were professors, although none of the professors had appeared openly since the welcome party began. That didn't mean they had been absent. Throughout the evening, the two professors had quietly remained hidden throughout the grand ballroom. Their duty wasn't to participate in the celebration. It was to supervise it. Majorly, in case any serious incident occurred, they would immediately step in. Like the situation that happened before the first core. If Ezra and Desmond had truly exchanged blows, the hidden professors would have intervened before either side could escalate the situation. Fortunately, that never became necessary. Now that the evening had progressed smoothly, they finally revealed themselves. One of them was a woman wearing an elegant light pink evening gown tailored to fit her mature figure. Her posture carried the grace expected of a noble lady. The other professor stood quietly beside her with a relaxed smile. "Professor Perry is really cute," Ezra Ashenlocke suddenly shouted from below the stage. His calm smile somehow made the teasing even more shameless. Several students immediately burst into laughter. Professor Perry's cheeks instantly reddened. "Oh my, stop it." She repeatedly waved both hands in embarrassment. Her smile remained polite, almost too polite. More voices quickly joined in. "Professor is really cute. Absolutely. So cute." The male students laughed even harder. "Seriously, stop teasing me." Professor Perry continued waving both hands. She tried maintaining her elegant smile. Unfortunately, the smile slowly became more and more strained. "Cute? How on earth am I cute? Are these children blind? No, they're definitely doing this on purpose." Inside her heart, she felt like crying. "I'm already this old. And I'm still single. I even spent so much time choosing this dress because I heard Professor Kent would be supervising tonight. And look what happened instead." Her thoughts immediately shifted toward the dazzling figure standing beside her. Professor Liliana. Unlike Perry, Liliana greeted everyone with endless energy. She cheerfully waved both hands toward the students. Her bright emerald and white dress seemed to sparkle beneath the ballroom lights. Every smile she gave effortlessly attracted attention from both the male and female students. In truth, she was the real reason everyone had started laughing in the first place. Seeing the overwhelming attention directed toward Liliana, Professor Perry's shoulders slumped ever so slightly. "Oh, damn it." Meanwhile, Ezra quietly walked toward the collection table where he had left his vanilla cake earlier. The butlers stationed there noticed him almost immediately. Then, every one of them awkwardly looked away. Several even began sweating. None of them seemed willing to meet his eyes. Ezra calmly looked across the table. His vanilla cake was gone. He shifted his gaze slightly. Vera's red velvet cake had also disappeared. He quietly pieced everything together. She probably gave her own cake to Nina and took mine. The conclusion came naturally while his expression didn't change. He simply accepted it. Without saying a word, Ezra turned around and prepared to leave. One of the butlers hurried after him. "Mr. Ezra." The man bowed respectfully. "Would you perhaps like something to drink instead?" He gestured toward another servant carrying a polished silver tray. Several crystal glasses rested upon it. Each contained chilled fruit juice with small pieces of ice floating near the surface. Cold droplets slowly rolled down the outside of the glasses. Ezra lightly raised one hand. "I'll pass." His answer remained as calm as always. The butler watched him leave before quietly sighing. "I honestly don't know if that ended well," he muttered beneath his breath. The surrounding butlers silently agreed. After all, the two students involved were Ezra and Vera, perhaps the two most unreadable people in the academy. Trying to understand either of them usually ended in complete failure. As Ezra continued walking, a cheerful elderly voice suddenly echoed throughout the ballroom. "Oh, isn't this today's leading gentleman?" Ezra stopped. He slowly turned toward the stage. At once, dozens of students also followed the professor's gaze. Every eye landed on him. Professor Liliana smiled brightly. "My heart almost skipped several beats watching you and little Vera dance. You two were absolutely wonderful." Several students nodded enthusiastically. Professor Liliana continued with a playful smile. "If my dear little niece hadn't been busy playing the piano, I would have wished for the two of you to dance together." She placed one hand against her cheek dramatically. "Actually, I think someone with your dancing ability should have been my niece's first dance partner." The moment those words left her mouth, the atmosphere inside the ballroom subtly shifted. Many young ladies nodded in agreement. "I think Professor Liliana is right. He really is. He matches Lady Selena perfectly." On the other hand, several young noblemen frowned. Their expressions darkened almost immediately. Across the ballroom, Selena was politely entertaining a small group of influential young nobles. Each of them hoped to become her partner for the third corps. After playing continuously throughout the second corps, her hands still felt slightly sore. Because of that, she had already decided not to perform again. After all, a refined noble lady wasn't expected to exhaust herself throughout an entire ball. She gracefully held a crystal glass in one hand while politely declining every invitation with her usual gentle smile. Then, she heard her aunt's words. The glass in Selena's hand trembled ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Still, her elegant smile never disappeared. "Lady Selena." One noble girl smiled. "Your aunt is right. The only gentleman worthy of sharing the third corps with you is Sir Ezra." Another girl nodded seriously. "I completely agree." Selena gently lowered her eyes. "Is that so?" She smiled softly. His dancing really was very refined. Outwardly, she remained calm, graceful, and elegant. Inside, however, her thoughts had already become a complete mess. You're all making this sound far too obvious. An aunt. Why did you have to say that here?" Almost as though sensing Selena's gaze, Professor Liliana looked directly toward her. Their eyes met. For only a brief moment, Liliana's bright smile transformed into a mischievous smirk. Then, it disappeared. So quickly that no one else noticed, except Selena. Her heart skipped a beat. Among the entire Galehart family, her aunt was the only person who knew about her quiet feelings for Ezra Ashenlocke. Turning back toward Ezra, Professor Liliana clasped both hands together with the mic still on her hand. "So, what do you say, child of Ash? Would you honor my niece with one more dance?" Her bright smile never faded as she looked directly at Ezra. The lively atmosphere inside the grand ballroom seemed to pause for a brief moment. Countless pairs of eyes instinctively shifted toward Ezra. Even those who had been busy talking among themselves gradually fell silent. Across the ballroom, Selena unconsciously lifted her eyes toward him. She hadn't planned to. It simply happened before she realized it. Her beautiful emerald eyes quietly carried a trace of anticipation that even she failed to notice. Around her, many students also waited for his answer. Some held excitement. Some carried curiosity. Others watched with completely different thoughts. Many wanted to witness another unforgettable performance after the breathtaking dance Ezra and Vera had just shared. To them, the final dance between Ezra and Selena promised to become another spectacle. However, not everyone welcomed the idea. Several young nobles continued to quietly frown. The thought of watching yet another flower of Britannia share her first public dance with Ezra Ashenlocke left a bitter taste in their mouths, especially when, in their eyes, he was merely a low-line noble who had suddenly risen to fame because of an invention. The ballroom quietly divided itself. One side hoped he would accept. The other silently wished he would refuse. Standing in the center of everyone's attention, Ezra remained completely calm. His expression didn't change. Yet behind those quiet black eyes, his thoughts were already moving. He understood very well what this decision represented. If he accepted, he would satisfy the expectations of almost everyone watching. But at the same time, he would inevitably attract even more attention. If he refused, he would avoid one problem while creating several new ones. Neither choice came without consequences. After all, he had already danced with one of the Academy's biggest targets, Ezra Ashenlocke. Among every noble house, among every academic year, there were countless young heirs hoping to become closer to the flowers of Britannia, whether for admiration, status, or political reasons. Everyone had their own ambitions. The moment the flowers of Britannia entered the Royal Academy, an invisible struggle had already begun, a silent war. One fought with reputation, influence, connections, and opportunities. Among the flowers, the fiercest competition naturally surrounded Vera and Selena. Now, Ezra had already stepped directly into that battlefield. The first dance with Vera had already placed countless pairs of hostile eyes upon him. Already, the recording of tonight's welcome party was spreading throughout the academy. Second-year students, third-year students, and even graduates connected to influential noble families would sooner or later know about this event. By now, making enemies had become unavoidable. Since that was the case, there was little reason to hesitate. Ezra calmly looked toward Professor Liliana. "It would be my pleasure." His voice remained as steady as ever. The moment those words left his mouth, a wave of gasps swept through the grand ballroom, filled with excitement. He accepted. I knew he would. This is going to be amazing. The atmosphere instantly became lively again. Excited conversations erupted throughout the hall. Many students couldn't hide their smiles. Even Professor Perry quietly smiled with amusement. Across the ballroom, Selena's thoughts froze. He actually agreed. For a brief instant, her mind became completely blank. The elegant smile on her face nearly faltered. Fortunately, years of noble etiquette saved her. Before anyone noticed, she naturally regained her composure. Only the slight tightening around the crystal glass in her hand betrayed the excitement quietly blooming inside her heart. The noble girls surrounding her immediately became excited. I knew Sir Ezra would agree. This is going to be wonderful. I can't wait to see you two dance together. They spoke one after another, barely containing their enthusiasm. Not far away, several young noblemen felt as though something inside their chests had completely cracked yet again. The first dance with Vera had already been painful enough. Now, even Selena. Some quietly sighed. Others forced bitter smiles. None of them could openly complain after Ezra had displayed such extraordinary dancing. At another corner of the ballroom, Vera quietly sat beside one of the refreshment tables. She calmly continued eating Ezra's vanilla cake as though nothing unusual had happened. Beside her, Nina folded both arms while puffing out her cheeks. That Ezra is such a player, she complained with obvious dissatisfaction. He just finished dancing with you, and now he's immediately dancing with Lady Selena Galehart. Nina continued muttering under her breath. If this keeps happening, how many noble ladies is he planning to charm tonight? Despite Nina's nonstop complaints, Vera didn't react. Not even once. She simply cut another small piece of vanilla cake and calmly ate it. To everyone else, Ezra's decision looked impulsive. To Vera, it was anything but. She understood exactly what he was trying to accomplish. Using Lady Selena would still create resentment. She quietly thought to herself, but it will also weaken the rumors surrounding me. If Ezra and Vera were truly involved with one another, why would he willingly accept another flower of Britannia's invitation, especially one as famous as Selena? To many proud young nobles, this would become a far more reasonable explanation. They would naturally conclude that Ezra had simply been chosen because of his extraordinary dancing skills. Nothing more. It wouldn't erase every rumor, but it would redirect many of them. A simple move, yet surprisingly effective. Without saying a word, Vera calmly took another bite of the vanilla cake. As she chewed, a memory quietly surfaced. Ezra suddenly leaning forward, taking a bite of her red velvet cake, using the very fork she had been holding. The image replayed itself without warning. For some reason, her thought stopped on one small detail: the fork. Her gaze slowly drifted downward. Without realizing it, she left the fork resting lightly against her lips for several seconds, almost as though she were trying to remember exactly how that strange moment had felt. She couldn't quite explain it. She simply found herself thinking about it again. A tiny smile quietly appeared at the corner of her lips, so faint and so small that even Nina, sitting only a short distance away, failed to notice it. The smile disappeared almost as quickly as it had appeared. Vera lowered her eyes toward the remaining cake. She tilted her head ever so slightly. Was this vanilla cake always this sweet? She quietly murmured to herself. Her voice remained perfectly calm. No one nearby heard her. Or perhaps, no one could have guessed the true reason behind those words. Not long afterward, the announcement for the third corps echoed throughout the grand ballroom. Students gradually returned to the dance floor, one pair after another. Servants quietly cleared empty glasses and dessert plates while the orchestra prepared for the evening's final performance. This time, the attention of the entire ballroom gathered upon two figures: the precious wind of Gale, Selena Galehart, and the mysterious child of Ash, Ezra Ashenlocke. Whether the gazes directed toward them held admiration, jealousy, envy, expectation, or resentment, Ezra paid none of it any attention. To him, those emotions carried little meaning. The only thing that mattered was continuing to make the decisions necessary for his own survival. Chapter 318, End of Orientation Week. Selena looked at Ezra with her usual elegant smile. The gentle curve of her lips carried the same noble grace she had displayed throughout the evening. Beneath the warm ballroom lights, the emerald gems woven into her gown reflected soft rays of light, making her look almost ethereal among the sea of beautifully dressed students. "We meet again, Ezra Ashenlocke." Her voice was soft and refined. Then, with the slightest hint of amusement hidden in her eyes, she added, "Or perhaps you don't remember me?" Ezra met her gaze calmly. "I remember you, Lady Selena Galehart." He bowed slightly in greeting before raising his head again. "Your performance during the auction event was beautiful." The compliment came naturally. There wasn't the slightest attempt to flatter her. It was simply an honest observation. Selena let out a light chuckle. "Thank you." She gracefully lifted one hand to cover part of her smile, her elegant manners remaining flawless even during such a casual exchange. Since Selena was no longer seated before the grand piano, the Academy Orchestra took over the final performance of the evening. One after another, violins began to sing. Cellos followed with deep, steady notes. The sound of the piano gently blended into the melody before the remaining instruments joined together, creating the graceful music prepared for the third corps. Around the ballroom, every gentleman stepped forward toward his chosen partner. Each bowed with proper etiquette. Across from them, the ladies answered with equally graceful curtsies, their elegant gowns spreading slightly across the polished marble floor before settling once again. The final dance had officially begun. Selena slowly extended her hand. "This really feels like a dream." Although her thoughts had already become a complete mess, her face betrayed none of it. Years of noble education had taught her how to keep every emotion hidden beneath a calm smile. When Ezra gently took her hand, she could feel the warmth of his palm. Her heart skipped another beat. Calm down. Stay calm, she silently reminded herself. Around them, the entire grand ballroom had almost forgotten its own conversations. Students who were already dancing occasionally turned their heads to steal another glance. Those standing along the sides openly watched without any intention of hiding their curiosity. Every eye held anticipation. Standing near the stage, Professor Liliana Galehart had already pulled out her phone 14. She held it with both hands, adjusting the angle several times before nodding in satisfaction. The excitement shining in her eyes was impossible to hide. It almost looked as though she had been waiting for this moment more eagerly than Selena herself. Come on, boys and girls. She cheerfully spoke into the microphone. Let's begin our final dance. Her energetic voice echoed throughout the grand ballroom. Almost immediately, the orchestra raised the melody. The third core officially began. Selena looked into Ezra's quiet black eyes. Please take care of me. Her voice remained gentle. I'll do my best. Ezra answered in the same calm tone. Without wasting another moment, he stepped forward. His hand naturally settled upon Selena's slender waist. Through the thin layers of her gown, he felt the same delicate softness he had noticed earlier while dancing with Vera. The thought crossed his mind only briefly before disappearing. His attention immediately returned to the music. Following the rhythm, Ezra gently guided Selena forward. She responded without hesitation. Her movements were graceful and elegant. Years of practice allowed her to understand his lead almost instantly. The two slowly merged with the melody. Their feet glided across the polished marble floor with remarkable harmony. Watching them, many students couldn't help comparing the dance to Ezra and Vera's performance. The movements were just as refined, just as smooth. However, there was one noticeable difference. During the second core, the music itself had become part of the performance. Selena's piano had perfectly matched every movement Ezra and Vera made, making the entire dance feel almost alive. This time, although the Academy Orchestra performed beautifully, their music couldn't fully recreate that same feeling. Still, the difference wasn't enough to diminish the beauty unfolding before everyone's eyes. Selena adapted to Ezra's lead with astonishing precision. Every turn, every step, every movement flowed together naturally. Rather than two dancers, they looked like partners who had rehearsed together countless times. The spectators gradually became absorbed. Even conversations around the ballroom slowly faded away. Only the music remained. Selena's beautiful emerald eyes sparkled, not because of the lights, but because of the amazement filling her heart. She had imagined this moment many times. Ever since she thought about her first public dance, she had secretly wondered what it would be like to dance with her ideal man. Countless versions had played through her imagination. None of them came close. Reality far surpassed every fantasy she had ever created. Right now, she was dancing hand in hand with the person who had quietly occupied a place inside her heart. Each graceful step made that realization feel more real. Ezra gently guided her into another turn. Her gown blossomed outward as she spun. The countless emerald gems decorating the dress caught the ballroom lights, scattering tiny flashes across the polished floor. For a brief moment, she looked like a flower blooming beneath a field of stars. So beautiful. One young noble girl unconsciously whispered. She wasn't the only one. Several others covered their mouths in admiration. Many had always admired Selena. Tonight, their admiration only deepened. Nearby, a few boys quietly exchanged smiles. This welcome party has really been unforgettable. One of them sighed. His friend nodded while keeping his eyes fixed on the dance floor. Being able to watch performances like this, it almost doesn't feel real. Another student quietly raised his starlix. He carefully waited. Then, the perfect moment arrived. Ezra drew Selena back toward him with one smooth motion. She spun gracefully before stopping within his embrace. Click. The photograph captured the exact instant. It's a masterpiece. The boy muttered while admiring the picture on his screen. Time quietly slipped away. Neither Ezra nor Selena paid attention to it. The music changed. One song became another. Partners occasionally switched positions around the ballroom. Yet, Selena hardly noticed any of it. Her attention remained completely occupied by the dance. Before she realized it, everything around her gradually faded. The applause, the conversations, even the orchestra itself. Only Ezra's steady guidance remained. To her, it felt as though only a few minutes had passed. Then, a familiar voice reached her ears. Lady Selena. No response came. The voice spoke again. Lady Selena? Still. She remained absent-minded. Finally, a calm voice reached her from directly in front of her. The dance has ended. Selena blinked. Huh. Her thoughts instantly returned. She looked up. Ezra was already standing before her. His calm black eyes quietly met hers. Only then did Selena notice the loud applause echoing throughout the grand ballroom. Cheers rose from every direction. What an incredible performance. Sir Ezra. Lady Selena. Thank you for such a wonderful dance. The sound filled the entire hall. Ezra gently helped Selena straighten herself completely before releasing her hand. She looked around in surprise. The dance has already ended? She couldn't even remember the final song. I became so immersed in your lead that I completely forgot myself. A look of genuine amazement crossed her face. Even she found it difficult to believe. Her breathing had become uneven from the long dance. Ezra's breathing was only slightly heavier than usual. I'm sorry for my lack of courtesy. Selena softly placed one hand over her chest as she apologized. It's fine. Ezra simply replied. There is no need to apologize. After offering a polite nod, he turned, preparing to leave the dance floor. Selena instinctively reached out. Her fingers lifted slightly, wanting to stop him. The movement lasted less than a second. Before anyone could notice, she quietly withdrew her hand again. However, someone else noticed the opportunity. Wait. A cheerful voice suddenly rang out. Professor Liliana disappeared from the stage. In the blink of an eye, she flashed across the ballroom with astonishing speed. Even Ezra's senses failed to catch her movement. One moment, she had been near the stage. The next, she was already standing directly in front of him with an excited smile. I haven't taken any close pictures of you two together yet. She proudly raised her phone. Its camera was already pointed toward them. Come on. She waved energetically. Stand closer to my niece. Aunt. Selena hurriedly spoke, her cheeks growing slightly warm. It's Professor, young Mississippi. Liliana corrected her immediately. Professor. Selena corrected herself with a helpless sigh. Please act like one. No. Liliana answered without the slightest hesitation. She looked directly at Selena with an expression that clearly said, I'm going to do exactly what I want. Selena could only sigh inwardly. Ezra quietly watched the amusing exchange without interrupting. Then, Liliana suddenly turned toward him. She lowered her phone slightly. Or, you don't want me to have a picture of you and my lovely niece? She puffed her cheeks and gave him exaggerated puppy eyes. Ezra narrowed his eyes slightly. Just before answering, he noticed something. Liliana's free hand remained hidden behind this phone, where Selena couldn't see it. She quietly pressed the tips of her thumb and index finger together. A universal gesture. Payment. Help me. And I'll pay you a handsome amount. A faint smile almost appeared on Ezra's face. I don't mind, Professor. He answered calmly. Liliana's eyes immediately brightened. Wonderful choice, young man. She gave him a broad, satisfied smile. Seeing Ezra agree, Selena knew there was no point arguing anymore. I know exactly where these pictures are going. She sighed inwardly. And is definitely adding them to that strange collection of hers. After a brief pause, a tiny smile quietly appeared inside her thoughts. I guess I will collect all the pictures of me and Ezra. Another faint, satisfied smile quietly appeared on Selena's face. It lasted only for a brief moment before she gracefully composed herself once again, returning to the elegant image expected of the Galehart family's young lady. Around the grand ballroom, the lively atmosphere gradually began to settle. The final dance had ended. Students slowly returned to their circles of friends, exchanging excited conversations about everything that had happened throughout the evening. Some discussed their dance experience. Others couldn't stop talking about the breathtaking dances. Many were already comparing tonight's performances with previous welcome parties, convinced they had witnessed something unforgettable. Servants quietly moved between the gathering students, collecting empty glasses and dessert plates, while musicians carefully placed their instruments back into their cases. The celebration was slowly drawing to a close. Not far away, Ravener calmly unfolded a neatly pressed handkerchief. He lightly wiped the remaining sweat from his forehead before lowering the cloth. His eyes naturally drifted toward the opposite side of the ballroom. There, Selena was still standing beside Ezra, while Professor Liliana enthusiastically took picture after picture. A playful voice suddenly drifted from behind him. "What do I see here?" Sasha stepped beside her stepbrother with both hands clasped behind her back. A mischievous smile spread across her face as she slightly covered part of her mouth with one hand, clearly enjoying herself before she had even spoken another word. Ravener slowly turned his head. His calm eyes rested on her without saying anything. Sasha leaned forward slightly. "Are you jealous?" She asked the question so casually that it sounded as though she were asking about the weather. There wasn't the slightest attempt to soften her words. Ravener calmly folded his arms. "Why would I be?" His answer came without hesitation. "Their dance was impressive. That's all I was thinking about." His voice remained steady and composed. Nothing about his expression suggested otherwise. Sasha stared at him for a second before nodding dramatically. Yes, whatever my cool stepbrother says." Her tone dripped with obvious sarcasm. She slowly walked around him before stopping on his other side, swinging lightly on her heels with both hands still resting behind her back. Besides, she lazily counted with her fingers. "You danced with Princess Stella, Willow, and Jindrakes." She raised another finger. "That's already more girls than most people here, and I didn't even mention the 10 girls you danced with." She looked back at him with an innocent smile. "So, you don't need to be jealous." Ravener's eyelids lowered slightly. "I said, I'm not jealous." He looked directly at her, his expression remaining calm. However, Sasha had known him long enough to notice the tiny change in his eyes. "Oh." She immediately raised both hands in surrender. "My mistake." She smiled innocently. Then, she failed to hold it in. A small laugh escaped her lips. Ravener simply sighed inwardly. Arguing with Sasha was usually pointless, since she would continue teasing him whether he answered or remained silent. After laughing for a moment, Sasha suddenly looked around the ballroom. Where's Cyrus?" She stretched her neck from side to side, searching through the crowd. "He's always hiding in plain sight." Without saying much, Ravener quietly pointed toward one corner of the grand ballroom. "Over there." Sasha followed the direction of his finger. A short distance away, Cyrus sat on the low stone ledge built into one side of the ballroom wall. His shoulders slumped. Both arms dangled lifelessly beside him. A faint, defeated smile rested on his exhausted face. Even the small communication earpiece attached near his right ear had shifted out of place. His usually tidy appearance had completely fallen apart. He looked as though every ounce of energy had been drained from his body. "Era." Sasha blinked in surprise. She tilted her head. Her innocent expression almost made it seem as though she had absolutely nothing to do with his current condition. Just then, squeak. The sharp sound of microphone feedback echoed across the grand ballroom. Conversations gradually quieted. Students instinctively turned toward the stage. The two familiar hosts had returned. "My dear Royal Academy, first years." The male host raised his microphone high with his usual energetic smile. "Whoop, yeah." Excited cheers immediately answered him from every corner of the ballroom. The female host laughed brightly before waiting for the excitement to settle. The male host nodded with satisfaction. "We've finally reached the end of our welcome party. and the end of orientation week. His cheerful voice echoed throughout the hall. The female host smoothly continued. I have to admit, I'm a little sad it's already over. She gently clasped both hands together. I could happily spend another few hours watching Ezra Ashenlocke dance with two of the flowers of Britannia. Her expression became dramatically longing. Several students laughed. Others nodded in complete agreement. I wanted another dance too. Someone shouted from the crowd. The male host immediately picked up where she left off. But, if you'd like to relive every moment from today's welcome party. He pointed toward the air beside him. A holographic screen instantly appeared. Soft blue light spread through the stage as the projection displayed a familiar social media page. Our official Linster account, Royal_News. The account logo slowly rotated above the stage. Follow us, and you can watch every memorable moment from today's ballroom dances again and again. The moment the account appeared, many students immediately pulled out their phones, paras, and Starlix. Search bars quickly filled with the words Royal_News. Friend groups even began following the page together. Seeing the overwhelming response, the hosts exchanged pleased smiles. Oh, and don't forget. The female host pointed toward the audience. The voting for today's king and queen of the floor has officially begun. The holographic display smoothly changed. The Academy's voting page appeared before everyone. Bright portraits of today's dance participants filled the screen. The winners will be announced tomorrow morning. She smiled. And the winners will each receive a small amount of Academy points. The announcement instantly caused another wave of whispers. Academy points. They were giving rewards? I didn't know that. Several students looked genuinely surprised. Apparently, that detail hadn't been announced beforehand. The male host scratched his cheek before letting out a helpless smile. Well, I think we've all already figured out who's winning king of the floor. His slightly disappointed tone immediately earned laughter from the audience. After Ezra's performances tonight, the result almost felt predetermined. The two hosts stepped closer together. That's all from us. They spoke in perfect unison. Now, let's all stand together. Recite the Royal Academy anthem, followed by Britannia's national anthem, and bring this wonderful day to a proper close. Applause immediately filled the grand ballroom. Students clapped enthusiastically for several moments before gradually settling down. One after another, conversations stopped. The lively atmosphere slowly transformed into one of solemn respect. Just as the anthem was about to begin. Wait. Professor Liliana casually walked back onto the stage. Without asking, she gently took the microphone straight from the female host's hands. The female host blinked twice. She simply let it happen. Professor Liliana looked toward the audience. This is important. Her cheerful expression disappeared, replaced by a surprisingly serious one. Immediately, every student's attention focused on her. She gave a small nod. Starting tomorrow, your academy studies will begin immediately. No one spoke. Liliana continued in her usual calm voice. So, get a good night's rest, because your real life at the Royal Academy begins tomorrow. The moment she finished speaking, she calmly handed the microphone back. Then, she simply walked off the stage. Just like that. Silence filled the grand ballroom. Every first-year student stood frozen. Some blinked. Others stared blankly toward the stage. Even the smiles that had filled the hall moments ago gradually disappeared. Then, almost everyone shared exactly the same thought. Aren't we supposed to get one day to rest? Chapter 319, School Life Begins. The first rays of the morning sun slowly rose above the horizon, spreading a warm golden light across the kingdom of Britannia. The long night finally came to an end. Snow that had settled over the academy grounds began melting beneath the gentle warmth of the sunlight. Tiny drops of water slid down tree branches before falling softly onto the white ground below. Birds chirped happily from the tall trees surrounding the Royal Academy, flying from branch to branch as though welcoming the beginning of another day. Inside one of the Academy's spacious park gardens, several white deer quietly wandered through the snow-covered fields. Using their hooves, they gently brushed away the thin layers of snow before lowering their heads to nibble at the fresh green grass hidden underneath. The peaceful scene made the academy feel alive once again. Not long afterward, the main academy parking grounds gradually became busier. Elegant noble steam carriages rolled through the large entrance one after another, their polished bodies shining beneath the morning light. Royal steam carriages bearing the crests of the royal family and the great noble houses also arrived in an orderly procession. Servants stepped down first to open the carriage doors before respectfully helping their young masters and ladies onto the stone pathways leading toward the academy. Soon, the wide roads leading to the main building became filled with first-year students dressed in the academy's cream-colored uniforms. Groups naturally formed as friends greeted one another after the previous night's celebration. Laughter, excited conversations, and occasional teasing. The lively atmosphere quickly spread throughout the academy grounds. Unsurprisingly, almost every discussion revolved around yesterday's welcome party. I had the strangest dream last night. A noble girl giggled while walking beside several close friends. In my dream, Sir Ezra was dancing with me. She covered her face with both hands before laughing even harder. And he even carried me the same way he carried Lady Ezra Ashenlocke. The other girls immediately burst into laughter. You're dreaming far too much. That's definitely wishful thinking. I'd have pushed you away if I were Lady Ezra. Their cheerful laughter echoed along the stone pathway as they continued toward the academy building. Not far away, a group of young noble boys discussed something entirely different. The cookies yesterday were incredible. One of them spoke excitedly. I even asked my attendant to secretly keep a few before they were all gone. The others immediately looked at him with envy. You're lucky. I did notice your family's butler was among the servants responsible for the desserts. Another boy sighed. Those weren't ordinary cookies. They were royal standard pastries. No wonder they tasted so good. The conversation quickly shifted again. Did you hear? One boy suddenly lowered his voice. His companions instinctively leaned closer. What happened? Prince Tristan and his group apparently held another party after the welcome party ended. Several eyes widened. Seriously? They even served alcohol-type wines. The whisper immediately became even quieter. And regular expensive wines, too. How do you know? One of them asked suspiciously. The young noble proudly smiled. I was there. Hee hee. Seriously? What happened after that? The others moved even closer. Curiosity filled their faces. The boy scratched the back of his head. Unfortunately, nothing interesting. He sounded genuinely disappointed. Sir Felix said it was still too early in the academic year to start indulging in things like that. He shrugged helplessly. And surprisingly, Sir Desmond agreed. Several boys blinked. He agreed. That's unexpected. The storyteller nodded repeatedly. Exactly. He lowered his voice once more, as if we don't already know what he spends his nights doing with that beautiful maid of his. The group immediately exchanged knowing smiles. A few quietly laughed. Before long, they entered the academy building together. One group after another followed. Soon, nearly every first-year student had gathered inside the academy's enormous general studies classroom. Unlike the specialized classrooms reserved for different courses, this lecture hall would be shared by every first-year student whenever general courses were taught. Rows upon rows of polished wooden desks stretched across the spacious room. Large crystal windows allowed the morning sunlight to pour inside, brightly illuminating the hall without the need for artificial lights. The atmosphere was surprisingly quiet. Most students looked exhausted. Some rested their chins on one hand. Others rubbed their sleepy eyes. Several barely managed to suppress repeated yawns. At the front of the classroom, Professor Kent calmly observed the entire room. His sharp eyes slowly swept across every row before stopping on the students' noticeably tired expressions. A faint smile appeared on his face. I watched all of you through my office window this morning. He folded both arms calmly. You were walking into the academy with bright smiles. He paused. But now that you're sitting inside my classroom, he slowly narrowed his eyes. You all look like you've survived a battlefield. Several students awkwardly laughed. Others simply lowered their heads. Professor Kent tilted his head slightly. Didn't anyone tell you to get a proper night's sleep? His voice remained calm. One graceful hand slowly rose from the middle rows. Professor. Kent immediately looked toward her. Go ahead, Miss Willow Derlise. He gestured with one hand. Willow slowly stood. Her elegant walking stick rested before her as both hands lightly held its handle. The Academy's cream-colored blouse, neatly pressed black skirt, and fitted black leggings gave her the same refined appearance she always carried. Despite looking slightly tired herself, her posture remained flawless. The welcome party officially began at 2 o'clock. She spoke calmly. However, the main celebration didn't truly begin until around 4, after every noble family and royal had arrived. Several students quietly nodded. Willow continued. Then the shout-out of we, high-status nobles and royals lasted until approximately 5. She calmly counted each point. Then, the first corps, the second corps, and the third corps. Each lasted close to 2 hours. She paused briefly. And between every corps, there was a 30-minute break. The classroom became even quieter. Willow gently lowered her crimson eyes. So, there wasn't much time left for anyone to rest before morning. If you do the calculation for the time spent in the welcome party. She finished before sitting down once again. Professor Kent nodded thoughtfully. So, what you're telling me is that every one of you is tired because none of you slept properly. Yes, Professor. Willow answered simply. Kent looked around the classroom once again. Then, he slowly narrowed his eyes. You all do remember your alchemists, don't you? Silence. Kent sighed softly. You could all use your cognus to clear away your fatigue. He spoke as though the answer should have been obvious. The moment those words left his mouth, groans instantly spread across the classroom. No way. I knew he was going to say that. So heartless. Several students quietly complained beneath their breath. Near one side of the classroom, Maxwell leaned toward Cherry. The professor does have a point, he whispered. Cherry barely responded. Huh. Her eyes slowly opened. She looked as though she had almost fallen asleep while sitting upright. Maxwell gave a helpless smile. If everyone can remove fatigue with cognus, why isn't anyone doing it? Cherry rubbed both eyes before letting out a small yawn. Sir Maxwell. She softly covered her mouth. It's something we call alchemist pride. Maxwell blinked. Cherry continued explaining. Many young alchemists avoid using cognus for ordinary daily activities, since our bodies are already much stronger than those of ordinary people. So, most of us naturally try not to rely on cognus unless it's truly necessary. She smiled weakly. It's almost a habit, or maybe a point of pride. Another small yawn escaped her lips. Maxwell looked genuinely surprised. Oh, so that's why. But, Master never taught me anything like that. He quietly thought to himself. At the front of the classroom, Professor Kent placed both hands behind his back and slowly walked away from the teaching podium. His footsteps echoed softly across the quiet lecture hall. I don't care whether you're tired. He spoke calmly. But he stopped walking, then slowly looked across the entire classroom. If I catch anyone sleeping during my lesson, the warmth disappeared from his voice. You'll be punished. His eyes became noticeably sharper, and not lightly. The sudden change in his tone sent an invisible chill through the classroom. Several students immediately straightened their backs. Even those who had looked half asleep became fully alert. Professor Kent allowed the silence to linger for several seconds. Then he asked, Is that understood? Yes, Professor. The entire classroom answered in perfect unison. Not a single complaint followed. Professor Kent gave a small nod before looking toward the side of the classroom. Carla. His assistant immediately understood. She stepped away from the wall and walked toward the large glass board installed behind the teaching podium. Reaching its lower right corner, she gently pressed the small silver, circular panel embedded into the frame. A soft mechanical click echoed through the classroom. The transparent board immediately came to life. Blue streams of light spread across its surface like flowing water before a glowing holographic display slowly rose a few inches above the glass. The projection stabilized almost instantly, bathing the front of the classroom in a faint blue glow. Several students looked at it with interest, though most of them had already seen similar technology inside noble households. Professor Kent returned to the podium. Resting beneath one arm was a thick hardcover book. He held it comfortably with one hand before turning back to face the class. This course I will be taking you. He calmly swept his eyes across the lecture hall. It's called General Studies of Alchemy. His voice remained steady, allowing every student to hear him clearly. As the name suggests, this class is designed to give all of you a complete understanding of alchemy. He slowly raised his free hand and extended his index finger. Not the knowledge limited to your individual alchemy paths, but the fundamental knowledge that connects every path together. He paused. The classroom naturally became quieter. Professor Kent intentionally allowed a few moments of silence so his words could settle into the students' minds. One after another, students reached into their bags. Jotters were placed neatly onto desks. Pens clicked open. Several students adjusted their sitting posture before preparing to take notes. Of course, not everyone behaved the same way. Some of the more relaxed students simply leaned back in their chairs, quietly watching Professor Kent without making any move to write. They appeared confident enough to rely on memory alone. Near the middle rows, Ezra calmly opened a brand new notebook that had been prepared specifically for this course. His pen rested lightly between his fingers. His blank black eyes never left Professor Kent. Every word spoken in the classroom quietly entered his mind. Satisfied that everyone was paying attention, Professor Kent raised the thick book in his hand high enough for the entire classroom to see. This will be your official study edition for this course. He lightly tapped the cover with one finger. It cost 1,250 silver coins. The book slowly rotated in his hand as he continued. It was written by the late scholar of the Kane household, Mr. Gil Kane. The student's eyes immediately focused on the cover. Across its dark binding, elegant golden letters were engraved. The Philosophy on General Alchemy. Many students immediately wrote the title into their notebooks. Others quietly memorized it instead. Professor Kent lowered the book slightly. You can purchase a copy from the Academy's general library. He pointed toward one of the classroom windows as though indicating the direction. That means traveling all the way to the Academy's main administrative center. Several students immediately became interested. For many of them, orientation week had barely allowed them to explore the enormous Academy grounds. Visiting the administrative district sounded like an adventure in itself. Professor Kent casually shrugged. He lazily pointed toward Carla. You can simply hand the money to my assistant. Carla can purchase the book on your behalf. He smiled faintly. You may even place an order if that's more convenient. After looking around the room, he casually added, You're all children from wealthy families. So, choose whichever method satisfies you. Carla politely bowed once after being introduced. The classroom gradually filled with quiet whispers. I'm definitely going to the main administrative center. One student whispered excitedly to the boy beside him. A grin spread across his face. His friend immediately nodded. Of course, exploring the Academy's main district isn't something to joke about. I've heard there are buildings there that we first-year students haven't even seen yet. Another nearby group quietly joined the conversation. We could use the opportunity to visit the senior students. One of them whispered. Maybe we'll even find the famous training grounds. The discussion quietly spread across several rows before naturally dying down. Professor Kent patiently waited. He made no attempt to stop the conversations. Instead, he calmly returned to the podium. The heavy book landed on the wooden surface with a soft thud. Then he took out his phone tablet. His fingers moved across the screen several times before selecting a document. With one smooth motion, he dragged the file toward the holographic display floating above the glass board. The projection immediately changed. A new presentation appeared. The first slide contained only a single word displayed in large bold letters. Alchemy. The simple title immediately drew everyone's attention back toward the front. The classroom gradually fell silent again. Professor Kent looked across the rows of students. Everyone here. He spoke calmly. Already knows the answer to what I'm about to ask. His gaze slowly swept across the room. But I don't want a complicated explanation. I also don't want textbook definitions. I want something simple, something very basic and plain. He folded one arm behind his back. His sharp eyes stopped on several curious faces. Now tell me, what is alchemy? The question hung quietly inside the lecture hall. Professor Kent continued before anyone could answer. If someone gives me an answer that satisfies me, I'll reward that person with 1,000 Academy points. The instant those words left his mouth, the atmosphere inside the classroom completely changed. Dozens of sleepy eyes suddenly became sharp. Students who had been leaning lazily against their desks immediately straightened their backs. Even those who looked completely uninterested only moments ago were now fully awake. Wait. One student couldn't stop himself from blurting out. Didn't the king and queen of the floor only receive 100 Academy points this morning? His voice carried obvious disbelief. Many students quickly nodded. They had been thinking the exact same thing. 1,000 Academy points. That reward was far greater than anyone had expected for answering a classroom question. Professor Kent merely smiled. Come on. He casually folded his arms. Who's willing to give it a try? Silence followed. Students exchanged uncertain glances. No one immediately raised a hand. The question sounded ridiculously simple, and that alone made it suspicious. No one was confident enough to answer. There's no way Professor Kent is asking something this simple. It has to be a trick question. Otherwise, why would he offer 1,000 Academy points? Different thoughts quietly surfaced throughout the classroom. Several students who had been eager only moments ago slowly lowered their hands again. Even Felix, who usually showed little interest in classroom discussions, silently watched Professor Kent. His calm expression remained unchanged. Who'll become the first test subject? He quietly wondered. Just then, a graceful hand slowly rose from the front rows. I'll try my best. Princess Stella spoke with her usual gentle smile. Her voice remained composed, without arrogance and without hesitation. Many students immediately turned toward her. Some nodded in approval. If anyone in the classroom possessed both confidence and knowledge, the third princess was naturally one of the most likely candidates. Professor Kent gave a small nod. Very well, Your Highness Stella. He gestured for her to continue. Stella stood gracefully. Without looking at any notes, she calmly answered. Alchemy is the art of transformation and creation. Her voice carried quiet confidence. The definition did sound very basic. Many students instinctively nodded. Several even believed she had already given the perfect answer. Then, Professor Kent spoke. Wrong. The single word landed heavily inside the silent classroom. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in his voice. He rejected the answer immediately. Without giving any explanation, Professor Kent simply turned his gaze toward the rest of the classroom. Next. Chapter 320. True Meaning Behind Alchemy. Princess Stella blinked. For the first time since entering the classroom, a look of genuine surprise appeared on her composed face. Wrong? Her thoughts momentarily came to a halt. She quietly replayed her answer in her mind. Alchemy is the art of transformation and creation. Wasn't that the very principle every alchemist learned from childhood? Alchemy relied on manipulating existing materials and reshaping them according to one's imagination. Through cognition, resources are transformed into entirely different objects or substances. Wasn't that, by definition, transformation and creation? Then, where was I wrong? Stella lowered her eyes slightly. Her fingers tightened around the side of the joint table for only a brief moment before she slowly relaxed her grip. Without arguing, she gracefully sat back down. The classroom remained unusually quiet. Many students secretly glanced toward the first princess. Their expressions were complicated. Some were surprised. Others were confused. However, no one dared to stare for long. After all, she was still the first princess of Britannia. Professor Kent noticed the silence that had settled over the room. He lightly folded his arms. Just to clarify. His calm voice immediately drew everyone's attention back to the front. Princess Stella's answer wasn't incorrect. Several students blinked. Even Stella herself looked up again. Professor Kent continued. I said wrong, because her answer wasn't the most fundamental definition of alchemy. His eyes slowly swept across the classroom. What I asked for was the simplest truth. the foundation upon which every other explanation is built. Understanding slowly appeared on several students' faces. Stella also felt the slight frustration in her heart fade away. She had understood Professor Kent's intention now. He wasn't looking for the broad definition everyone had memorized. He wanted the root of it. Toward the back of the classroom, Prince Tristan leaned lazily against his chair with his usual group surrounding him. Tisk. He clicked his tongue before glancing toward Stella. A mocking smile appeared on his face. The professor should have just let her continue feeling embarrassed of herself. He chuckled quietly. Basil couldn't help laughing as well. Desmond, who had been leaning comfortably against his chair from the beginning of the lecture, lazily joined in with a faint smile. Even Gareth wore an amused expression. Only Felix remained calm. A faint smile crossed his lips before disappearing again. His attention never left Professor Kent. Just then, another hand slowly rose into the air. Professor Kent looked toward the student. Go ahead, Miss Faye Ashenlocke. He nodded once. Faye slowly stood. She could immediately feel dozens of eyes turning toward her. Although she tried to remain composed, a trace of nervousness still appeared on her face. She took a small breath before answering. Alchemy is the power of bringing a formularized, proven imagination into reality through the use of cognits and resources. Her voice became quieter toward the end. It was obvious she wasn't entirely confident. The classroom waited. Professor Kent answered almost immediately. Wrong. His reply carried the same certainty as before. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. Faye's shoulders dropped ever so slightly. I see. She quietly sat back down. The girls sitting nearby immediately leaned toward her. You did well, Faye. One of them smiled encouragingly. Don't worry about it. Even Her Highness didn't get the right answer. Another girl whispered softly, so only their small group could hear. Faye let out a helpless smile. Thanks. She genuinely appreciated the encouragement. Professor Kent looked across the classroom again. Anybody else? Silence answered him. He sighed softly. I honestly don't understand. His eyes slowly wandered through several rows of students. I'm certain there are quite a few students here who already know the answer. His gaze stopped briefly on Vera. She sat quietly with one elbow resting on the desk. Her expression remained as calm as ever. Her black plain eyes carried the same indifferent look they always did, making it difficult to tell whether she was interested in the lecture or merely watching it out of habit. She noticed Professor Kent looking at her. For a brief moment, their eyes met. Vera simply blinked once before calmly looking back at the front of the classroom, showing no intention of raising her hand. Professor Kent then looked toward Diane. The girl looked as though she might fall asleep at any second. Her eyelids remained half closed, yet strangely enough, she still seemed to be listening. His gaze continued moving. Selena. Charles. Fatima. Several other students whom he knew possessed more than enough knowledge to answer the question. Yet, not one of them moved. They simply watched him with relaxed expressions. Professor Kent raised an eyebrow. Is 1,000 academy points too small of a reward? A few students awkwardly laughed. Still, no one raised a hand. Professor Kent gave a small shrug. If no one is willing to answer, then I suppose I'll answer it myself. Before he could continue, a chair quietly slid backward. I will answer. Felix stood. His movement immediately drew everyone's attention. His posture remained straight, and his expression calm. There wasn't the slightest trace of hesitation. Then go ahead, Mr. Felix Ashenlocke, Professor Kent said. Felix gave a small nod. Alchemy simply means. He paused. Not because he was uncertain. Instead, he briefly replayed both previous answers inside his mind. Princess Stella had spoken about transformation and creation. Faye had spoken about turning imagination into reality through cognits and resources. Neither answer was wrong. Both explained what alchemy accomplished, but neither reached the simplest foundation Professor Kent had asked for. Felix looked toward the front of the classroom, then calmly answered, create and destroy. The classroom became silent. A pleased smile slowly appeared on Professor Kent's face. Correct. He nodded once. Mr. Felix Ashenlocke. Several students quietly let out small sighs. So that's what he meant. One student muttered. At his side, Tristan immediately began clapping, as expected of Felix. His smile carried genuine approval this time. Felix simply sat back down. Basil folded his arms. I could have answered that. He sounded completely unconvinced. Felix glanced sideways. Oh, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, like you could. The teasing reply immediately caused Gareth and Desmond to laugh. Even Basil rolled his eyes before chuckling. The atmosphere inside the classroom became much lighter than before. From the front row, Stella slowly raised her hand again. She looked toward Professor Kent. So that was the answer? There was still a hint of disbelief in her voice. Professor Kent simply nodded. Exactly. He calmly walked toward the holographic display. With one swipe of his hand, the presentation changed. A new slide appeared. At the center were only two large words: create and destroy. Professor Kent stood beside the glowing projection. Alchemy. He pointed toward the first word. Begins with creation. His finger then moved toward the second, and ends with destruction. He slowly turned back toward the class. As Miss Fay explained, we first bring a proven and formularized philosophy from our imagination into reality. Then, as Princess Stella explained, we transform existing resources into the object or substance we wish to create. He paused briefly. His eyes moved across the attentive students. But transformation cannot happen without destroying something first. He lightly tapped the second word displayed on the holographic screen. The structure of every material you use must first be broken apart. Only after its original form is destroyed can it be reorganized into something entirely new. The classroom remained completely silent. Students rapidly wrote inside their notebooks. Although nearly everyone already understood these concepts, listening to them from their most fundamental perspective felt different. Since sometimes, returning to the basics allowed an alchemist to understand principles they had overlooked before. Professor Kent smiled faintly. And these two principles actually originate from the true source of cognition itself. He slowly turned toward the next slide. The power that every civilization throughout history has referred to by one name. His finger stopped on the glowing words displayed across the screen. Essence. The moment the word appeared, Ezra immediately lowered his pen. His hand began moving across the page without hesitation. The scratching of ink against paper echoed softly around him. Not only Ezra. Several of the Academy's most outstanding first years also began writing at once. Felix. Selena. Stella. Charles. Fatima. Even Vera quietly reached for her pen. Unlike the earlier discussion, this wasn't ordinary knowledge. The study of essence was considered one of the oldest and most mysterious subjects in all of alchemy, with very few people truly understanding even a pinch of it. Professor Kent calmly folded both hands behind his back. The only knowledge I can confidently teach you regarding essence is that it exists within every living being and every non-living thing. His voice became slightly more solemn. Because essence is the power that is said to have given birth to existence itself. With another swipe, the slide changed. A breathtaking image of what research result alchemists had gotten formed the realm of stars. The night sky appeared above the holographic display. Countless stars stretched across the darkness. Galaxies spiraled silently through the endless void. The entire classroom instinctively looked upward. For a brief moment, no one spoke. Letting the vastness of the universe silently settle inside everyone's thoughts. The image of the endless stars continued to shine softly above the holographic screen, casting a faint blue glow across the front of the classroom. The students remained unusually quiet. Some stared at the projection in thought. Others continued writing as quickly as they could, afraid of missing even a single sentence from Professor Kent's explanation. Just then, a hand slowly rose from the middle row. Professor. Ezra's calm voice broke the silence. Professor Kent immediately turned toward him. Yes, Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke. His tone remained patient. Ezra looked at the image of the stars for a brief moment before shifting his gaze back to the professor. Is there any proof that supports your statement regarding the existence of essence? He asked the question plainly. There was no challenge in his voice, only genuine curiosity. Several students instinctively turned toward Ezra, because the question he asked was a question many of them had wondered about before, but very few had ever asked aloud. Professor Kent remained silent for a moment. Instead of answering immediately, he slowly walked away from the holographic display and stopped near the front row, placing himself closer to the students. Yes. He nodded once. And no. A few students exchanged puzzled looks. Professor Kent smiled faintly. The knowledge surrounding the energy we call essence, or the energy of existence itself, cannot be directly seen. He slowly opened one hand before him. Neither can it be sensed in its purest form. His eyes calmly swept across the classroom. However, there are ways to confirm that it exists. He paused, allowing everyone to follow his train of thought. The first example is cognus. His words immediately caught everyone's attention. The very power every alchemist of Britannia uses. We cannot see essence itself, but through cognus, we witness its influence. He slowly pointed towards several students sitting near the front. The same principle also applies to essay. Several students quickly wrote the familiar term into their notebooks. Professor Kent continued. Essay is produced from renite or together with scalvians. And it's another example of humanity utilizing the influence of essence without ever directly observing essence itself. Professor Kent folded both hands behind his back. And this mainly comes from the renite or I just mentioned. It is naturally formed from essence that has been compressed over an extremely long period, or due to the high level of essence concentration. His voice remained calm. The volume of that compressed essence eventually reaches an extraordinarily high mass, and it is that compression which gives renite or its unique properties. Many students hurriedly copied the explanation into their notes. Some even underlined the words compressed essence several times. Professor Kent finally looked back toward Ezra. Does that answer your question, Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke? Ezra briefly reviewed the explanation in his mind. Although Professor Kent had admitted that direct proof did not exist, he had also provided observable phenomena that pointed toward essence's existence. It wasn't absolute evidence, but it was enough to establish a reasonable foundation. Ezra gave a small nod. Yes, Professor, I'm satisfied with your explanation. Professor Kent smiled. If you're still interested in learning more about essence, the Academy Library contains numerous research articles and historical records discussing the subject. He gestured toward the enormous Academy grounds outside the classroom windows. You'll find many theories there. Some are accepted, others remain subjects of debate, but they're all worth reading. He lightly clapped his hands once. Now, let's continue. Turning back toward the holographic screen, he casually swiped to the next slide. The lecture resumed. As time quietly passed, Professor Kent continued explaining one fundamental concept after another. Occasionally, he would pause in the middle of a lesson before suddenly directing another question toward the class. Unlike before, no academy points were offered this time. Even so, many students still competed to answer. Sometimes their answers were correct. Sometimes they weren't. Whenever someone made a mistake, Professor Kent never ridiculed them. Instead, he carefully explained why the answer was incomplete before guiding them toward the proper conclusion. At other times, the students themselves raised questions. Whether the topic involved alchemical philosophy, cognus, materials, or historical theories, Professor Kent answered each one with remarkable patience. The atmosphere inside the classroom gradually became more relaxed. Even students who had entered the room looking exhausted found themselves becoming increasingly absorbed in the lesson. Without realizing it, Ezra had already filled several pages of his notebook. Some notes contained important principles Professor Kent had mentioned. Others were simply short reminders. Research essence. Study more on renite or formation. Read Gil Kane's philosophy on general alchemy. Review cognus relationship with essence. He even created a separate section listing topics that might appear during future examinations. His pen never stopped moving. Before long, Professor Kent glanced toward the clock mounted above the classroom entrance. The lesson had reached its end. He gently closed the presentation on the holographic display before looking back at the students. That concludes today's lesson on the study of alchemy. He spoke calmly. Your next class begins in 10 minutes. Several students quietly stretched inside their seats. Some sighed in relief. Others immediately began organizing their notebooks. Then, Professor Kent calmly added, I'm giving all of you an assignment. The classroom froze. What? Several voices escaped almost simultaneously. But Professor... Logan Drakes immediately raised his hand. His expression was filled with disbelief. Isn't today our first day of classes? Around him. Many students nodded vigorously. Exactly. He's right. We just started. The room quickly filled with agreement. Professor Kent looked at them with genuine confusion. And the single word left everyone speechless. I don't recall there being any academy tradition that forbids professors from assigning homework on the first day. His expression remained perfectly serious. You'll submit it tomorrow morning, before our practical class begins. He deliberately emphasized the final sentence. The weight behind his words made several students instinctively sit straighter. You're kidding. A boy buried his face in both hands. This can't be real. Another student stared blankly at the ceiling. Soft groans spread across the classroom. Professor Kent remained completely unmoved. Your assignment is simple. The moment those words left his mouth, several students visibly relaxed. A few even smiled. Perhaps it would only be a short report. Write an essay, explaining what alchemy is. The students exchanged relieved glances with all of them thinking the same thing. That's all. Maybe today won't be so bad after all. Then Professor Kent calmly continued. The essay must exceed 5,000 words. His tone never changed. And as all of you already know, high marks earn academy points. Silence. Every student stared at him. Several mouths slowly opened. One student even dropped his pen onto the floor. Simple? Simple, my foot. The same exhausted thought echoed through nearly every corner of the classroom. Writing more than 5,000 words after their very first lecture. It already sounded like a nightmare. Professor Kent ignored every expression in front of him. Oh, one more thing. He looked around the classroom. I'd also like to know which of you intends to join the student council. His words immediately drew everyone's attention again. The students who apply will become the candidates for first-year class president and vice president. Several students quietly exchanged glances. Some looked interested. Others immediately lost interest. If you're applying, leave your names with Miss Carla. Professor Kent picked up his book. Have a good day, and once again, welcome to the Royal Academy. With that, he turned around and calmly walked out of the classroom. Carla quickly stepped forward. With a light touch against the control panel, the holographic display disappeared as the glass board returned to its transparent state. She neatly gathered Professor Kent's teaching materials before hurrying after him. Before leaving, she turned back with a warm smile. Goodbye, everyone. The classroom door quietly closed behind her. The moment it did, the entire room exploded into noise. At one of the front desks, Diane, who had spent nearly the entire lecture fighting sleep, finally surrendered. Without opening her eyes completely, she reached into her spatial bag with practiced movements. A small throw pillow appeared. Then came a soft sleeping eye cover. Within seconds, she gently rested her head on the pillow, pulled the eye cover over her face, and immediately fell asleep. Not a single unnecessary movement. It was almost frightening how efficient she had become. Around her, the classroom had already fallen into complete chaos. 5,000 words. A noble girl looked completely stunned. Does he really expect us to finish that by tomorrow? I'm more worried about waking up early enough to write it. One boy replied seriously while looking at his group of friends. I barely survived getting here today. Laughter and complaints spread throughout the room. Meanwhile, Veda quietly leaned toward Ezra's side. His eyes naturally drifted toward Ezra's notebook. Hey, Ezra. He spoke with an innocent smile. Don't tell me. You're one of those students, young lord. Ezra slowly turned his head. His calm black eyes narrowed ever so slightly. The silent stare alone was enough. Veda immediately froze. He quickly sat back up as straight as a soldier awaiting inspection. No, absolutely not. He waved both hands dismissively. It's not what it looks like. Ezra silently lowered his eyes toward the notebook lying on his table. Several pages had already been filled with neatly organized notes. Although Veda had tried to act innocent, it was painfully obvious what he wanted. He wasn't curious about Ezra. He wanted Ezra's notes. And Ezra knew it. Chapter 321, Royal Academy Titles. The reason every student of the Royal Academy remained constantly vigilant, pushing themselves through every lecture, every examination, and every dangerous trial was something that had already been made perfectly clear from the moment they enrolled. It wasn't simply about graduating, nor was it only about becoming stronger. The greatest goal awaiting every young alchemist at the end of their academy life was something far more valuable. A title. To be more precise, an alchemist title. Within the Kingdom of Britannia, an alchemist title represented far more than honor. It determines one's future. It decided where one would serve, the authority one possessed, the wealth one could accumulate, and even the noble status one could obtain after graduation. For many students, their entire academy life revolved around earning one of these prestigious titles. The first among them is the State Alchemist. This is the first official title awarded to graduates of the Royal Academy. Only the best 150 students from each graduating class are eligible to receive it. Once appointed, a State Alchemist officially becomes part of Britannia's defensive force. Rather than serving a noble household or a military commander, they answer directly to the governing authority of the kingdom, the royal family themselves. Because of that, State Alchemists are sometimes referred to by another name, the dogs of the royal family. The title sounded insulting to outsiders. Yet within Britannia, very few people dared to use it disrespectfully because the State Alchemists possess considerable authority. Their lives are stable and their income is generous. However, that stability came with a price. Every newly appointed State Alchemist is to be assigned to one of the 7 dukedoms spread throughout Britannia. Where they served is never their decision. Whether the city they received is prosperous and peaceful, or located near dangerous frontiers plagued by criminals and monsters. The higher officials rarely concern themselves with such matters. Orders are simply given, and those orders are expected to be obeyed. Fortunately, State Alchemists weren't expected to perform every task personally, since each city possesses its own local guard force. Those guards act as their subordinates, carrying out routine missions and maintaining public order while the State Alchemist supervises operations from above. This arrangement allowed many State Alchemists to build connections with both noble and non-noble families within their assigned territories. Through those relationships, many quietly accumulated considerable wealth and influence over the years. Although this title isn't the dream of most academy students, the rewards attached to it remain attractive enough that competition for it is still fierce. The next title is the Court Alchemist. Unlike the State Alchemist, only the top 100 graduating students can receive this title. Court Alchemists serve beneath the legal authority of Britannia. Their responsibilities centered around the kingdom's judicial system rather than military affairs. Many eventually became ministers' officials. Others serve as judges within the kingdom's courts, like State Alchemists. Court Alchemists are also assigned to a specific location after graduation. Once stationed, they generally remain there for the rest of their careers unless promoted to a higher Court Alchemist rank. However, the greatest advantage of becoming a Court Alchemist isn't merely their profession. It is their status. Every Court Alchemist automatically received noble standing equivalent to that of a baron. That single promotion completely changed a person's future. With noble status came opportunities unavailable to ordinary citizens. They could establish their own businesses, purchase property with greater freedom, build family wealth without depending entirely upon the kingdom's salary. For many graduates, that alone made the title worth pursuing. The next title is the Imperial Alchemist. This prestigious position is reserved exclusively for the top 40 graduates of the Royal Academy. Unlike the previous titles, Imperial Alchemists aren't confined to one profession. Instead, they are appointed to some of the kingdom's most important institutions. Some oversaw royal family research facilities. Others entered military development. Many specialized in craftsmanship, engineering, and technological innovation. Their expertise is used wherever Britannia considers it most valuable. Although every Imperial Alchemist received an official place of duty, their freedom is considerably greater than that of state or court alchemists. As long as their responsibilities had been fulfilled, they were free to travel throughout the kingdom whenever necessary. Imperial alchemists also possessed their own internal ranking system. The higher one's achievements, the greater one's authority became. One notable example is Ezra Ashenlocke. She serves as an Imperial alchemist responsible for commanding one of Britannia's naval fleets. In terms of noble standing, Imperial alchemists hold ranks ranging from High Ember Noble to Viscount. However, that title didn't automatically replace the noble rank inherited from one's family. Instead, it only took effect if the alchemist voluntarily chose to revoke their original family status. By abandoning their inherited house, they could establish an entirely new noble family using the rank they have earned through their own accomplishments. For ambitious alchemists, that possibility carried tremendous significance. The next title is the War or Count Alchemist. The title itself already revealed its purpose. These alchemists exist for only one thing: war. Only the top 15 graduating students of the Royal Academy are eligible to receive this distinction. Every war alchemist is expected to possess exceptional combat ability. Unlike Imperial alchemists, whose strengths could lie in research or craftsmanship, war alchemists are warriors first, masters of battlefield tactics, commanders capable of leading soldiers into conflict. Each war alchemist possesses authority similar to an Imperial alchemist. However, they also receive permission to establish and command their own combat squads, functioning almost like private military forces operating under Britannia's authority. Of course, not every war alchemist focused solely on direct combat. Some specialized in military craftsmanship. These individuals supervises the production of heavy artillery, defensive fortifications, and strategic weapons used to protect the kingdom's borders. Rather than remaining in one location, war alchemists traveled constantly. Whenever war erupted, they stood at the very front of Britannia's campaigns. Even during times of peace, many led dangerous expeditions beyond the kingdom's borders, exploring unknown territories and confronting threats before they reached Britannia itself. Every war alchemist receives the noble rank of Count. That is precisely why the title was also known as the Count Alchemist. In addition, they gained an important privilege: the right percentage. This grants them ownership over a small portion of Britannia's mineral resources. These resources could be used to support both their alchemy path and any businesses they wish to establish. Initially, the percentage begins at only 0.5%. However, as a war alchemist accumulates achievements throughout their career, that percentage gradually increases. Given enough accomplishments, and it can eventually rival the mineral rights possessed by ancient count households that had ruled their territories for centuries. The final title is the Royal Alchemist. Like the War Alchemist, only students who rank among the top 15 graduates can be selected. However, the responsibilities of a Royal Alchemist are entirely different. Where war alchemists spent much of their lives beyond the kingdom's borders, Royal Alchemists rarely left the royal palace itself. They served directly within the palace. Almost every important duty, apart from servants and palace guards, could eventually fall under the authority of a Royal Alchemist. Every newly appointed Royal Alchemist begins their career as an apprentice Royal Alchemist, serving beneath an experienced senior Royal Alchemist, learning the responsibilities of palace service before receiving greater authority. Above all else, Royal Alchemists formed the kingdom's greatest defensive force. They are regarded as the alchemists with the highest potential and among the strongest individuals produced by the Royal Academy. Within Britannia, only 8 Royal Alchemist departments exist, with every newly selected royal alchemist being assigned to one of those departments. The head of each department possesses the noble rank of count. Above even them stands the senior royal alchemist who served as the king's closest personal guardian. That individual alone possesses the noble rank of duke. Like the war alchemist, royal alchemists also receives the privilege of right percentage, beginning from the same initial allocation and increasing according to their achievements throughout their service. One final point remains. A graduate of the Royal Academy isn't limited to receiving only one of these prestigious titles. An exceptional graduate could earn both the title of War Alchemist and Royal Alchemist simultaneously. The greatest example of such an achievement was Andraver. He rose to become the highest-ranking Royal Alchemist in Britannia's history, even after his disappearance. Several royal apprentice alchemists who had once served directly under him still remained within the royal palace. With all of this common knowledge, it became easy to understand why every young alchemist entering the Royal Academy treated their studies with such seriousness. Every examination, every practical lesson, every trial, every ranking. None of them existed without purpose, because at the end of those difficult years, only those who proved themselves worthy would obtain the titles capable of changing their entire lives forever. The noisy atmosphere inside the classroom continued even after Professor Kent's departure. Some students were still complaining about the 5,000-word assignment. Others had already formed small groups, discussing the lecture while comparing the notes they had taken. Several students left the classroom altogether, hoping to buy something from the nearby shops before the next lesson began. The 10-minute break was just enough to let everyone relax before another professor arrived. Near the middle of the classroom, Nate, who was sitting beside Ezra, rested his chin on the backs of his interlocked hands as he looked around at everyone with an unusually serious expression. We Ashenlocke should think about creating a study group. His voice was calm, but his tone carried genuine conviction. It'll make preparing for tests and examinations much easier. The suggestion immediately caught everyone's attention. Ezra remained seated quietly. His eyes, however, were still resting on Veda. More specifically, on the notebook lying open in front of him. Professor Kent had only left a few minutes ago, yet Veda's notes looked noticeably emptier than everyone else's. It wasn't difficult to guess what had happened. Veda had spent more time listening than writing. Or perhaps, more time daydreaming than doing either. Nicholas spoke, while still lying across the joint long table with one cheek resting against folded arms. He let out a tired sigh. That's going to be a little difficult. His voice sounded lazy. We'll all be joining different factions soon. The brief excitement around Nate's idea immediately cooled. Oh, factions. Veda leaned farther back in his chair until only the rear legs supported his weight. He also folded both hands behind his head. Then why don't we all join the same faction? Nate made a suggestion. I'm sure every Duke household has already established a faction for the benefit of their own family, he said calmly. Veda slowly shook his head. And, you really think it'll be that simple? His chair rocked gently before settling back onto all four legs. I did some research before we came here. He scratched his cheek thoughtfully. A lot of academy factions are actually made up of students from different noble families. And not every faction fits what I'm looking for. He let out a small sigh. So, choosing one isn't as straightforward as it sounds. Nate quietly considered those words. I understand what you mean. A slight frown appeared on his face. His eyes unconsciously drifted toward the higher rows of the classroom. There, Prince Tristan and the boys surrounding him were talking among themselves. The expression on Nate's face didn't escape Ezra's notice. You had an encounter with them? Ezra asked calmly. Nate turned his head. Before he could answer, Henry spoke first. Nah. He rested both arms over the backrest of his chair while lazily looking toward Tristan's group. It's just that Basil Evermont went looking for trouble. Henry clicked his tongue softly. He used Nate to insult Priscilla while trying to force her into dancing with him near the end of the second core. His explanation immediately drew surprised looks. Veda straightened slightly in his seat. Wait, you're saying another incident happened after Ezra's? His eyes widened. He genuinely hadn't heard about that. Nate simply waved one hand dismissively. It's nothing worth worrying about. His tone remained calm. You know Priscilla can take care of herself. As he spoke, his eyes naturally drifted toward the other side row of the classroom. Priscilla was sitting together with her usual group of girls. Laughter occasionally escaped their corner as they chatted about something amusing. More girls than usual had gathered around her desk today. Some were discussing yesterday's welcome party. Others seemed more interested in the assignment Professor Kent had left behind. Priscilla herself wore her usual confident smile. There wasn't the slightest trace that yesterday's incident had affected her mood. Veda quietly followed Nate's line of sight. Then, a slow smile appeared on his face. You've started caring about her, haven't you? His teasing voice immediately reached everyone's ears. Nate slowly turned his head. His eyes met Veda's. The look he gave him was perfectly flat. No. His answer came without hesitation. We're just friends. He spoke firmly. And she's helped me more than once. His expression became slightly more serious. During the trial of steel, I had a difficult time adapting, and she was the one who helped me understand what I was supposed to do. He paused briefly as old memories surfaced in his mind. She even used her own cognus to help me sense mine before the awakening ceremony. His voice naturally softened. For a brief moment, the usual seriousness on his face became something closer to quiet gratitude. Nate lowered his eyes slightly. I respect her. That was all he said. No embarrassment. No attempt to hide his appreciation. Only simple honesty. Veda looked at him for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. I see. His face clearly belonged to someone who didn't believe Nate's explanation even a little. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. It was obvious he had already reached his own conclusion. Henry chuckled. Deciding not to let Nate remain the center of attention any longer, he immediately shifted his gaze elsewhere. Speaking of Nate and Priscilla, he suddenly pointed toward Nicholas. A playful smile spread across his face. I saw you yesterday. Nicholas blinked. Me? Henry nodded enthusiastically. Who was that girl? He grinned. She was pretty. The others immediately became interested. Several pairs of eyes turned toward Nicholas. Nicholas awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. Well, she was my dance partner. He admitted honestly. We're still talking, though. He moved both hands back and forth while trying to explain himself. But I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to do. He looked genuinely troubled. Should I start thinking about dating, or should we just stay friends? His question sounded completely sincere. The others couldn't help smiling. For boys their age, the topic wasn't exactly unfamiliar. Only one person remained completely unaffected. Ezra quietly watched the conversation unfold before him. As the discussion moved from study groups, to academy factions, then to girls, and finally, to dating. Yet none of it stirred even the slightest reaction in him. He simply listened with the same calm, unreadable expression. It was almost as if the conversation belonged to an entirely different world. His thoughts remained occupied by Professor Kent's lecture. Essence. Renite or Alchemy. Those subjects interested him far more than romance ever could. Before long, the 10-minute break came to an end. Students who had gone outside gradually returned to the classroom in small groups. Conversations slowly died down as everyone returned to their assigned seats. Books were placed on the joint long table once again. The relaxed atmosphere from the break quietly disappeared. Another lesson was about to begin. Chapter 322, The Art of Making Money. The second lesson of the day began not long after the 10-minute break came to an end. As the classroom gradually settled down, another instructor entered through the front door. She was an elderly woman who appeared to be in her 50s. Her silver hair was neatly tied into a bun behind her head, and a pair of thin-framed glasses rested comfortably on the bridge of her nose. Although age had left faint lines on her face, her back remained perfectly straight, and the calm confidence in her eyes immediately quieted the classroom. Following closely behind her was a young man in his late 20s, carrying several neatly organized books and stacks of documents in both hands. The moment they reached the front of the classroom, the students instinctively became quieter. The elderly woman gave a small nod. My name is Professor Isolde Croft. Her voice was gentle, yet it carried enough authority to reach every corner of the room without effort. This is my teaching assistant, Smith Rollins. She gestured toward the young man standing beside her before briefly introducing him. Afterward, she looked around the classroom, allowing her gaze to pass over every student. The course I will be teaching your year is... She turned and wrote several words across the glass board. Intermediate Physics. The glowing letters appeared neatly on the transparent surface. Many students straightened in their seats. Unlike the basic physics every student had learned while growing up, intermediate physics was an entirely different subject. It moved beyond simple principles and everyday observations. Here, students would study more advanced theories, proven research, and the deeper laws governing the physical world. For ordinary citizens, such knowledge was impressive. For alchemists, it was indispensable. Many alchemical formulas and inventions were built upon the foundation of physics. Without understanding those principles, even the most talented alchemist would eventually reach a wall they could not overcome. The lecture soon began. Professor Isolde spoke at a steady pace, carefully explaining each topic before moving to the next. Whenever a complicated concept appeared, she slowed down instead of rushing ahead, making sure the students understood the reasoning behind each theory rather than simply memorizing it. Occasionally, she asked a question. Several students answered confidently. Some were correct. Others stumbled halfway through their explanations. Whenever someone made a mistake, Professor Isolde calmly corrected them before continuing the lesson as though nothing had happened. The atmosphere inside the classroom was noticeably different from Professor Kent's. Professor Kent enjoyed making students think for themselves. Professor Isolde preferred guiding them step by step until they reached the answer on their own. Before anyone realized it, 3 hours had quietly passed. The sound of pens scratching against paper gradually slowed as Professor Isolde closed the final page of her lecture notes. She adjusted her glasses before looking toward the class. I have one last thing before we end today's lesson. The students immediately became alert. Several of them exchanged uneasy glances. After experiencing Professor Kent's class earlier that morning, they had already developed a bad feeling whenever a professor said they had one last thing. Professor Isolde did not keep them waiting. I'll be giving all of you an assignment. The words landed exactly as everyone feared. Again, soft groans instantly spread throughout the classroom. Several students leaned back in defeat. One boy quietly covered his face with both hands. Another let his forehead fall onto his desk with a dull thud. They had only been students of the Royal Academy for a single day. Yet, they had already received 2 assignments. Professor Isolde remained completely unmoved by the classroom's reaction. She calmly handed her teaching materials to her assistant before adjusting her glasses once more. You are now students of the Royal Academy. She looked at every one of them. This is the life you should expect from now on. If you wish to become someone great, then this is the standard you must grow accustomed to. Her tone wasn't harsh. It was simply a statement of fact that nobody could argue against. With that, she gave a polite nod and turned toward the door. Her assistant quickly followed behind, carrying the books and documents they had brought into class. The door quietly closed behind them. For a brief moment, silence filled the room. Then, heavy sighs escaped from nearly every corner of the classroom. One non-noble student stretched until his back cracked. She's older than my mother, he muttered helplessly. But somehow, she still looks younger. Several nearby students chuckled. The tense atmosphere from the lesson gradually disappeared. Soon, the classroom emptied as students stood from their seats. It was finally lunchtime. Groups of friends left together while discussing the morning's lectures. Others hurried toward the academy cafeterias before the queues became too long. Outside, the academy grounds slowly came alive. Wide stone walkways filled with students wearing uniforms of the Royal Academy, first-year wear, and different crests on the higher status nobles. Conversations echoed through the beautiful campus. Some students laughed while walking beneath rows of carefully maintained trees. Others sat beneath the shade to enjoy the pleasant weather before their afternoon classes. The scent of freshly prepared meals drifted through the air from several directions. for students whose attendants accompanied them to the academy. Lunch had already been prepared by them specially. The Royal Academy allowed these maids and butlers into specially designated academy kitchens during lunchtime. There, they could prepare fresh meals, desserts, tea, and anything else their young masters or mistresses wished to eat instead of purchasing food from the cafeterias. Many of the pavilions scattered throughout the academy park areas had already been reserved for those private lunches. Lucy had naturally booked one for Ezra. After leaving the classroom, the Ashenlocke students gradually separated. Veda lazily walked toward another pavilion, with Nicholas following closely behind him as usual. Nate headed in the direction of the cafeteria. Henry scratched the back of his head as he watched the occupied pavilions. He hadn't managed to reserve one quickly enough. Instead, he decided to join Bess Ashforge along with several acquaintances they had met during the general social gathering before entering the Royal Academy, together with a few of the friends they had made throughout orientation week. Ezra calmly continued walking toward the academy park where his pavilion was booked. The afternoon breeze brushed gently past him as students passed on both sides of the stone pathway. "Hey!" A familiar voice called from nearby. Ezra turned slightly. Cyrus waved once before catching up to him. Soon, the two boys found themselves walking in the same direction. "Your family is eating at the same pavilion area as mine?" Ezra asked after returning the greeting with a small wave. "Yeah." Cyrus nodded. "Well, kind of." He rubbed the back of his neck before laughing awkwardly. "You know I don't have an attendant, so I don't exactly have anyone preparing lunch for me." His tone was so casual that anyone unfamiliar with noble society would never think twice about it. Yet, if another noble overheard him, they would almost certainly be shocked. A duke's son, without a personal attendant. That was nearly unheard of. Ezra merely glanced at him before returning his attention to the path ahead. Neither surprise nor pity appeared on his face. Around them, several students still secretly glanced in Ezra's direction as they walked past. Yesterday's welcome party remained fresh in everyone's minds. His dance with Vera, his performance on the ballroom floor, none of it had faded overnight. Whispers quietly followed him wherever he walked. Ezra simply ignored them. "They say Sasha wants me to eat together with the family today." Cyrus continued complaining as though he hadn't noticed the attention surrounding them. Even Ravener looked like he wanted absolutely nothing to do with the idea. He sighed dramatically. "Honestly, I don't want to eat with her either." A playful look of resentment appeared on his face. "I'm still angry she made money from my misery yesterday." He clenched one fist in exaggerated frustration. "I should make her compensate me for everything she earned." He suddenly turned toward Ezra. "What do you think?" Ezra answered without hesitation. "Anything that adds to your own pocket is valid." His voice remained as calm as always. "And to me, your stepsister has a good sense for business." Cyrus stared at him. "Even though she's the daughter of a duke?" He blinked. "You know she already has more money than she could ever spend." Ezra shook his head once. "And what does that have to do with her?" He looked at Cyrus. "That money belongs to your father, the duke. If one day he decided to cut off your allowance, or take back every coin he had ever given you, what can you do?" Cyrus quietly fell silent. "It was never your money to begin with." Ezra continued walking at the same pace. "But earning your own money is different. It gives you peace of mind. That, no matter what happens, you'll always have something that truly belongs to you." He looked at Cyrus seriously. "No one has the right to take away the money you've earned with your own hands." His explanation ended as simply as it began. Yet, the words lingered in Cyrus' mind long after Ezra finished speaking. That actually makes a lot of sense. Cyrus rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He felt as though he had just learned something unexpectedly important. Cyrus remained deep in thought as they continued walking side by side along the academy pathway. The conversation about earning one's own money refused to leave his mind. After a few more steps, another thought suddenly surfaced. "Now that I think about it." He looked at Ezra while keeping the same relaxed pace. "Doesn't Selena have her own job that earns her a lot of money?" Ezra turned his head slightly. "No." Cyrus answered his own question calmly before correcting himself. "Not just Selena. All the flowers of Britannia in our year do." They're all models for different fashion brands. His expression became more animated as he recalled everything he knew. My sister models for Scarlet Lush, and she's also one of the faces of Silver Wheels. And it's the same for the other girls. He counted them one after another in his mind. Vera appears in almost every advertisement for the Eclipse's newest steam carriage models. His voice carried a trace of admiration. Even when the Phantom Rolls was launched, she was the model standing beside the vehicle. He smiled faintly after finishing his explanation. Ezra blinked once. She did. His face barely changed. Only the faint movement of his eyelids revealed that the information had genuinely surprised him. Cyrus stared at him. You didn't know? His eyebrows slowly rose. You're the creator and you don't even know how the people you sold the rights to are advertising your creation? Ezra looked ahead again. I only knew they had launched the Phantom Rolls. His answer remained as plain as ever. Cyrus could only stare at him for another second before letting out a helpless laugh. Seriously, Ezra, what exactly do you use your phone for? Ezra answered almost immediately. Research, a little news, and checking the stock market. So, I know which companies or industries are worth investing my money in. There wasn't even a moment of hesitation in his reply. The answer sounded so natural that it was obvious this had long become part of his daily routine. Since no one sends me an allowance, and I can't let the money I already have remain stagnant. Money that sits still loses opportunities. So, I invested in a few companies. Thanks to Mr. Anderson, I was able to invest in the Phantom Rolls project itself. Then after discussing it with Elder Ivanhoe, he also helped me invest the 10% reward I received from the first firearm sales into the main company responsible for manufacturing the firearms. Besides those, I still hold investments in 2 other companies. Ezra quietly organized the information inside his mind. So, stock investing is actually a thing? Cyrus asked in genuine surprise. Ezra looked at him. A slight narrowing of his eyes was enough to make Cyrus realize how unusual that question sounded, even though other young noble class didn't know of it. A young noble from a duke family should. Sasha did tell Ravener and me to invest our money in the Phantom Rolls. Cyrus scratched his cheek awkwardly, but she made us keep it a secret. If the elders and adults in our family found out, they'd probably complain that she's encouraging us to gamble. He let out a helpless sigh. So, I stayed away from it. A small smile appeared on his face. Even though I'm usually the one who breaks the family rules the most. He rubbed the back of his neck. I guess I really need to improve my sense for making money. Ezra nodded once. The thing about the stock market in Britannia that might make them think like that is. His voice remained calm. It's considered a private financial field. Even the identities of investors remain anonymous. Cyrus listened attentively. I didn't even know stock investments existed. It was only after I started studying more on Britannia's financial system that the thought crossed my mind. So, I simply asked Elder Ivanhoe whether investments were possible to confirm my thoughts. Ezra continued thinking quietly. The biggest difference between this kingdom and my previous self's one is the rate of return. Compared to the investment market I saw from the Book of Memories, Britannia's profits are much lower, but they're still profitable by this world's standards. But after seeing how large returns could become in that world, the investment market here feels rather disappointing. He calmly pushed those thoughts aside. Before long, the 2 boys finally reached the Academy Park. Elegant stone paths separated dozens of open pavilions scattered beneath rows of tall trees. Students could be seen eating lunch together while attendants served freshly prepared meals. Laughter mixed with the gentle sound of the afternoon breeze passing through the leaves. I guess. Cyrus suddenly pointed both index fingers toward Ezra with an eager grin. I'll have to ask you to teach me how to get started. Ezra looked at him for a brief second. Yeah. He paused. No. His answer was perfectly flat. Without another explanation, he simply gave Cyrus a small wave before walking toward the pavilion Lucy had reserved for him. Lucy was already standing quietly beside the table. The moment she noticed Ezra approaching, she straightened her posture and greeted him with her usual professionalism. Cyrus watched Ezra leave before laughing helplessly. Figures. Shaking his head with a helpless smile, He turned and walked toward another pavilion where his siblings and several members of the Bunwick household were already waiting for him. The lunch break lasted only 1 hour. Students spent the time eating, talking with friends, or simply relaxing after the long morning of lectures. Soon, the academy bell rang loudly across the campus. Its clear sound echoed through the grounds, signaling the end of the break. Students gradually stood from their seats before making their way back toward the academic buildings. The final lesson of the day was about to begin. Unlike the earlier classes, this period was reserved for optional courses. Each student attended a different classroom depending on the course they had personally selected. Groups that had spent the morning together naturally separated. Some headed toward laboratories. Others disappeared into lecture halls located in different wings of the academy. Ezra calmly followed one of the stone corridors until he arrived in front of a classroom marked with elegant golden letters. Class B1. Without hesitation, he opened the door and stepped inside. Only a small number of students had arrived before him. Several quietly glanced in his direction after recognizing him. A few students whispered among themselves. Others merely looked for a moment before returning to their conversations. Ezra paid none of them any attention. His eyes calmly swept across the classroom before he walked toward the middle row. Compared to the general studies classroom, this one was noticeably less crowded. The optional course had attracted far fewer students, leaving many desks empty throughout the room. Ezra chose a seat near the center and quietly sat down, waiting for the lesson to begin. Chapter 323, Alchemy Circle Conversion. Although the number of students taking the optional course was far smaller than that of the general studies classes, the classroom was far from ordinary. Nearly every student seated inside was amongst the ones with the best talents in their year. Several names were already well known throughout the first-year students of the Royal Academy. Grace Evergrey was one of them. She sat quietly in the front row on the right side of the classroom. The moment her eyes met Ezra's as he entered through the doorway, she offered him a small, graceful wave. Ezra politely inclined his head in return before continuing toward the center of the classroom. Not far away, Paige Laverdale sat comfortably with one leg crossed over the other beneath her desk. Several noble girls surrounded her, chatting about the morning classes while occasionally laughing among themselves. Paige rarely started the conversation. Instead, she calmly listened, only adding a few comments whenever she found something worth saying. A few seats farther away sat Elena Galehart. Ravener Bunwick had also already arrived. Unlike the others, he wasn't speaking to anyone. A notebook rested open before him as he quietly reviewed several diagrams that had already been drawn across the pages. The classroom itself remained peaceful. Small conversations drifted from one corner to another while students patiently waited for the professor to arrive. Then, the classroom door opened once more. Several students instinctively looked toward the entrance. The three girls who entered together immediately became the center of attention. Willow Derlise, Ezra Ashenlocke, Diane Bergwin. The three walked into the classroom in a strangely familiar formation. Willow walked in front with her usual elegant posture, every movement carrying the natural dignity expected of Britannia's flower. Beside her, Vera walked with one hand tucked inside her blazer pocket, her expression as calm as ever. There wasn't the slightest sign of nervousness on her beautiful face. Behind both of them, Diane quietly followed. She gently held onto the backs of Willow's and Vera's shirt with the tips of her fingers, almost as if she were afraid of losing them in the crowd. Her half-closed eyes made it seem as though she might fall asleep while walking. The unusual sight caused several students to smile helplessly. However, no one dared to approach the trio. The atmosphere surrounding Willow and Vera naturally discouraged unnecessary conversations. It wasn't hostility. It was simply the overwhelming presence both girls carried. As they continued walking, Willow finally spoke. "You're truly unpleasant to listen to, Vera." Her tone was calm. There wasn't the slightest trace of anger. If someone closed their eyes while listening, they might even mistake it for an ordinary conversation. Vera slowly blinked. Then, she placed one finger lightly against her lips. "That's surprising." She spoke with a thoughtful expression, as though she had just heard something completely unexpected. especially when it's coming from someone whose speech and attitude resemble those of an elderly lady. She paused briefly. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Perhaps you're actually an old woman who reincarnated into the body of a beautiful, young noble lady. Her black eyes calmly observed Willow. It would explain quite a few things. The sarcasm in her voice was so dry that several nearby students almost couldn't tell whether she was joking. Willow quietly looked at her. Her brows lowered ever so slightly. She didn't answer. The silence between them somehow carried more pressure than an actual argument. Several students immediately lowered their voices. That's dangerous. One boy whispered while carefully avoiding looking directly at either of them. They're Lady Willow and Lady Vera, the two most frightening flowers of Britannia. The student beside him nodded repeatedly. I don't even know where to look. They're both scary in completely different ways, but very attractive that one can't stop themselves from looking. A nearby group quietly joined the discussion. Lady Willow gives off the feeling of perfect nobility. Strict, mature, and the kind of person who could silence an entire room just by looking at you. Another student glanced toward Vera. But Lady Vera is different. She's elegant, but every sentence she says feels like she's calmly stabbing someone. She smiles so little that it's somehow even more intimidating. But for some reason, it's that presence that makes it impossible for anyone to stop looking at her. Someone else scratched his cheek. Do you think this class is going to be all right? Several students couldn't help wondering the same thing. Their relationship remained one of the Academy's greatest mysteries. Sometimes they walked together peacefully. Sometimes they spoke to each other with words sharp enough to start a duel. Yet somehow, neither of them had ever crossed that final line. No matter how sharp their exchanges became, they always stopped there. No one could understand it. Vera slowly looked around the classroom before pointing toward a row of empty desks. Let's sit here, ladies. She gestured toward the center row on the left side. Her gaze casually landed on Ezra. A faint, smug smile appeared on her face. Small and cute. Almost teasing. Ezra noticed it. His expression didn't change, nor did he feel bothered by the fact that the three girls had chosen seats beside him. As they approached, he politely inclined his head. Good afternoon, ladies. Willow returned the greeting with equal courtesy. Good afternoon, Ezra Ashenlocke. Her voice remained composed. I hope you don't mind us sitting here. Ezra gave a small shake of his head. Not at all. Without waiting another moment, Vera sat in the seat beside him. She folded both arms comfortably before leaning back against her chair. Diane quietly took the seat beside Vera. She raised one hand in a small wave. Hi, Ezra. Her sleepy voice sounded barely louder than a whisper. Hello. Ezra nodded politely. Diane also lifted her hand. Hello. She greeted him again, softly. Her sleeping eye cover rested on top of her head, pushing her bangs upward. She still looked as though she might fall asleep at any moment. Willow remained standing for another second. Her eyes settled on Ezra. Although her face remained serious, there wasn't any stiffness behind it. Instead, she simply looked dignified and confident, the kind of noble who had long grown accustomed to carrying responsibility. Ezra Ashenlocke. She spoke calmly. I still have to apologize. Ezra quietly looked at her. For my stupid brother's behavior toward your maid, it fell below the standard expected of our family. Her voice never wavered. As nobles, we're expected to show proper etiquette toward everyone beneath our station. What my brother did failed to uphold that standard. She lowered her head slightly. The apology was simple and sincere. There wasn't the slightest hint that she was merely apologizing because etiquette demanded it. Ezra answered plain as ever. The past is already behind us. There is no need to dwell on it. Vera slowly turned her head toward Ezra. Her dark eyes quietly met his. Is that really true? She asked dryly. The slight sarcasm hidden beneath her calm tone was unmistakable. Ezra looked toward the front of the classroom. The professor is here. We should focus. Vera glanced toward the front as well. Fair enough. She ended the conversation without another word. At that moment, an elderly man entered through the classroom door together with his teaching assistant. Both walked toward the front while several conversations naturally died down. The professor wore a warm smile that made him appear approachable despite his age. "Good afternoon, children of Royal." His cheerful greeting echoed through the classroom. Several students immediately responded. "Good afternoon, Professor." Others politely bowed from their seats. Ezra reached into his spatial bag and removed a brand new notebook. Unlike his previous classes, this notebook would be dedicated entirely to this course. To him, alchemy circle conversion wasn't simply another subject. It was one of the most important fields of knowledge he intended to master. The sound of pages turning quietly spread throughout the room. Beside him, Diane slowly opened her eyes after hearing the professor speak. She covered her mouth with one hand before letting out a tiny yawn. Willow immediately noticed. "Diane." Her voice remained calm. "I expect you to stay awake throughout today's lesson." Diane slowly turned toward her. Her sleepy eyes blinked once. "Willow." She answered weakly. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Without waiting for a reply, she obediently faced the front of the classroom. Whether she truly intended to stay awake, only she knew. At the front, the professor looked across the classroom with the same bright smile. "I can already see quite a number of distinguished students here." He slowly walked forward with both hands behind his back, many of whom are already recognized as geniuses within this particular field. His gaze eventually stopped on Ezra. "Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke, when I reviewed the construction plans behind your phantom rolls, I reached a conclusion." He smiled approvingly. "The complexity of several structural components makes manual construction highly impractical. My belief is that you relied upon alchemy circle conversion to create the casting models for some of those parts." His smile widened. "It was truly impressive work. I'd even say you've already stepped into the intermediate level of alchemy circle conversion." The classroom instantly became restless. Ezra politely lowered his head. "Thank you, Professor." Whispers immediately spread across the room. "Intermediate? Already?" Alchemy circle conversion is one of the hardest fields to learn, and he's already reached that level. "I'm still struggling with the beginner level." The surprised murmurs continued, growing louder. The professor raised one hand with a helpless smile. All right, quiet down." The classroom gradually became silent again. "Mr. Ezra isn't the only talented student here." He calmly pointed toward Vera. Many students nodded in understanding. That revelation wasn't particularly surprising. The professor then pointed toward another student. "Miss Paige Laverdale. According to the reports I've received, she's also approaching the intermediate level." Paige simply smiled politely without saying anything. The professor returned to the podium. "To be honest, I doubt there's much I can teach some of you regarding the fundamentals." He chuckled lightly. "Several students I've yet to mention already possess an excellent understanding of this course. But you chose to attend my class. So, for the sake of everyone here, we'll begin from the very foundation." He looked around the room. "My name is Professor Giggs Ryan." He then gestured toward the young man standing beside him. "This is my teaching assistant, Morgan Cage." Morgan stepped forward and bowed politely. "It's a pleasure to work with all of you." Several students returned the gesture. Professor Giggs smiled before turning toward the holographic screen. Morgan had already finished preparing the lesson. A gentle blue light spread across the transparent display. "Now, let's begin." He raised one hand. The course, officially known as Alchemy Circle Conversion. He slowly moved his hand across the holographic screen. A blank white display appeared beside the first. From his pocket, he took out an unusual pen crafted from dark stone ore. Its tip glowed with faint black light. With smooth movements, he began writing across the screen. It is also known by several other names. He neatly wrote the first, Alchemical Circle Engineering. Beneath it, he added another, Circle Engineering and Formula Design. Finally, he wrote the last title, Applied Alchemical Engineering. After placing the pen down, he turned back toward the class. "The reason I'm introducing these names first is because in case you encounter one of these names, whether inside the Academy library or while researching through Skynet, they all refer to the same field." Several students immediately copied the names into their notebooks. Professor Giggs moved back to the first holographic screen and swiped toward the next slide. The course introduction appeared across the holographic display. As many of you already know, he smiled. Except perhaps those learning this subject for the first time. I doubt we have many of those. Right. Before anyone else spoke, Willow politely raised her hand. Professor Giggs. She stood gracefully. It's entirely possible. Many modern young alchemists only study the manuals provided by their families to learn how to perform alchemy, without truly understanding the theories behind the alchemy circles themselves. Professor Giggs slowly nodded. Grace Evergrey followed. I actually do know several young alchemists in our first year who can activate alchemy circles, yet have no understanding of the formulas hidden beneath them. Ravener calmly added, well, in their defense, it's an incredibly difficult field, and even among those who choose to study it, many never truly understand it. He looked around the classroom. Even now, many students avoided this course simply because they believed it was too difficult to pass. Several students quietly nodded. There was no shame in admitting it. Alchemy circle conversion had earned its reputation for a reason. Professor Giggs folded both hands behind his back. Sadly, that is precisely where this generation has begun falling behind. He looked around the classroom. The alchemists of the Arcane Era, also known as the Golden Era, possessed a far deeper understanding of these principles. That's why they were in a bigger stage of alchemy than even my generation. He paused, then smiled. But I believe things are about to change. He spread both arms toward the classroom. Recent research into the fluctuations of cognition among your generation suggests that your generation possesses talent equal to, or perhaps even greater than, the alchemists of the Golden Era. His eyes shone with excitement. So who knows? He laughed warmly. I may very well be looking at the next great alchemist scholar, or even the next alchemist sage. Before the excitement in the room could settle, a calm voice interrupted. No, Professor. Ravener slowly stood. His scarlet eyes remained steady. I don't plan on settling in those ranks. I plan to devote everything I have to reaching the mythical rank. He paused. Every student looked toward him. The philosopher rank. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in his voice, only unwavering determination. Even Ezra quietly turned his head toward Ravener. His expression remained as unreadable as ever. Chapter 324, Alchemy Symbols and Lines. It's good to have conviction and determination, Mr. Ravener Bunwick. Professor Giggs spoke with a calm smile, genuine approval showing on his face as he looked toward Ravener. He truly appreciated the confidence the young noble had shown. Ambition alone wasn't enough to make someone extraordinary. But without ambition, no one would ever become extraordinary. The classroom remained quiet for a brief moment before Professor Giggs lightly clapped his hands together. All right, class. The crisp sound echoed through the room, naturally drawing everyone's attention back to the front. Students who had been whispering to one another immediately straightened in their seats, while those who had lowered their heads to right looked up again. Professor Giggs smiled warmly before walking back toward the podium. Leaning against its side was a thin, extendable steel pointer. He picked it up with one hand and turned toward the holographic screen floating behind him. As shown on the second slide, the tip of the steel pointer lightly tapped the glowing display. Alchemy circle conversion is the art of turning a formularized philosophy into circles formations. As he spoke, the pointer slowly moved toward the list of alchemical philosophies displayed across the screen. Fire, water, wind, lightning, steel, iron, combustion, guns, medical pills, and many more. Each word appeared clearly on the holographic display. Professor Giggs lowered the pointer slightly before placing one hand behind his back. He slowly walked toward the opposite side of the classroom while continuing his explanation. There are countless philosophies in alchemy, and in truth, almost everything surrounding an alchemist can become a philosophy. His footsteps echoed softly against the polished classroom floor. We alchemists believe that nothing exists without a formula. Nothing exists without a reason. And if something can be imagined and later proven to exist, then somewhere behind it lies a formula explaining why it exists. Several students quietly nodded as they listened. Professor Giggs continued at an unhurried pace. The same principle applies to manufacturing. He gestured toward another image that appeared on the screen. A detailed blueprint of a steam engine slowly rotated in 3 dimensions. The steam engine possesses a complete formula governing its construction. Every gear, every pipe, every chamber, every movement. They all follow specific principles. Even the process through which the engine operates is simply another formula waiting to be understood. The holographic blueprint slowly separated into individual parts before reassembling itself. Many students watched quietly. Even those who already understood the basics couldn't help admiring the demonstration. Professor Giggs finally stopped walking, then he turned toward the class. Now, what do we alchemists actually do to perform an alchemy with cognus? His gaze slowly swept across the room. Alchemy cannot be performed through imagination alone. If that were possible, none of us would ever need materials. A few students quietly chuckled. Our cognus simply isn't sufficient to randomly create objects directly from thought. So, we require a medium, a bridge that allows our intentions to become reality. He raised one finger. And that is where alchemy circles come in. With a simple swipe of his hand, the holographic display changed. The previous slide disappeared, replaced by another title written in bold letters. Alchemy symbols and lines. The atmosphere inside the classroom became noticeably more serious. Professor Giggs' expression also became more focused. For those of you who already understand the importance of alchemy symbols and lines, you've most likely spent countless hours memorizing them. He looked around the classroom, and not only memorizing them, but understanding why every single line must be drawn with precision. His gaze naturally paused on several students. Ezra, Ravener, Paige, Vera. Then, a non-noble boy seated in the second row on the right side. Professor Giggs smiled faintly before continuing. As of this year, Britannia has officially standardized 600 alchemy symbols. The steel pointer tapped the section of the holographic screen displaying the number. These 600 symbols form the official foundation of modern alchemy circle conversion, and among them, there are several groups that every alchemist who wants to learn this field must master. No matter what alchemy path you follow, the pointer slowly moved downward. It stopped beneath another heading. The categories of alchemy symbols. The moment the title appeared, pens immediately began moving across notebooks. Students who had only recently begun learning alchemy circle conversion hurriedly copied every word displayed on the screen. The scratching of pen tips quickly filled the classroom. Some students even switched to another page after realizing they had underestimated how much information today's lesson would contain. Meanwhile, those already familiar with the subject remained calm. Rather than copying every sentence, they simply listened while comparing Professor Giggs' explanations with the knowledge they had already learned. Professor Giggs patiently pointed toward the first category. The first category, fundamental symbols. Images immediately appeared beside the title. Fire, water, air, earth, light, darkness, ether. There are more elements within this category, but these are the most common known ones. He lightly tapped the final symbol. And ether here is often referred to as the fifth element. He allowed everyone enough time to finish writing before moving on. The second category, which is the process symbols. Another list appeared. Heat, compression, separation, conversion, fusion, and countless other processing symbols. He continued. The third category, material symbols. The display shifted once more. Metals, liquids, crystals, gases, and every other major material classification used in alchemy. The students continued writing. Several of those seeing these categories for the first time couldn't hide their surprise. Many had practiced alchemy throughout childhood. Yet, few had ever been taught why the circles they memorized actually worked. Professor Giggs smiled after noticing their reactions. The fourth category is the advanced formula symbols. His tone naturally became more serious. This category represents the refinement of process symbols. It only became possible because Britannia's understanding of alchemy continued advancing over many generations. A much longer list appeared across the screen. Conversion formula, transmutation formula, structural formula, thermodynamic formula, resonance formula, spatial formula, precision formula, and many more. Each formula symbol branched outward into dozens of smaller lines, making the complex diagram to immediately draw everyone's attention. Professor Giggs pointed toward one branch. Take the conversion formula as an example. The branch enlarged. Smaller categories spread outward like the branches of a tree. Matter conversion, energy conversion, heat conversion, pressure conversion, density conversion, hardness conversion, conductivity conversion, chemical conversion, atomic rearrangement, molecular reconstruction. The same principle applies to every other advanced formula symbol, with each one containing an entire family of related operations. Many students stared at the enormous branching diagram with widened eyes. Some who had entered the class full of confidence slowly swallowed. They were only beginning to realize how vast the study of alchemy circle conversion truly was. Professor Giggs quietly allowed the classroom to absorb everything before continuing. And finally, he pointed toward the last category displayed beneath the others. The master symbols. The room naturally became silent. Back to the talk of process symbols and advanced formulae symbols. In recent decades, as alchemical science continued advancing, advanced formula symbols were created to simplify the older process symbols. He slowly folded both hands behind his back again. So instead of filling an alchemy circle with dozens of individual process symbols, a single advanced formula symbol could perform the work of many, because it represents the complete equation and the entire operational process hidden behind your chosen philosophy. The explanation settled over the classroom. Several students looked back and forth between the categories, silently trying to connect everything they had just learned. After a few moments, a noble student slowly raised his hand. Professor. Professor Giggs looked toward him. Go ahead. The student stood respectfully. So, from everything we've seen so far, does that mean our main objective is simply to memorize these symbols, understand how they relate to our own alchemy path, and then begin creating our own alchemy circles like that? The classroom quietly waited. Many students had been wondering exactly the same thing. Professor Giggs didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked toward another student. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Mr. Ezra Ashenlocke. He pointed toward Ezra, who was quietly writing several important key points into his notebook without paying attention to the surrounding whispers. Hearing his name, Ezra stopped writing and calmly raised his head. Yes, Professor. Professor Giggs nodded. Would you please answer his question for the class? Ezra gave a small nod before placing his pen neatly on top of his notebook. The classroom naturally became quiet. Many students turned in their seats to look at him. Some were curious because of Professor Giggs' confidence in Ezra. Others simply wanted to know whether the answer differed from their own new understanding. Ezra slowly stood from his seat. He first looked toward the noble student who had asked the question before speaking in his usual calm tone. Although what you said is correct, alchemy circle conversion is much more complicated than that. His voice wasn't loud. Yet the classroom remained quiet enough for every word to be heard clearly. The noble student blinked. His confident expression immediately stiffened. There's more to it. Several students who were only beginning to study alchemy circle conversion couldn't hide their surprise either. They had already felt overwhelmed after seeing the different categories of symbols. Now they were being told that memorizing those symbols wasn't even enough. Ezra calmly continued. Professor Giggs hasn't even explained the importance of lines yet. As he finished speaking, he glanced toward Professor Giggs. The professor smiled before giving him a small nod, signaling that he could continue the explanation. Receiving permission, Ezra looked back at the class. You see, there are still gauge calculations involved in alchemy circle conversion. He paused briefly, organizing his explanation so the newer students could follow more easily. For example, let's use flame alchemy. Several students immediately focused harder. You already know that fire symbols become the primary anchor of a flame alchemy circle. However, that's only just the beginning, because it isn't as simple as placing fire symbols inside a circle. His words made several students slowly lower their pens, with many of them being afraid of missing even a single sentence. Every alchemist has a different amount of cognition, and every rank possesses a different output. So before constructing an alchemy circle, You first have to calculate how much fire your current cognis can safely sustain. If those calculations are wrong, your alchemy circle won't function properly. The classroom became even quieter. Ezra continued naturally. A single fire symbol also contains different heat values depending on how it is drawn. He lifted one finger. If the fire symbol is drawn with a thin line, it produces approximately 10 degrees Celsius. He raised a second finger. If it's drawn thicker, the value increases to 15. Finally, he raised a third finger. And if the line is made bold, it reaches 20. Several students immediately widened their eyes as they listened and jotted what Ezra was saying. Ezra continued at the same steady pace. And then, you must use both control formula symbols and precision formula symbols to help determine how many fire symbols your alchemy circle requires, like which symbols should remain thin, which should become thick, and which must be drawn bold. He lightly tapped the table beside him. Only after balancing all those calculations can your alchemy circle operate efficiently. Otherwise, you'll simply waste cognis for no reason. His explanation finally came to an end. The noble student who had originally asked the question stared blankly at Ezra. His expression was one of complete disbelief. He had assumed creating alchemy circles was already difficult. Now, it sounded several times more complicated than he had imagined. Around the classroom, similar expressions appeared on many faces. Some quietly looked toward the complicated branching diagrams still displayed on the holographic screen. Others subconsciously wondered whether they had underestimated the difficulty of this course. A calm voice suddenly broke the silence. The interesting part is, Ravener folded his arms while looking toward Ezra. We alchemists who follow the nature paths actually have an easier time creating alchemy circles. His voice remained composed. Since our circles generally involve only our main natural elements and processing systems, but combat paths, he shook his head slightly. They require far more elemental interactions, scientific principles, additional processing methods, and much more complicated calculations. The amount of work needed to build those alchemy circles is on a completely different level. Several students instinctively looked toward Ezra again. He simply nodded once. He's right. That's just how complicated alchemy circle conversion really is. There wasn't any pride in his voice. He merely stated a fact. The noble student slowly recovered from his shock. Then he respectfully bowed toward Ezra. Thank you for the explanation. Ezra returned a small nod before quietly taking his seat once again. Professor Giggs smiled with obvious satisfaction. Now, do you all understand why it's very important for all of you to take notes? He slowly walked across the front of the classroom. And also, why it is important to read this course relentlessly? His gaze swept across every student. If your goal is simply to copy the alchemy circle manuals passed down by your families, then perhaps memorization alone is enough. He paused. But if one day you wish to improve those manuals, or even create entirely new alchemy circles of your own, then every detail matters. You must understand not only how an alchemy circle works, but why it works. Many students quietly nodded. The weight behind his words was much clearer after Ezra's explanation. Beside Ezra, Vera leaned over just enough for only him to hear. Nice explanation, inventor. Her voice remained calm. I don't think I could have explained it any better if Professor Giggs had asked me instead. Her expression barely changed. Only the faint curve hidden at the corner of her lips suggested she might be teasing him. Ezra slowly narrowed his eyes. Are you being sarcastic? Vera didn't immediately answer. Instead, she calmly turned back toward her desk before crossing one leg over the other. She picked up her phone tablet. The pair of glasses she had placed on earlier rested neatly across her nose, giving her an even more scholarly appearance. Who knows? She answered without looking at him. The dry reply sounded so natural that Ezra couldn't tell whether she genuinely meant it or not. He silently looked at her for another second before giving up. Unlike most students, Vera wasn't using paper. Her fingers moved quickly across the holographic keyboard projected above her tablet. Each note was arranged with remarkable precision. Every topic was separated into its own section. Headings, subheadings, examples, references. Everything was organized neatly enough that she could easily find any information later without searching through dozens of pages. Ezra glanced at the screen for a brief moment before looking back toward Professor Giggs. Using a tablet version does seem convenient. He spoke quietly enough that only Vera could hear. Without lifting her eyes from the screen, she replied immediately, "I'm surprised you haven't bought one, especially with how much money you have." Her fingers never stopped typing, even while talking. She continued organizing today's lesson. Her expression remained completely serious, as though every sentence Professor Giggs spoke deserved to be filed perfectly. Not far away, Willow was also using his phone tablet. Unlike Vera's rapid typing, Willow entered only the most important key points, carefully selecting which information deserved to be preserved. Her pace was slower and more deliberate. Every note she had written down reflected her disciplined personality. Beside them, Diane hadn't moved at all. At least, that was what most people in the classroom would think after glancing at her. She sat quietly with both hands resting on her lap. Her sleepy eyes remained half closed. She looked completely detached from the lesson. Yet those who truly knew Diane understood the truth. She wasn't sleeping. She was listening to every explanation, every example, and every sentence spoken inside the classroom quietly settled into her memory. Her ability to remember information rivaled students like Ezra, Vera, Ravener, and the other outstanding minds of their year. The difference was simply their methods. Ezra and Vera continued writing despite already possessing excellent memories. Since taking notes had long become a habit, they had no intention of abandoning. Diane was the exact opposite. She almost never wrote anything down. Instead, she stored everything inside her mind. The lesson continued in this manner for several more hours. Professor Giggs patiently answered questions whenever students raised their hands, occasionally adding practical examples that helped the newer students understand the theory more easily. Only after the final topic had been covered did he close the extendable steel pointer with a soft click. That concludes today's lesson. His warm smile returned. In our next class, we'll begin studying the fundamental symbols themselves. You'll learn how each one is properly drawn, along with the role and function every symbol serves within an alchemy circle. Several students immediately wrote down the reminder before Professor Giggs dismissed the class, bringing the afternoon lesson to a close. Chapter 325, Practical Class. Professor Giggs slowly walked back toward the podium as the lesson came to an end. Beside him, Morgan stepped forward and began gathering the teaching materials that had been neatly arranged across the podium. After switching off the holographic screen, the floating blue display gradually dissolved into countless tiny particles before disappearing completely. With the lecture finally over, the tense atmosphere inside the classroom naturally relaxed. Several students stretched their shoulders after sitting for hours, while others let out quiet sighs of relief before closing their notebooks. The soft sound of pages turning and pens being capped echoed throughout the classroom as everyone began packing their materials into their spatial bags, or also known majorly as satchels. Just as many students were preparing to leave, Professor Giggs suddenly stopped. "Oh," he smiled innocently, as though something had only just crossed his mind. "Before I forget." The moment those words left his mouth, nearly every student froze. Elena slowly narrowed her eyes. Not this again. A few students who had already stood up quietly sat back down. Others looked toward the professor with expressions that clearly said they had seen this coming. Professor Giggs tilted his head. Why the long faces? He still wore the same harmless smile. Paige couldn't help speaking up. "Professor." She looked at him with a faintly frustrated expression. "We've been exhausted since yesterday. And today alone we've already received 2 enormous assignments." She sighed. "Please don't tell us you're about to add another one." Several students nodded vigorously behind her. Even Ravener quietly looked toward Professor Giggs without saying anything. "Huh." Professor Giggs burst into hearty laughter. The classroom immediately became silent. Many students stared at him. Some twitched slightly. Others looked visibly offended. He's actually laughing. Almost everyone shared the exact same thought. Professor Giggs casually waved one hand. "Don't worry, you'll get used to it. His answer sounded so natural that it almost made everyone even more speechless. Besides, you students are still young. You've got plenty of energy. I'm sure you'll survive. His playful tone made several students clench their fists. Professor! Many voices rang out together. Are you kidding us? The entire classroom echoed with complaints. Professor Giggs simply smiled as though he hadn't heard anything. Ezra quietly watched the scene from his seat. I can already imagine how many assignments we'll be receiving throughout our academy life. He thought to himself with the same calm expression. Assignment after assignment. This is only the first day. Professor Giggs lightly clapped his hands once. All right, your assignment is simple. He paused just long enough for several students to become hopeful. I want everyone to draw all the fundamental elements, to the best of your current ability. The hope that had just appeared on several faces immediately disappeared. Grace slowly stood from her seat. Professor Giggs. She looked genuinely dissatisfied. Isn't this assignment unfair? Professor Giggs looked toward her. Oh, Grace respectfully continued. This assignment heavily favors students who are already at the intermediate level of alchemy circle conversion. She calmly gestured toward Ezra, Vera, Ravener, Paige, and several of the more experienced students. I know I'm already a decent beginner-level alchemy circle converter, but what about those students who only started learning today? Her hand shifted toward the newcomers sitting farther back. They haven't even practiced drawing the symbols yet. Several students looked at Grace with gratitude. To them, she looked like someone willing to stand up for the entire class. Miss Grace, you're our savior. Many silently prayed that Professor Giggs would reconsider. Professor Giggs rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You do make a reasonable point, Miss Grace Evergrey. A few students immediately brightened. Perhaps their workload would finally be reduced. The classroom quietly waited. Professor Giggs smiled. But it's simply their own luck. The room instantly became silent. Grace stood completely frozen. The hopeful expressions around the classroom also stiffened. Nobody had expected that answer. Several students blinked. Professor Giggs merely shrugged. There will always be students ahead of others. That's normal. If today's assignment is difficult, then work harder for tomorrow's own. That's also part of learning. He looked around the room one last time. Submission will be during our next lesson, which is Wednesday. I'll see all of you then. Without giving anyone another opportunity to protest, Professor Giggs waved cheerfully before walking out of the classroom together with Morgan. The classroom door quietly closed behind them, and silence lingered for several seconds. Finally, Elena let out a long sigh. Well, that went well. She looked toward Grace with sympathy. Grace slowly lowered herself back into her chair. I tried. She sighed helplessly. Ezra didn't remain seated any longer. He quietly packed away his notebook before standing. As he reached for his spatial bag, a familiar voice spoke from beside him. Are you going to the library now? Vera rested her cheek against the long shared desk. Her dark eyes calmly followed Ezra. Although she looked completely relaxed, her voice remained as flat as ever. Ezra adjusted the strap of his bag. Not yet. We still have 10 minutes before self-study begins. Vera gave a small nod. Okay. Her expression didn't change. See you? She paused briefly. If I see you. Her tone remained perfectly plain. Whether it was a farewell or a joke, only she knew. Ezra quietly looked at her for a second. He simply accepted the strange farewell without asking any questions. Soon afterward, he turned and walked toward the classroom door. More students gradually began leaving as conversations filled the room again. Willow watched Ezra disappear into the hallway before turning toward Vera. Is he always like that? Her voice remained calm and serious. Vera looked at her without the slightest change in expression. And how is that your problem? The question came so naturally that it sounded almost casual. Willow remained completely unaffected. I need to know. So, I'll understand how to speak with him from now on. She answered honestly. Vera tilted her head slightly. And why would you want to do that? Because I intend to ask him for advice whenever I encounter something I don't understand in this course. Her answer came without hesitation. Vera casually pointed toward another student. You could ask Ravener. He's quite skilled too. Not far away. Ravener happened to hear his own name. He slowly looked up from this phone tablet resting on his desk. Until that moment, he had been quietly reading through several documents by himself. Why did my name suddenly come up? He watched the two girls carefully. Please don't tell me Vera has decided to drag me into another one of her conversations. If she starts, I'm jumping through the window. His expression remained calm. Only his thoughts had already begun planning an escape route. Vera. Willow called. I intend to ask everyone who's ahead of me in this field. Her tone remained firm. And by everyone, I mean everyone. She continued calmly. I'm already familiar with Ravener Bunwick. I know Paige Laverdale fairly well from the noble social gatherings we've attended since childhood. She looked toward Vera. The same goes for you. Her gaze shifted toward Diane. And this sleepy beauty. Diane had somehow already fallen asleep again. One hand rested loosely on the desk, while her breathing remained soft and steady. A small smile almost appeared on Willow's face before she looked back at Vera. The only person I barely know is Ezra Ashenlocke. So, I'd appreciate it if you told me a little about him. Vera looked at Willow for another quiet moment. Then, she stood. Let's head out first. She completely ignored the question, as though already expecting that answer. Willow simply stood as well without pressing the matter further. Vera gently tapped Diane's shoulder. Almost immediately, Diane lazily raised one hand like a sleepy zombie. Without even opening her eyes completely, she grabbed the edge of Vera's blazer. Willow quietly waited. A second later, Diane's other hand slowly reached out and caught hold of Willow's shirt. Only then did she stand. Still half asleep. Still holding on to both of them. The three girls quietly left the classroom together, leaving behind another group of students who could only watch the unusual sight with helpless smiles. Like that. Time quietly flowed onward. Students gradually left the optional course classrooms and dispersed throughout the Royal Academy first-year district. This period wasn't reserved for lectures. Instead, it belonged entirely to the students. Some gathered with classmates inside a quiet classroom to study there. Others traveled through the mini streamliner to their faction headquarters they had joined to attend discussion sessions organized by their seniors. Quite a number of students naturally headed toward the Royal Academy library. Ezra was among them. Vera and Diane also made their way there shortly afterward. This time, however, Willow didn't accompany them. She had already accepted an invitation to join one of the Academy's official factions. As the newly appointed first-year leader of that faction, she had her own responsibilities to attend to. Instead of going to the library, she headed toward the faction's meeting hall, where the first study session for its newest members was about to begin. The Academy gradually settled into a peaceful rhythm. The loud conversations from earlier slowly faded, replaced by quiet discussions, the turning of pages inside the library, and the distant sounds of students practicing in various training areas across the campus. Hours passed before anyone truly noticed. Soon, the final Academy bell rang across the grounds. Its deep chime echoed through every corridor and courtyard, signaling the end of the day's activities. Students began leaving the academic buildings in groups. The Academy road slowly became lively once more. Rows of noble steam carriages waited neatly outside the Academy gates, while servants and attendants stood respectfully beside them, ready to welcome their young masters and mistresses home. Members of the royal family, on the other hand, were escorted toward their own private royal phantom rolls, each one guarded by royal guards stationed nearby. Ezra quietly walked alone toward his ordered noble steam carriage. Lucy had already been waiting for him. The moment she saw him approaching, she gracefully bowed. "Welcome back, young master." A bright smile naturally appeared on her face. "How was your first day at the Royal Academy?" Ezra stopped before the carriage. He looked at Lucy for a brief moment before narrowing his eyes slightly. "It was as stressful as I expected." His answer remained completely plain. Lucy couldn't help smiling a little wider. "Then I suppose that means everything went well." Ezra didn't respond. He simply stepped inside the carriage. The driver respectfully closed the carriage door before climbing onto the driver's seat. Moments later, the steam engine rumbled to life. A steady rhythm echoed beneath the carriage as steam escaped from the exhaust pipes. The noble steam carriage smoothly pulled away from the academy, carrying Ezra back toward the Ashenlocke residence. By the time Ezra returned home, the sun had already begun sinking toward the western horizon. After greeting the household staff, he headed straight to his room. He changed into more comfortable clothes, washed away the dust from the academy, and freshened himself up before walking directly into his study. The room had already become one of the places he spent the most time since arriving in this world. Shelves lined with books surrounded the walls. Stacks of research notes rested neatly across one side of his desk. Blueprints, engineering sketches, and alchemical references remained exactly where he had left them. Ezra calmly sat down. Rather than immediately beginning another invention, he first reviewed everything that had been taught throughout the day. Then he organized the important topics one after another inside his notebook, deciding which subjects required deeper study and which could wait until later. Fortunately, he had already completed every assignment that needed to be submitted the following day during his self-study time. That left him with enough free time to focus entirely on expanding his own understanding instead of rushing through homework. The evening quietly slipped by, just as it always did. Before long, night gave way to dawn, and a new morning arrived. Golden sunlight spread across the capital as another academy day officially began. Unlike yesterday, the students didn't gather inside their regular classroom. Instead, everyone assembled on one of the academy's large outdoor training grounds. The cool morning breeze swept gently across the open field. Students stood in orderly rows, chatting quietly while waiting for the instructor to arrive. Today's attire was also different. Every student wore the Royal Academy's official training uniform. The boys wore cream and black training tops paired with black training trousers. The girls wore the same cream and black top, matched with black skirts and fitted training leggings designed for easier movement during combat practice. Ezra's appearance immediately stood out because, beneath his uniform, he wore a black long-sleeved inner shirt. Black gloves covered both hands. Over everything, he wore the Academy-issued cardigan. Compared to everyone else, he looked far more prepared for the cold morning air. Several students couldn't help glancing toward him. Curious whispers quietly spread among those nearby. Isn't he dressed a little too warmly? I thought the weather wasn't that cold. Ezra ignored every curious look. The cold had never been something he intended to underestimate, not even once. Not far away, Cherry also wore her cardigan. She stood beside Maxwell while quietly adjusting the sleeves. After her first academy experience, she had become uncomfortable with the amount of attention her figure attracted whenever she wore lighter clothing. It was exactly the same reason she had kept her academy blazer on throughout the previous day. Before long, a familiar figure walked onto the training field. Professor Kent. Good morning, students. His calm voice spread across the open field. Several students politely greeted him back. Kent slowly looked across the crowd before a faint smirk appeared on his face. I trust everyone slept well. The moment those words left his mouth, many students' expressions immediately darkened. The memory of spending nearly the entire evening completing assignments returned all at once. Logan quietly leaned toward Gareth. He's trying to annoy us, isn't he? Gareth folded his arms. I think he's just enjoying it. Kent pretended not to notice the dissatisfied looks directed toward him. Before we begin, everyone should submit yesterday's assignments to Carla. He casually pointed toward his teaching assistant. Carla stepped forward carrying an organized folder. One after another, students reluctantly walked over to hand in their completed assignments. Several rolled their eyes toward Professor Kent while doing so. Others silently prayed there wouldn't be another assignment waiting for them today. Carla accepted every paper with a professional smile before neatly storing them inside her spatial bag. Once everyone had finished, Professor Kent clapped his hands once. The sharp sound echoed clearly across the training grounds. Now, let's get to today's lesson. Basil raised one hand with a grin. Professor Kent, are we going to be jogging today? A few students standing nearby laughed. Kent looked at him. Actually, no. Basil blinked. Kent calmly continued. Normally, I'd spend some time explaining what this course is about. Then we would start with basic warm-ups before the real practical class starts. He He looked directly at Basil. But today, I'm not really in the mood. Really? Basil scratched his head. He honestly couldn't tell whether he had somehow offended the professor. Kent slowly looked across the entire gathering of students. So many talented young alchemists, all gathered in one place and in one year. Each one, hoping to become stronger while studying at the Royal Academy. He placed one hand beneath his chin. A thoughtful smile slowly spread across his face. Then, snap. His fingers snapped together. The sound had barely faded before an overwhelming surge of cognus burst from beneath his feet. The energy shot across the ground with incredible speed. Many students couldn't even follow its movement. They only saw countless streams of violet light racing across the sand surface. Within a single breath, those glowing lines expanded across the entire training ground. An enormous spatial alchemy circle bloomed beneath everyone's feet. Layer after layer of intricate symbols ignited one after another. The entire ground lit up with brilliant violet light. A spatial alchemy circle again. One student cried out in panic. Elena instinctively hugged her shoulders. I hate this feeling, she muttered nervously. The memory of being transported by spatial alchemy was still fresh in her mind. Professor Kent simply smiled. Relax. There isn't any reason to panic. He looked around at every student. Today's lesson will be a combat competition. The atmosphere instantly changed. Many students' eyes lit up with excitement. Even those who had looked exhausted only moments earlier suddenly became alert. Professor Kent's smile widened. The rules are simple. Each of you must search for a numbered gem. The number on the gem corresponds to your assigned participant number. He slowly raised one finger. Once you've found your own gem, you may head straight for the exit and finish the exercise. A mischievous grin appeared on his face. Or, you can beat up your fellow students, take their gems, and climb higher in the rankings. Excited murmurs immediately spread throughout the students. Professor Kent folded his arms. The student who collects the highest number of gems will receive. He deliberately paused. 10,000 academy points. Several students' breathing immediately became heavier, because that reward was enormous. Professor Kent casually waved his hand. Good luck. The spatial alchemy circle suddenly shone with dazzling violet light. The glowing symbols rotated rapidly beneath everyone's feet. In the next instant, every student vanished from the training ground without a trace.